Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Killer Keepsake by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs, narrated by Andy Arndt. Berlin, Germany, March 30th, 1937. Evelyn Conway was afraid of her husband. 22 years old, married for 18 months, and living in a foreign country, she'd never been so frightened in her life. She should have listened to her sister. "You're letting your emotions rule," Wilfred had said. "Please don't rush into this marriage. You don't know him well enough. I have the feeling he's hiding something, and you know my feelings are always right." Evelyn knew her sister's feelings were not always right. True, it was a whirlwind romance, and there were inherent risks in marrying someone she barely knew, but she didn't believe Frank Conway had any skeletons in his closet. She'd met him while working as a secretary at the U.S. State Department's European Affairs Office in Washington, D.C. He was a Foreign Service officer, assigned to Berlin, Germany, but on leave stateside to attend his father's funeral. Always in a hurry, she'd walked out a door too fast and run smack into him, scattering the folders in her hands, papers flying everywhere. He helped her pick them up, then asked her out to dinner. On their third date, he proposed, and 3 weeks later she was married and sailing to Europe. Impetuous? Yes. But they were young and in love, and Frank was the most exciting man she'd ever met. It was a shame he was also a pathological liar and liked to beat his wife. The emotional abuse began on the sailing to Europe. It was supposed to be a romantic honeymoon cruise, but soon turned into a nightmare. First, there were the snide remarks about her hair, makeup, and clothes. Then he began to criticize her lack of intelligence and ignorance of world affairs. Of course, none of these things were true. Evelyn was attractive, and she had worked at the State Department for 4 years, which made her a lot more knowledgeable than most women her age about what was going on in the world. But as the days wore on, she started to doubt herself, and by the time they arrived in Berlin, he had her right where he wanted her. She was emotionally drained and primed for physical abuse. The first time he hit her for not using enough starch ironing his shirts, she was so stunned she couldn't speak. He'd apologized, of course, and said it would never happen again, but a week later he kicked her for not having dinner ready on time. Every other day, once a week, sometimes 2 days in a row, she never knew when he'd lose his temper. She was at the point where she didn't know what to do. Frank's colleagues at the embassy were no help. On the rare occasion he took her to an embassy event, she could see he was respected by them. And even if she rolled up the sleeves of her gown and showed off her bruises, she knew what he would say. "Evelyn's clumsy. She slips all the time. She walks into doors." They would believe his lies, even as they pitied her, because they wouldn't want to believe it was true. Taking a deep breath, Evelyn pushed herself up off the kitchen floor. She'd been curled up there in a fetal position for the last 20 minutes after Frank punched her in the stomach because his poached eggs weren't runny enough. The pain was like nothing she'd ever experienced. Lying there like a fish out of water, gasping for breath, she'd watched him nonchalantly walk around her in his polished black lace-up shoes and finish his coffee standing in front of the kitchen sink. Before he left for work, he told her she should practice making poached eggs, or she could expect more of the same tomorrow. Getting to her feet, she held her stomach and made her way to the living room, then sank into a chair. Sounds from the street drifted in through an open window, and she imagined the scene outside. Sidewalks and streets filled with commuters on their way to work, and later in the morning, shoppers carrying bags, people walking dogs, and women pushing baby strollers. Below the window, she heard 2 men speaking German. Evelyn spoke the language fluently, having learned it from her grandparents. They were talking about the weather, a nice, safe topic. She recognized their voices. One of the men was Fritz Fischer, who worked at the fish market, and the other was Leo Kurtz, who owned the jewelry store below the apartment. She'd met Leo in the fall, after Frank had grabbed her by the neck and broke the clasp on a favorite necklace. She took it to him to repair, and when she returned to pick it up, he gently inquired if Frau Conway was feeling well. Realizing he'd seen the marks on her neck, she tried to assure him she was well, but burst into tears. Leo had offered her a chair and sweet tea. He made the most delicious tea. and listened with growing concern as she told him about her marriage. She didn't know why she was confiding in him, since he was a complete stranger, and yet she couldn't stop. She was desperate to tell someone. When she was done, Leo insisted she come home with him and stay with his wife and 2 daughters. Evelyn was grateful but declined the invitation. This was her problem, and she wasn't going to disrupt his family's lives or subject them to Frank's wrath. When Leo asked if she would at least visit him every week so he might keep an eye on her, she agreed. It seemed a sensible plan to make sure Frank hadn't killed her. After her first few visits, she realized Leo was in more trouble than she was. He was Jewish and the owner of a jewelry store. Jews were being pressured to sell their shops at a bargain basement rate, determined by Nazi officials, of course, to non-Jews. He told her he wanted to sell to his employee, Rolf, a Christian and a friend. But Rolf didn't want to be part of a scheme to remove Leo from his business, and Leo was having trouble convincing him. He asked Evelyn to intervene. She spoke to Rolf and made him see the sense of buying Leo's store. Perhaps one day, she'd said, Leo will return to Germany, and if the business is still profitable, they could go into business together. This was the winning argument, and Rolf agreed he would sign the papers, but only if it became absolutely necessary. Like so many Germans, he didn't want to believe what he was seeing and hearing every day was true. Evelyn could understand. For far too long, she'd been in denial about Frank's brutality. When the men's conversation came to an end, she decided to go downstairs and ask Leo if he knew a doctor who made house calls. She would have called him on the telephone, but Frank always unplugged it before he left for work, and diligently checked the phone bill every month to make sure she wasn't making any calls. Taking a deep breath, she pushed herself out of the chair and slowly made her way to the hall. The staircase to the lobby was long and winding, and she took the steps down slowly. By the time she reached the lobby, her stomach felt like someone was twisting it in knots. On the sidewalk, she avoided the stares of passers-by as she limped to the jewelry shop. But when she turned the door handle, nothing happened. The door was stuck, and pushing on it only made her feel dizzy. Leaning her forehead on the cool glass, she hoped she wouldn't pass out on the street. Suddenly, the door opened, and Leo helped her inside, calling out to Rolf. As the younger man appeared from the workshop, Evelyn's knees buckled and Rolf ran to her, while Leo held her up. Together, they led her to a small cot in an alcove in the back of the store. "I'm so sorry to be a bother," Evelyn said, resting her head on the pillow. "It's my stomach. Do you know a doctor who makes house calls?" "I did, but he moved to Belgium a week ago with his family," Leo said. "Be honest, Evelyn. Did Frank hurt you again?" She tried not to cry, but seeing Leo's kind face and the concern in Rolf's eyes, she wept. Leo took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. "You must report him to the police. This cannot continue." "No, I can't. His position at the embassy, it would cause problems." Rolf snorted. "He deserves to have a problem. I agree with Leo. Enough is enough." "I shouldn't have come." She pushed herself up. "I'm sorry." Leo gently pushed her back. "Do not apologize. We will hail a taxi, and Rolf will take you to the hospital. Tonight, I will talk to Frank." "No, please don't." "Frank could do more than hurt you," Leo said. "The next time, and you know there will be a next time, he could kill you." "I'll go to the hospital, but you have to promise you won't say anything to him." Leo frowned. "You must see how—" She cut him off. "I'm going to send a telegram to my sister. I'll tell her everything. Wilfred will help me get home, and I'll divorce Frank." Leo hesitated. "Do you promise to do this?" "Yes, I promise." Rolf went off to find a taxi, and Evelyn tried to sit up again, but the pain in her stomach was fierce, and the room began to spin. She shut her eyes, and when she opened them again, Leo was leaning over her, his eyes worried. "You fainted," he said. "There is a taxi waiting." Leaning on both men for support, Evelyn was put into the back seat of the taxi. As Rolf went around to the other side, she said to Leo, "I wish you could come with me." "You know it is best for Rolf to go to the hospital with you," Leo said. No one will question him helping you." "That's not what I meant," she said. "I wish you and your family could come to America with me. I need to leave Frank, and you need to leave Germany. They're not good for either of us." Leo gave her a weak smile. "We both have difficult decisions to make," he said. "But do not worry about me. Plans are being made." Evelyn held back her tears as the taxi pulled away from the curb. Tears wouldn't solve anything. At the hospital, Rolf checked her in, and she was examined by a doctor and x-rayed. Told the test results were inconclusive, they gave her medicine for the pain, and she was given a hospital gown and settled into a bed of crisp, clean sheets. When the nurse on duty came to check on her, Evelyn told her honestly, "I'm feeling much better." The nurse was pretty and blonde and had a kind smile. "I'm glad to hear you're feeling better, Frau Conway," she said. "Please call me Evelyn. What's your name?" "Inga Lang. You may call me Inga." "Thank you, Inga. Do you know if my husband's been told I'm here?" "Yes, the doctor spoke to him on the telephone. He told him you must stay with us for a little while." She poured Evelyn a glass of water from a carafe on her bedside table and handed it to her. "Did your husband do this to you?" Evelyn's mouth opened and closed. Inga was speaking the unspeakable. She felt humiliated and wondered if everyone who worked in the hospital knew about the American woman with the abusive husband. Tears sprang to her eyes. Taking a sip of water, she tried to compose herself, but when she spoke, her voice was shaking. "We were married 18 months ago. He tricked me into thinking he was someone else. I didn't know what he really was, and by the time I found out, it was too late." Inga nodded. "I will tell the doctor to speak to him." "No!" Evelyn reached out and grabbed her hand. "It will only make him angry, and he'll take it out on me." Inga looked at her. "You are American, but you speak German like a native. Do you have family in Germany? Someone who could help you?" "I suppose I do, but I don't know them, not even their names," Evelyn said quietly. "I should have paid more attention to my grandparents' stories about our family. I have a sister in Massachusetts. I promised a friend I would send word to her to ask for her help, but if Frank were to find out—" Her voice trailed away. "I will help you," Inga said. "Allow me to—" Before she could finish, a knock at the door interrupted them. Evelyn was horrified to see Frank standing in the doorway. Had he heard them? She didn't think he could have. They were speaking so quietly, but she was worried nonetheless. He came into the room, flashing his dazzling smile, looking handsome in a striped gray suit and red tie. "Hello, Evelyn," he said. "I'm glad to see you're awake. I've had a chat with the doctor. He wants you to stay here for a couple of days, but I told him I want you home. He's leaving it up to you to decide." Inga looked at Evelyn. Frank scowled. "What business is it of hers?" "She's my nurse," Evelyn said. Inga lifted her chin. "Herr Conway, with all due respect, your wife needs to rest," she said. Then she turned and looked at Evelyn. "I will return shortly to check on you." Inga brushed past Frank, and her bravery delighted Evelyn. Frank was annoyed. "Well, well, well, isn't she unpleasant?" He said it loudly enough, and in German, for Inga to hear. Ignoring him, Inga walked out the door. When she was gone, he turned to Evelyn. "The doctor said you slipped on the kitchen floor." He smirked. "I told him you're clumsy." Slipping on the kitchen floor was one of his favorite lies to explain her bruises. It had frightened Evelyn how easily the lie had rolled off her own tongue. But from the way he was grinning at her, she knew he was satisfied with it. "You'll come home with me now," he said. "Where are your clothes?" Evelyn hesitated. If Inga was willing to help her get a telegram off to Wilfred, she needed time to get it done. "I can't go home yet. It isn't wise." His eyes narrowed. She was taking a huge risk, questioning his authority. She went on hurriedly. "You wouldn't want me to go home and suffer a relapse? What would I tell the doctor if I slipped again? Surely I couldn't have been mopping the floor when I should have been resting." He came toward her, and she pushed herself back into the pillows as if she could become so small and insignificant he couldn't hurt her. A small, twisted smile formed on his lips. He knew she was afraid of him, and he liked having power over her. She was prepared to let him pull her out of the bed and dress her himself, but to her surprise, he sat at the foot of her bed. "All right. You will stay 2 more days, and you will say nothing more about this little incident to anyone. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," she said. "Good." He cleared his throat. "I have something to tell you. The deputy chief of mission called me into his office this morning. It seems I'm needed in Washington. I'll be starting a new job on the 24th of May. "Oh." Evelyn was astounded. She hadn't expected this news, and her mind began to race. They were going home. She would send a telegram to Wilfred to let her know and ask her to meet their ship and take her home to Salem. "I'm quite disappointed," he said. "Yes, I'm sure you are," she said. "I know how much you love it here." Perhaps a little too much, she thought. If his colleagues at the embassy had noticed his growing affection for all things German, including Hitler and his disgusting Third Reich, they may have felt it was in everyone's best interest for him to go home. "To cheer myself up, I've decided to travel home in style," he said. "I'm making arrangements for us to fly home on a Zeppelin." Evelyn stared at him. The idea of flying over the Atlantic scared her. "Are you sure it's safe?" she asked, trying to find a way out. "Of course it's safe," he snapped. "The Germans know what they're doing. They've been operating Zeppelins almost 40 years. She knew she should let it go, but she couldn't. "What about the cost? Isn't it too expensive?" "I have the money my father left me. It hardly puts a dent in it." He leaned toward her, and his eyes were fierce. "You know I don't like it when you get that pouty look on your face. Give me a smile." She forced herself to smile. "Good." He stood and smoothed his coat. "You should be grateful, Evelyn. You wanted a great adventure when you married me, and I'm giving you one. Think of how jealous all your friends will be when you tell them you've flown in a Zeppelin." Evelyn had to force herself not to laugh out loud. What friends was he talking about? He wouldn't let her write to any of her friends at home, and she certainly didn't have any in Berlin, because he wouldn't allow it. She wished she could tell him to fly home without her, but there was no point. He would hear no objection. She made her smile wider. "I'm sure it will be a grand adventure, Frank. I'm very glad you thought of it. When do we leave?" "May the 3rd. We'll be flying on the Hindenburg out of Frankfurt. We arrive in Lakehurst, New Jersey on the 6th. From there, we'll take a train to Washington. My mother's traveling to D.C. tomorrow to start looking at homes for us." He said this with a self-satisfied expression, knowing she'd be hurt because he'd sent word to his mother about their move before he'd told her. "Think of it, Evelyn. Flying home will take only a few days, compared to a long ship voyage. It will be far better, at least for me. Honestly, I don't think I could stand being in such a confined space with you again for so long." Evelyn wished she could ask him when he had become so cruel. Was it his doting mother's fault? Or his authoritative father? Could it be a result of growing up with too much wealth? Or was he simply born mean? He was watching her, waiting for her to say something. In that moment, she hated him more than she'd ever believed she could hate another human being. She would travel over the ocean on the Hindenburg, and when they got home, she would divorce him. The thought of getting her freedom back made her dangerously bold. "You're absolutely right," she said. "The less time we spend together, the better." His mouth turned down. "Careful," he said. "We wouldn't want you to have another accident so soon after this one." He straightened his tie. "I'll pick you up in 2 days." She watched him walk out the door and wished he was dead. Chapter 1. Molly Appleby switched on the high beams of her new silver Audi A4 sedan. She loved the all-wheel drive vehicle, but missed her Honda Civic. It was her own fault the car had to be replaced. 3 days after Christmas, she'd totaled it when she'd skidded on ice and barreled down an embankment. The car was ruined, but she'd walked away from it without a scratch. Unfortunately, this wasn't a good enough reason to Matt to buy another Civic. He'd insisted they buy the Audi. "Your destination is ahead," the GPS said. She squinted into the ribbon of light, trying to find the mailbox to the house where Rita Garrett and her daughter-in-law, Eliza, lived. On a moonless night, on a narrow country road without any streetlights, the mailbox wasn't easy to spot. "You have arrived." She slowed the car and finally saw the mailbox and the end of the driveway. Turning the wheel, she started down the road, which was surrounded by trees that made it feel like she was driving down a dark tunnel. She'd only been to Rita's and Eliza's house once before, but it had been daylight and she could see where she was going. Tonight, she felt like she was driving off the edge of the earth. And yet, the road kept going, and finally the house came into view. It looked better in the dark than in daylight. Daylight only highlighted the rotting clapboard siding, missing chimney bricks, and slanted porch. Rita had told her the house was her childhood home, built by her grandfather in 1901, and her father had left it to her when he died. Molly understood the importance of familial connections, but the house really did seem to be too much for her to maintain, and it was slowly rotting away. Parking beside a red BMW, she took her large tote bag from the back and looped her purse over her shoulder. As she walked up a newly shoveled path to the front door, a chorus of barking broke out behind a second-story window, and 3 furry faces jockeyed for position. Rita owned Paws Crossed, an animal shelter and rescue, and these were her dogs. As Molly climbed the steps to the porch, the door opened, and Rita yelled, "Quiet!" over her shoulder. Upstairs, the dogs stopped barking. "Hello, Molly," Rita said. She was the president of the Forget-Me-Not Doll Club, and Molly had interviewed her, Eliza, and the 5 other members of the club for an article for the next edition of Collector's Weekly. Molly had advanced copies of the magazine in her tote bag to pass out. "I'm sorry I'm late," Molly said. "My boss called as I was leaving, and I had to talk to him. Is everyone here?" "Everyone but Miranda," Rita said. "Let me take your coat." Molly slipped off her coat and put her boots on the boot tray. She reached into the tote bag and took out a plastic container. "I know you told me I didn't have to bring anything, but I'm from the South, and we Southern girls never go to someone's house empty-handed." She gave Rita the container. "They are chocolate chip cookies. I made them myself." "Thank you. Chocolate chip cookies are my favorites." Rita started down the hallway. "I hope you like chili. Sierra's made a big pot of it." As they walked down the hall, Molly couldn't help but notice the peeling wallpaper and scuffed wood floors. "If you don't like chili," Rita went on, "I made a pork tenderloin, and there's salad and cornbread." "It all sounds delicious," Molly said. The Forget-Me-Not Doll Club met on the first Tuesday of every month, and before the meeting they had a potluck dinner. Molly was attending their February meeting, and when she walked into the dining room she saw they were already busy filling their plates with food and talking about the snowstorm that was due to arrive later in the evening. "Molly's here," Rita announced. Choruses of welcome went up, and Luke Kearns was the first to walk over and shake her hand. He was a handsome man, with thick wavy hair and green eyes that reminded Molly of her cat's. Unlike Rita, who was drably dressed in gray sweatpants and an oversized sweater, he wore designer jeans, a starched white shirt, and a navy blue blazer. "We're so glad you could make it," Luke said. "Thanks for inviting me," Molly said. She saw his wife on the other side of the table and smiled at her. "Hello, Vanessa. How are you?" "Fine," Vanessa said, pursing her lips. When setting up interviews, Molly had initially planned on talking to everyone separately, but Luke and Vanessa were separated, and his extensive G.I. Joe collection was still at the marital home, and Vanessa refused to let him be in the house without her. After spending most of an afternoon with the unhappy couple and enduring a lot of sour lemon looks from Vanessa, Molly had gone home with a headache. Luke asked, "Has the article been published?" "It will hit the newsstands on Thursday," Molly said. "I've brought advance copies for everyone." "Fantastic," Luke said. "I can't wait to read it. My 5 minutes of fame is finally here." Vanessa said, "You mean 15. Luke looked at her. "What?" "The fame, Luke," she said dryly. "It's not 5 minutes, it's 15. Luke's smile faltered, and Molly hoped they weren't going to start arguing. Lamar Aldridge walked over and peeked into her tote bag. At 74, He was the oldest member of the club, a retired accountant and a widower. Molly had thought he would be an easy interview, and it had gone along all right until she asked to take his photograph. He insisted on choosing the one she would use for the article, and it took over an hour to get the shot he wanted.
"I hope you used the photograph I approved," he said.
Molly stifled a sigh. "Of course I did," she said. Rita cleared her throat. "Ladies, gentlemen, I know everyone's anxious to read Molly's article, but let's eat dinner first. Molly can pass the magazine out at the start of the meeting." "Good idea," Eliza Garrett said. "We've got so much food, everyone takes seconds, or Rita's going to send it home in doggy bags." Lamar said,
"Better not tell the dogs."
"Good one, Lamar," Eliza said. She was the youngest member of the club at 29 and had taken to the goth subculture after her husband Johnny had died in an accident. Tonight's outfit was a short black tulle skirt, black frilly blouse, and black leggings. Her hair was dyed black, and she wore heavy black eyeliner, black nail polish, and black lipstick. When Molly had first met her, she thought the goth look was an odd choice for a woman who collected reborn dolls. These were dolls so realistic, people often mistook them for real babies. Dressed in blues and pinks, in sweet little dresses and onesies, they were the exact opposite of Eliza's dark and moody vibe. Eliza handed her a plate, and at the same time took the tote bag from her hand. "I'll bring this to the living room. We always eat on trays." "Thanks," Molly said. A swinging door from the kitchen opened, and Sierra Davis walked into the dining room carrying a pan of cornbread. When she saw Molly, she said, "I hope you're hungry." During Sierra's interview, Molly learned she was well known in the world of collectible dolls, not only as a dealer in rare antiques, but as an expert in haunted dolls. Molly thought this was a perfect detail for her article, since it would catch a reader's attention. Sierra had told Molly people from all over the world sent haunted dolls to her, either to sell on commission or to get rid of, because they were misbehaving or scaring them. Without any empirical evidence to go by, Molly wasn't sure she believed in haunted dolls, but she did think it was a clever marketing gimmick. Sierra set the pan down next to a crock pot. "You'll be happy to know," she told Molly, "I found a lovely Chatty Cathy doll for you." Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. "What?" "You told me you had a Chatty Cathy doll when you were a little girl, but you didn't know what happened to it. Well, I found one for you." Molly didn't know what to say. How could she tell her she didn't want a Chatty Cathy doll when everyone was looking at her and nodding their approval? Sierra went on. "You're going to love her. She's a 1960 Mattel in excellent condition. She's even wearing her original red velvet and lace dress." "Wonderful," Molly said, pretending to be excited. "Normally, I'd ask $260 for her," Sierra said. "But for you, I'll part with her for $200. Molly couldn't believe it. She was going to have to pay $200 for a doll she didn't want? "Come by the shop tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. She wanted to tell Sierra to sell the doll to someone else, but suddenly heard her mother's voice in her head. "Being polite sometimes means you have to choose your words carefully." "I'll be there at 10, Molly said. Luke took the lid off the crock pot. "Molly, you have to try Sierra's chili," he said. She could smell the aroma of spices wafting out of it and thought it smelled divine. "I guarantee you're going to love it." Vanessa snorted. "It gives me heartburn." Luke frowned. "Well, no one is forcing you to eat it," he said. Molly stifled another sigh. Trying to ignore them, she spooned chili onto her plate and sprinkled vinaigrette dressing on her salad. As she cut a slice of cornbread out of the pan, she saw Lamar waving at her from the sideboard, where a bar had been set up. "What would you like to drink, Molly? We have red or white wine, root beer, Coke and Diet Coke, or Sprite. Or, if you're a whiskey aficionado like myself, I'll share the bottle of Jameson Irish whiskey Rita so generously bought for me." He winked. "She does like to spoil me." "I'll have a glass of red wine," Molly said. Lamar poured her a glass. "Allow me to escort you to your folding tray," he said. The living room appeared exactly the same as it had on the day Molly interviewed Rita and Eliza. It was a dreary room, without a single rug, painting, or even any color on the walls. The furniture was upholstered in a scratchy brown tweedy fabric, which reminded Molly of something her grandmother had when she was a little girl. A large brick fireplace took up most of one wall, but it wasn't lit, which was a shame, because the house was cold. A row of little dolls dressed like princesses was lined up on the mantel, and Molly knew these belonged to Rita's eclectic collection of dolls. Lamar set up a tray for her, and she sat on the couch. Luke and Vanessa came over and joined her, sitting on either side of her like bookends, which seemed preferable to them sitting together at the risk of getting into a fight. Rita and Sierra took a matching love seat, and Eliza plopped into an oversized chair that looked like a cat had once used it as a scratching post.
"Eliza,"
Lamar said, unfolding his napkin.
"Is there any word from Miranda?"
"Not yet," Eliza said. "I left her a voicemail around 4 to let her know her 5 o'clock at Ringer's canceled, but she hasn't called back." Miranda Perry owned Perry Realty, and Eliza worked for her as a general assistant and bookkeeper. "She doesn't always check her phone." Lamar glanced at his watch.
"Well, it's almost 6:30. Perhaps you should call her."
"I will, after I eat," Eliza said. Sierra said, "Please stop talking about her. She's like the devil. Say her name and she appears." Lamar frowned.
"Is it really necessary to talk about her that way?"
"Yes, Lamar, it is," Sierra said. "And if you don't like the way I'm talking about her, tell her to stop harassing me about Emma, and I'll try to be nicer." Lamar shook his head.
"I'm tired of all the fighting going on lately."
"Me too," Sierra said. "If you want peace and tranquility, tell Miranda to shut up and mind her own business. Not that it would do any good, of course. Everyone knows she loves to argue, and she never backs down. Isn't that right, Eliza?"
"Yeah, I guess,"
Eliza said, spearing a tomato with her fork. "Honestly, I don't know how you've worked for her for so long," Sierra said. "What's it been, 6 years?"
5,
Eliza said. "Well, you couldn't pay me enough money."
"She's not so bad once you get used to her,"
Eliza said. Molly asked, "Who's Emma, and why is she harassing you about her?" "Emma's my mother's doll," Sierra said. "I thought I showed her to you at the shop. She's the German bisque, in the white and gold dress and bonnet." "Oh, right, I remember Emma," Molly said. The doll had to be around 80 years old, but it was in such good condition it looked almost new. Only its clothing dated it. "Miranda's been on the warpath to buy her," Sierra said. "She's mad at me because I refuse." Luke turned to Molly.
"It's all my fault," he said. "When Sierra and I were kids, she made up these scary stories about Emma, and I made the mistake of telling Miranda about them. Now she's convinced if she owns Emma, the doll will work some kind of magic spell on her soon-to-be ex-husband and she'll get what she wants in their divorce settlement."
Molly looked at Sierra. "She thinks Emma's one of your haunted dolls?" "Yes, and it doesn't matter how many times I tell her Emma isn't haunted, she won't believe me," Sierra sighed. "Luke's right. It is his fault. She never even noticed Emma until he told her about those stories." Before Molly could ask about them, headlights came down the driveway, and upstairs the dogs started to bark. Rita went to the front door and yelled up the stairs to the dogs to be quiet, and they stopped mid-bark. Vanessa said to Molly, "Miranda doesn't like dogs. That's why Rita keeps them upstairs. Do you like dogs?" "Yes, I do," Molly said. "But I have 2 cats, and they're scared of them." On the other side of her, Luke said, "Rita's always looking for homes for her rescues. Don't be surprised if she tries to pawn one off on you. We got talked into buying a dog from her 2 years ago." "We didn't get talked into buying Buster," Vanessa said, leaning around Molly to talk to him. "As usual, you couldn't say no. Now I'm stuck taking care of him because you moved out and can't be bothered."
"I told you I'd take him," Luke said. "If you want me to, I'll pick him up tomorrow."
Oh, brother, Molly thought. Here we go again, and I'm stuck in the middle. The front door opened, and Miranda came in on a swirl of snow flurries and a blast of cold air. Molly hoped the snowstorm would hold off until after she got home. They were predicting 5 inches, starting around 9, but sometimes the weather forecasters were off. Tossing off her red wool cape to Rita like she was her servant, Miranda pranced into the living room on 6-inch high heels. How she managed to wear them and not sink into the snow or slip on the pavement was anybody's guess. She was in her mid-60s but kept herself fit, and with her sharp cheekbones and tight skin hinting at cosmetic surgery, she looked 10 years younger. Tonight she was dressed in a trim blue pantsuit, and her highlighted blonde hair was loose around her shoulders. "There you are," Miranda said to Eliza. She stood in front of her with her hands on her hips. "I should fire you. I waited at Ringer's for over an hour before I got your voicemail. Why didn't you call me sooner?" "I left the message around 4 o'clock, Eliza said. "If you'd take the trouble to check your phone once in a while, you would have known sooner." "I don't believe you." "Look at your phone. I'm not making it up." Miranda rummaged around in her large coach bag and plucked out an iPhone. She looked at the screen, and her mouth turned down. "There's something wrong with my phone," she said. "The message was late." Eliza held out her hand. "Give it to me. Let me see." "No," Miranda said, throwing her phone back in her bag. "I suppose it's the phone's fault, as usual," Eliza grumbled. Miranda tossed her hair back from her shoulders. "Get me something to eat," she said. "I'm tired from all that waiting around at Ringer's." Molly was taken aback by her nasty tone, but it didn't faze Eliza. She set her knife and fork down and went off to the dining room to do Miranda's bidding. Miranda took her chair, and then had the nerve to call after her, "And get me a Diet Coke while you're at it." Luke set his tray aside. "I'll help her," he said in a dull voice, as if he was bored with Miranda and the drama she felt entitled to. Molly noticed Vanessa's hawk-like eyes followed him all the way to the dining room. Miranda turned to Molly. She smiled, and her straight white teeth were so polished they were almost blinding. "Has the article come out?" "It will be on the newsstands in 2 days," Molly said. "I have advance copies, and I'll pass them out when the meeting starts." "I've told everyone I know to buy it," Miranda said. "I'm so excited to be the lead story." Molly stared at her. "I told you when we got together for the interview I'd be leading with Rita." Miranda had demanded Molly put her first in the lineup, but she'd held firm. "I thought I made that perfectly clear." "I thought you were joking," Miranda said. "Why would you make Rita the lead story when you have me?" She shook her head. "Really, Molly, you've made a big mistake. Everyone knows I'm the most interesting and successful person in this club. Your readers are going to fall asleep when they start reading about boring Rita." Sierra said, "You're the only one in this room, or anyone else for that matter, who thinks you're the most interesting person in the world." Miranda's eyes narrowed. "Oh, shut up, Sierra." "You shut up," Sierra said. Rita sighed. "Ladies, please, no arguing tonight. We have a guest." Miranda sneered at Sierra. "Did your mother tell you I stopped by Piney Grove a couple of weeks ago to see her?" Sierra was furious. "You spoke to my mother?" "Yes, and Gavin the pit bull boyfriend wasn't there to stop me." "Shocking, I know." Vanessa said, "Luke's father is not her boyfriend." "You need to rethink that, dearie," Miranda said. "It's obvious to anyone with eyes in their head he's besotted." Sierra pointed her knife at her. "Were you pressuring her to sell Emma? How many times do I have to tell you the answer is no?" "Oh, stop harping about it," Miranda said, waving a bejeweled hand. "I didn't have any luck convincing her to sell. Seems she's as stubborn and stupid as you are. I don't understand what the big deal is. Emma's gathering dust in your shop. Why not make some money off her?" "Emma is not gathering dust," Sierra said between gritted teeth. "And for the 100th time, she's not for sale." Rita sighed deeply. "Will you two please stop arguing?" Sierra got up so fast she almost knocked over her tray table. "I need a glass of wine," she said, and strode off to the dining room. Miranda called out after her, "Hey, while you're in there, sweetie, would you mind asking Eliza and Luke where my dinner is? Honestly, what are they doing in there? Making it from scratch?" After Molly had interviewed Miranda, she'd come to the conclusion she was one of the bossiest and bitchiest women she'd ever met. but seeing her in action with her fellow doll club members was truly astounding.
"We're here. You don't have to shout,"
Luke said as he and Eliza returned. When he noticed Miranda had taken Eliza's seat, he shook his head. "What?" Miranda asked innocently. "It's the best chair of the bunch. Eliza's young, and her young bones can sit somewhere else. Right, Eliza?" Eliza handed her a tall glass of Diet Coke.
"Right,"
she said. Molly was disgusted. Why did they put up with her? She wanted to wipe Miranda's self-satisfied grin off her face. But Eliza found another seat, and Luke returned to the couch while Vanessa watched him with her steely gaze, and Sierra came back with her wine. Everyone ignored Miranda as they ate. When Molly took a bite of Sierra's chili, her mouth felt like it was on fire. The chili was delicious, but Vanessa hadn't been exaggerating about the spices. It was so hot and spicy, she knew the minute she got home she'd be raiding the medicine cabinet for the Tums bottle. Lamar was the first to break the silence.
"Molly, I realize I know very little about you, other than you're a writer for Collectors Weekly. I couldn't help but notice your lovely accent. Where are you from originally?"
"North Carolina," Molly said. "I moved to Vermont last summer with my mother and my husband Matt. He's doing his medical residency at the UVMC.
"Ah, yes, the former Fletcher Allen," Lamar said. "I much preferred the old name. Vanessa, do you know Molly's husband?"
Vanessa was a nurse at the University of Vermont Medical Center. Matt had told Molly her coworkers called her General behind her back because she was always giving them orders. "We haven't worked together yet," Vanessa said. "But I know who he is."
Luke said, "I don't know much about you either, I'm ashamed to say. Where do you live?"
"Downtown. We're renting a house that belongs to my mother's boyfriend, Sean Murphy. He owns Treasure Trove."
"I love his antique shop,"
Luke said. Vanessa said, "I think the dealers ask too much for their antiques." Molly wanted to say she didn't care what she thought. Sean's antique store was known for its high-end merchandise, and if she didn't like paying higher prices for quality, she didn't have to shop there. But of course she would never say it out loud. It wasn't always easy to be polite, but her mother had raised her to respect other people, even when they didn't respect you. "Sean bought the house when he first moved to Burlington," Molly said. "He renovated it, but decided to rent it out, because there was another house he wanted to buy. It suits us perfectly. It has an in-law apartment over the garage, and my mother lives there. We love the location. We can walk to all the shops and restaurants." Miranda said, "You shouldn't rent. You're throwing your money away." Molly noticed a bead of sweat had broken out on her forehead, which was odd, considering how cold the room was. "I would never live with my mother," she went on. "If she was still alive, that is. She was always sticking her nose into my business. She disapproved of my boyfriends and my lifestyle." Rita said, "I think it's nice Molly wants to have her mother live with her." "It's not nice, it's weird," Miranda said. "She's a grown woman. Tell Mommy Dearest to get her own place. Better yet, Molly, ditch the hubby and live alone. Life is so much easier when you don't have to take care of a man. Who made them king of the earth anyway?" She finished her Diet Coke and set the empty glass down on the tray. "I only married Trent for his money," she said, shocking Molly. "Now I'm having the worst time getting him to pay up. You'd think he'd be happy to get rid of me."
"Amen to that," Sierra murmured.
"I heard that," Miranda snapped. "You're just jealous because men like me. What are you, 41, 42? And you're still single. Tell me, when's the last time you had a date?" Sierra glared at her. Lamar cleared his throat.
"Sierra, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but your chili is fabulous."
Molly saw Rita shoot him a grateful look for changing the subject.
"I wish you'd share the recipe with us."
"I've told you before," Sierra said. "I promised my mother I'd keep it a secret."
"Surely she wouldn't mind."
"Surely she would," Sierra said. Miranda snorted. "Give it up, Lamar. Sierra and her mother never give in." Rita said, "Well, it looks like everyone's done eating dinner. We should have dessert, and then Molly can hand out the magazines, and we'll read her article before we start the meeting." Lamar said,
I saw a chocolate cake. Who made it?
I did, Rita said. It's a chocolate cherry cake. As Molly got up, she noticed Miranda hadn't eaten much of her dinner and was pushing her food around with her fork. On her way past her, she stopped and asked, "Are you feeling all right?" "My stomach's a little unsettled, that's all," Miranda said, even as her face paled. In the dining room, Molly got in line behind Rita. "I don't think Miranda's feeling well," she said. "It could be the weather's to blame," Rita said, taking one of the chocolate chip cookies. "It gets dark so early in the winter, and I've read about how lack of sunshine can affect our moods. It's called seasonal affective disorder. A lot of people get depressed without enough natural light and sunshine." "She's not depressed, Rita. She's breaking out in a sweat, and she looks pale." Rita frowned. "I hope whatever she's got isn't catching." Molly cut a piece of chocolate cake for herself, and when she returned to the living room, she saw Luke kneeling next to Miranda. "You should go home and get some rest," he told her. Miranda smiled weakly at him. "I think I have that stomach bug that's going around." Lamar came over and said, "You shouldn't drive if you're not feeling well. I'd be happy to take you home." "Don't be ridiculous," Luke said. "You live on the other side of town. I live closer. I'll do it." Vanessa glared from the couch. "Why don't you let Lamar drive her home? He doesn't mind." Luke ignored her and helped Miranda to her feet. Rita went with them to the foyer, put Miranda's cape on her, and opened the door. "Feel better soon," Rita said. As the cold air swirled into the house, nipping at her ankles, Molly ate her cake and watched Luke and Miranda go out. The cake was a dark chocolate baked with cherries, with a chocolate ganache frosting that melted in her mouth. She hoped Rita wasn't guarding her recipe the way Sierra's mother seemed to guard her chili recipe. Turning to look out the window, she saw Luke buckle Miranda into the passenger seat of his red BMW. As soon as they drove away, Vanessa stood up and said, "I'm leaving." "What?" Rita looked surprised. "Why?" "Luke won't be coming back tonight, which means we're short 2 members. We should reschedule." "But you haven't finished your dessert, and we really need to talk about renting a booth at the spring fair in April," Rita said. "I've lost my appetite, and talking about the fair can wait," Vanessa said. Molly couldn't figure out if she was angry or sad. Her sour lemon look was so hard to read. "I'll be happy to host the meeting at my house next Tuesday." "Please don't go," Rita said. "Sorry, Rita, but I can't stay any longer. Send an email to everyone, tell them it's at my house next week." She turned to Molly. "May I have my copy of the magazine?" "Oh, of course," Molly said. She took a stack of magazines out of her tote. "The article's on page 24. Will you be seeing Luke before next Tuesday? I forgot to give him his, and it would help if you could give it to him." "I'll see him Monday night at our counseling session," Vanessa said, putting her hand out. "Give them both to me." She took 2 magazines and walked off to the foyer to get her coat. Sierra set her tray aside. "I'm leaving too. Next Tuesday works for me." Rita looked stunned. "Why is everyone leaving?" Lamar said, "If Sierra's going, we're short a quorum. I'll finish my cake before I go. Molly, could I have a copy of the magazine?" Molly gave it to him, knowing he would immediately turn to his page to check his photograph. "Oh, no," he said. "This isn't right." He looked at her. "I'm not happy about this, Molly." He held the offending page up for everyone to see. "You used the wrong picture. Can you change it?" "No, I can't," Molly said. "And I used the one we agreed on." He shook his head. "It can't be. The angle is all wrong." "Lamar, trust me. It's the photograph you approved." Eliza licked her fork clean. "I don't see what the fuss is all about," she said. "I think you look quite debonair, Lamar." "I agree with Eliza," Rita said. "You look very handsome." "It's not the right photograph," he whined. "I like the way Molly captured your toy collection," Rita said. "It's well displayed on the table behind you. I can see your box of 1928 agate marbles, and the 1870 Dolly Madison China doll, and your Batman action figures. What more do you want?" Lamar's jaw clenched.
I want the photograph we agreed on. He turned to Molly. I told you my right side isn't my best side.
You told me your left side wasn't your best side. You chose this photograph.
I'm sure I did no such thing, he said. I wouldn't have picked a photograph where I looked so old.
Eliza laughed.
For God's sake, Lamar, who do you think you are, Brad Pitt?
His mouth turned down.
I'm not happy about this.
Rita flipped through the pages. Molly, I think you've done a first-rate job. I can't wait to read the article.
Thank you, Molly said.
It's been fun getting to know all of you.
It's also been frustrating, she thought.
I'll help you clean up before I go.
Eliza and I are quite capable of cleaning up, Rita said. But would you like to take some leftovers?
I'd love to, Molly said.
Lamar and Sierra also waited around for leftovers, but Vanessa took off without another word. When Molly got outside, she found her car covered in an inch of snow and saw Sierra was already busy brushing it off of hers. She smiled at Molly and said,
Don't forget tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Chatty Cathy will be ready to go home.
Chapter 2. Molly drove slowly and carefully as the snow came down faster by the minute and visibility decreased. It was hard enough driving in the dark on back roads when the weather was fine, but in a snowstorm it was almost impossible to see anything. By the time she reached the main road, her knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. It wasn't until she turned onto her street in downtown Burlington and the 1920s brick Tudor house came into view that she felt herself relax. The house was beautiful and homey and had everything they needed. 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, a separate office, and an open-concept gourmet kitchen with a sunny dining room and great room. And, of course, the in-law suite over the garage. Parking the car in the garage, she took her tote bag inside and set it on the floor in the mudroom. It was a large space with built-ins and a wooden peg rack for coats. She sat on the antique Windsor bench she'd bought in North Carolina before they'd moved and took off her boots. As she stood up, her mother appeared in the doorway.
I didn't expect you for at least another hour, Clara said.
Did you come home early because of the snow?
No, the meeting was canceled because of inclement club members, Molly said.
But I've got leftovers.
She held up the bag Rita had packed for her.
Is Sean here?
No, he had dinner here and went home about a half hour ago, Clara said. I'm boiling water for tea. Would you like some?
Yes, please, Molly said. She joined her mother in the bright white kitchen and set the bag down on the granite countertop. Rita made chocolate cherry cake and sent me home with half of it. Do you want a piece?
I'd love some.
Clara took 2 plates out of the cabinet.
Cut me a big slice, she said. I had a salad for dinner and now I'm starving.
Molly cut 2 pieces of cake and set the plates on the table. The kettle whistled, and Clara poured boiling water into 2 mugs.
So, tell me about the meeting that never happened, she said.
Where do I start? Molly chose a chamomile tea bag from their tea chest. Miranda showed up late and immediately got into an argument with Eliza and Vanessa. She put the tea bag into the hot water. Then she didn't feel well, and Luke took her home, which made Vanessa mad, and she left right after they did. Then Sierra bailed, and without 4 people for a quorum, the meeting was rescheduled for next week.
Did they read the article before they left?
No, because Rita insisted we eat first, then read the article before the meeting. No one had a chance. I passed them out before they went home. Rita said she'll give Miranda her copy when she picks up her car. Molly sipped her tea. Lamar told me he hates his photograph.
Oh, good grief,
Clara said.
What an incorrigible man.
Clara knew all about Lamar and the rest of the Forget-Me-Not Doll Club members. As a former antique shop owner and dealer in Southern folk art pottery, she'd been in the antiquing world a long time, and Molly often used her as a sounding board when she was writing her articles.
He isn't the only incorrigible member, Molly said.
Miranda and Sierra seem to have an ongoing argument about an antique doll Sierra owns. Miranda wants it, and Sierra won't sell.
Oh, the drama, Clara said, sipping her tea.
What's so special about the doll? Miranda thinks it's haunted, and that if she owns it, the doll will somehow be able to get her a good divorce settlement.
You've got to be joking.
I wish, Molly said. You should have seen how mad Sierra was when Miranda told her she went to see her mother. She was trying to convince her to sell the doll, but I guess she told her to take a hike. She ate some cake and sipped her tea. Her mother lives at Piney Grove. Isn't that an assisted living facility?
I believe it is, Clara said.
I can't get over how rude and nasty Miranda is, Molly said.
You got a glimpse of it when you interviewed her.
Yeah, but nothing like tonight, Molly said.
Hey, do you know what happened to my Chatty Cathy doll? I'm not sure. I probably donated it to the Salvation Army years ago. Why do you ask?
Because I made the mistake of mentioning it to Sierra, and now she's gone and found me another one. She's selling it to me for the discounted price of $200, and I don't even want it.
Clara laughed. Honestly, Molly, if you don't want the doll, just tell her. I'm sure she'll have no trouble finding a buyer.
I can't, Molly said. I already told her I'd stop by in the morning and pick it up. I don't want to appear ungrateful.
Well, don't fret. Maybe you'll have a daughter someday and you can give the doll to her.
With my luck, this Chatty Cathy will be one of Sierra's haunted dolls. It'll talk nonstop and I'll never be able to shut it up.
Clara finished her cake. Do you remember Lottie Hastings?
She was an antique dealer in Durham, Molly said. You used to take me to her shop when I was a little girl.
Well, she had an odd experience with a doll. She bought it at an antique store for $1 and was going to repair its dress and wig and resell the doll at her shop. But after she got it home, strange things started to happen. Lights with new bulbs flickered, and she kept hearing someone knocking on the door, but when she answered, no one was there. She thought the doll was haunted.
What did she do?
She sold it to a dealer like Sierra, who specialized in haunted dolls. The dealer told her to be careful taking antique dolls home. She believed it was possible the older the doll, the more negative energy it could have associated with it.
Do you think it was haunted?
I believe the universe is a strange and mysterious place, Clara said. But I also know Lottie had a tendency to exaggerate, and flickering lights and knocking on doors could be explained away as faulty wiring and kids in the neighborhood giving her a hard time.
Molly smiled. It would take more to convince me, too, she said. Do you want to go with me when I pick up the doll tomorrow morning? You could see Sierra's haunted dolls for yourself.
I'd love to, Clara said. I want to meet her and see her shop.
Are you sure Sean can spare you at Treasure Trove?
Clara looked at her. Do I detect a note of disapproval in your voice?
Molly licked her fork clean. I know he's your boyfriend and you're crazy about him, but doesn't it bother you that you go to Treasure Trove almost every day and he doesn't pay you?
He offered to pay me, Clara said. I declined the offer.
Why?
I enjoy having the freedom to work at Treasure Trove when I want to. I'm under no obligation to be there every day or for any specified set of hours.
Clara finished her tea and smiled at Molly.
I'm glad you brought Sean up. I've been meaning to talk to you about him.
Uh-oh. Are you breaking up with him?
Clara laughed. Gracious, no. He's asked me to marry him.
Molly stared at her. Oh, my God. Why didn't you tell me?
I'm telling you now, Clara said. He asked me yesterday.
Molly jumped out of her chair and hugged her mother.
I'm so happy for you. This is wonderful news. Don't get too excited. I haven't accepted yet. I wanted to discuss it with you and Matt first.
Molly sat back down. What's there to discuss? You love each other, and he's perfect for you.
Is he? He's so different from the other men I've dated.
That's the understatement of the year, Molly said and laughed. Instead of your usual bookish, pressed slacks, button-downed man, he's a bear of a guy who rides a Harley, likes faded jeans and flannel shirts, and has a thick beard. And whenever you see him, you light up. He makes you laugh, he's kind, and he owns an antique store. Again, he's perfect for you. Clara smiled.
Well, when you put it that way, I suppose there's nothing else to do but say yes. But I'll be honest, I'm nervous. I was only married to your father for 6 months. I don't have a good track record when it comes to marriage.
Take your own advice, Molly said.
Which is? A few days before I married Matt, I was freaking out, and you told me to think about what my life would be like without him. What I imagined made me run into his arms and thank God for him. Take your own advice. Think about what your life would be like without Sean." "I don't have to imagine it," Clara said. "I know it would be a lonelier place, and I'd be miserable." "You love him." "With all my heart." "Then say yes," Molly said. "There are no guarantees in life, but if you love him, take the chance and believe it will work." Clara touched her cheek. "My wise daughter, when did you become so philosophical?" "It's an ongoing process," Molly said, smiling. "Would you mind if it was a destination wedding?" "Of course not. Where do you want to go?" "Las Vegas," Clara said. "There's a wedding package at the Paris Chapel that looks stunning. I'd love to say our vows on the Eiffel Tower." "You do realize it's not really Paris," Molly said. "It's close enough," Clara said. Chapter 3. The next morning, Molly got out of bed and tiptoed to the bathroom to brush her teeth and shower. She dressed in jeans and a pink LL Bean pullover fleece, and standing in front of the full-length mirror, ran a comb through her shoulder-length brown hair. When she saw Matt in the mirror, she smiled. He came over and hugged her, and she leaned back into his arms. She was 5'8", but only reached the level of his wide shoulders. "Good morning, gorgeous," he said, kissing her neck. "I hope I didn't wake you when I got home last night." "You didn't wake me," she said. "What woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning were all the snow plows. It sounded like General Patton's army was on the march." She turned around and ran her hands through his sandy blonde hair. "What are you doing up? Don't you want to get more sleep?" "I want to have breakfast with you." He put his hands on her curvy hips and looked into her slate gray eyes. "I miss seeing you." "What time do you have to be at the hospital?" "Not until 1 o'clock, he said. "I'll go back to bed after I eat. What are you up to today?" "Mom and I are going over to All Dolled Up." She hadn't had a chance to tell him about the doll club meeting or the Chatty Cathy doll, and quickly told him. "After I pick it up, I'll drop Mom off at Treasure Trove. But first, she has something to tell you." "Did Sean finally propose?" Molly looked at him. "How did you know?" "He told me last week when we were watching football. He wanted to know if you'd approve." "Me?" "Yeah. He was concerned you might be worried he's taking your mother away from you. He knows how close you two are." "That's silly," she said. Or was it, she thought. "What did you tell him?" "I told him you'd be happy for both of them." "Good answer," she said. He nuzzled her neck, and she giggled. "Why do I have the feeling you want something else besides breakfast?" He grinned. "You must be psychic." When they finally went downstairs, they found Clara making pancakes. "Is anyone hungry?" she asked. "We both are," Matt said, winking at Molly. They sat at the kitchen table and ate sausages and pancakes with real grade-A Vermont maple syrup, and Clara told Matt her good news. "Congratulations," he said, pretending it was the first time he'd heard about the proposal. "I think Sean is a great guy, and you'll be very happy with him. Have you picked a date?" "Actually, I haven't accepted yet," Clara said. "I'm going to tell him later today." "Well, he'll be thrilled," Matt said, squeezing Molly's hand. "We're both happy for you." Clara looked at Molly. "You're very quiet," she said. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" "Of course," Molly said. "It's just, well, I was thinking about how I've had you to myself since I was a baby, and I've never had to share you with anyone. I'm not going to lie, Ma. I think it might take a little getting used to." "The only thing that will change is my address," Clara said. "We'll still talk every day and see each other all the time." Molly smiled and nodded. She knew her mother's address wouldn't be the only thing to change, but this was her life, wasn't it? It was silly to worry about it. She knew their bond was too strong to break or wither away. When she married Matt, Clara had to let her go, and it was time for her to do the same. She had to give her mother the same freedom to start a new life with Sean as her mother had given her. After breakfast, Matt went back upstairs to sleep, and Molly and Clara drove to All Dolled Up. The sky was a cloudless blue, and the sun was shining, but it was all a tease. According to the car's external thermometer, it was only 19 degrees outside. Sierra's shop was in South Burlington on a dead-end road off Route 7, and when they got there, the plowed parking lot was empty. "Great. We're 10 minutes late and she's not here," Molly said. "She specifically said 10 o'clock. "Maybe she had car trouble, or her street wasn't plowed," Clara said. "Or someone could have given her a ride to work, and she's inside. I don't see any lights on. Go and check." "Oh, all right," Molly huffed. She left the engine running and got out of the car. The wind stung her cheeks as she walked to the front door, and as she neared it, she noticed glass on the doormat. One of the glass panes in the door was broken. Molly went back to her car. "I think someone broke into the store," she said. "Too bad the snowplow was already here. If they'd robbed the place after the storm, they would have left tire tracks. I'll call Sierra and let her know." She had all of the phone numbers for the members of the Forget-Me-Not Doll Club, so it only took a moment to place the call. When Sierra picked up, she was apologetic. "Molly, I'm so sorry. I'm running late this morning. Are you at the shop?" "Yes, I'm here with my mother." She paused. "I hate to be the one to tell you this, but it looks like your shop was broken into." "Are you sure?" "The glass on the door is broken." "Oh, no, I'm leaving right now. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Can you wait?" "We'll be here," Molly said and hung up. "She's on her way." "Should we call the police?" "No, this is Sierra's problem. She can make the call." When Sierra arrived, Molly introduced her to her mother. "It's nice to meet you," Sierra said. "I apologize for being late. Let's see the door." Molly pointed out the broken glass, and Sierra sighed. "I really don't need this." She turned the doorknob and the door swung open. "I know I locked it when I closed up last night." Clara asked, "Do you have a security alarm?" "No, it's too expensive." Sierra pushed the door open all the way. "Watch out for broken glass." They went in, and Sierra walked straight to the antique cash register. "I always leave a little cash in the drawer in case I get robbed," she said. "Gavin calls it mugger money. He says it's better to have something a thief can take than risk them getting mad and trashing the place." "Gavin Kearns? Luke's father?" Molly asked. "Yes, he's a co-owner." "Of your store? Why didn't you tell me?" "I guess it never came up," Sierra said, opening the cash drawer. "It's not like he works here or does anything with the shop. He lets me run it." She counted out the bills. "I always leave $50 in the drawer, and it's all here. If they didn't want cash, what did they want?" Clara said, "You sell dolls. Are any of them missing?" Sierra's eyes widened. "Oh, God." She went around the counter and stood in front of a shelf of American Girl dolls. "I know I put Emma here last night, and she's gone." Her eyes narrowed. "I know who did this. It was Miranda." "Miranda, who was feeling unwell last night?" "She probably wasn't sick," Sierra said. "It was all a ruse to steal Emma. After Luke dropped her off at home, she probably came here and took her." "I don't think she was faking it," Molly said. "Besides, she left her car at Rita's." "She left her Mercedes, but she has a Porsche she keeps in her garage. She could have driven it here." Sierra headed for the door. "I'm going to see her right now and demand she give Emma back to me." "Hold on," Molly said. "If you really think she stole your doll, you should call the police and report a robbery." Sierra frowned. "I don't want to get her in trouble," she said. "If she gives Emma back to me, I'll forget it ever happened." "I saw how angry you were at her last night," Molly said. "It's not a good idea to confront someone when you're angry." Sierra blew her breath out. "All right. If it makes you feel any better, why don't you come with me and make sure I don't do something I'll later regret?" Molly kicked herself. She'd walked right into that one. The last thing she wanted to do was get involved in Sierra's fight with Miranda. She was about to tell her to go on her own when Clara said, "Molly, I think you should go with her. If Miranda has the doll, you can help her work out its return. I'll stay here and watch the store." Sierra looked pleased. "Thank you, Clara." Molly stared at her mother in disbelief. Why was she putting her in this position? "All right, but I have one condition," Molly said.
If Miranda says she doesn't have the doll, you leave without any argument. If you still think she's lying, you call the police and report a theft."
"Okay, I agree," Sierra said and smiled.
"I'll drive."
Miranda lived 10 minutes from Sierra's store in a community of colonial-style homes. The house was set back from the road for privacy, and the plot was divided by thick clusters of pine trees covered with snow. The driveway was long and sloped to the house, but it was plowed, and they had no trouble getting down it. Sierra parked in front of a 3-car garage, and before Molly could even unbuckle her seatbelt, she was out of the car and running up the path to the front door. By the time Molly caught up to her, she'd already pressed the doorbell a half-dozen times. "She's not answering," Sierra said. "She probably saw us drive up." She bent down and upended a decorative planter. "Ta-da!" she said, producing a key.
"Miranda keeps a key under her planter?"
Molly was shocked.
"I didn't think anyone did that anymore. How did you know it was there?"
"When Miranda and Trent bought the house, he got a big fish tank. She asked us at the club meeting if we'd feed the fish when they were traveling. We agreed to take turns, and they put the key here." Sierra smiled. "Don't look so surprised, Molly. Miranda actually made it worth our while. She threw a party as a thank you. She's got an in-ground pool out back and hired a caterer and a DJ."
"And here I thought she wasn't a nice person," Molly said with sarcasm. "You called her the devil last night."
"Yeah, well, she kind of is, but even the devil can pretend to be nice. Anyway, I'm glad the key is still here, since Trent took the fish when he moved out."
"You can't go in," Molly said.
Sierra stopped with the key half into the lock.
"You can get in trouble for this, since Miranda hasn't invited you inside. Did you try calling her?"
"No." Sierra frowned and took out her phone.
"She probably won't answer."
She dialed the number and tapped her foot.
"It's going to voicemail," she said and hung up.
Molly pointed to a security company's sticker on the window.
"She has an alarm. Do you have the code?"
"Yes, and knowing Miranda, she hasn't changed that either, so move aside, Molly." Molly stepped back. There was no point arguing with Sierra. She was determined to go in, and nothing she said was going to stop her. When she opened the door, Molly expected to hear the alarm sound, but they were met by silence. The marble foyer had a sweeping staircase and a large crystal chandelier hanging from the 2-story ceiling. There was a formal dining room to Molly's right, and a formal living room to her left. She'd interviewed Miranda in the living room, and when she'd complimented her on the decor, was told a decorator from Ethan Allen had decorated the entire house. Sierra kicked off her snowy boots, and Molly slipped hers off. The house was still and quiet, and it didn't feel like anyone was home. Sierra noticed it too. "Maybe she really was sick last night," she said. "She could be upstairs sleeping. Her bedroom's at the end of the hall. Let's check on her. Then I can't get in trouble for coming in uninvited, right? Isn't this like a wellness check or something?"
"Yeah, or something,"
Molly said.
At least it was a convenient excuse to go upstairs. At the top of the landing, Molly paused to look into Miranda's doll room. Her Barbie doll collection was showcased on rows of shelves and a brand-new curio cabinet, like objects of art. Miranda had told her she'd been collecting Barbies since she was 10 years old and was especially proud of her original Barbie dolls, made in 1959 and 1960, Barbie doll number 1 to Barbie doll number 4. Her favorite was a unique strawberry blonde Barbie dressed in a zebra bathing suit. A photograph of her holding the zebra-clad Barbie was used for her page in the article. Sierra, however, wasn't interested in Miranda's Barbie dolls. She was almost to the closed door at the end of the hallway, and Molly had to hurry to catch up with her. When she reached the door, the hair on the back of her neck instantly went up. Sierra put her hand out to open the door, but Molly said, "Wait, don't open it."
"Why not?"
"I have a bad feeling about this. Something's wrong. Let's go downstairs and call Luke, and make sure he actually brought her home last night."
Sierra looked at her. "You know about Luke and Miranda?"
Molly was confused. "I meant, maybe he took her to the hospital. What are you talking about?"
"Oh, I thought you must have found out, when you were interviewing them, about the fling."
"Fling? Do you mean Luke and Miranda had an affair?"
I don't think it was technically an affair, since it was after he left Vanessa. It really was more like a fling, since it didn't last very long. He broke it off before Christmas. Do you think it's possible Luke and Miranda got back together? Sierra shrugged. I don't know what to think. Luke used to confide in me, but he didn't even tell me about it until it was over. Does Vanessa know? Luke says she doesn't, but who knows? Anyway, it doesn't matter if he took her to the hospital or took her home. She put her hand on the doorknob. She still could have stolen Emma before she came to the meeting, and I'm going in. Chapter 4. Miranda's bedroom was so large, it had a separate sitting area with a fireplace. Beautifully decorated with colonial-era antiques and reproductions, the real showstopper was her king-sized, four-poster Chippendale bed with an elegant needlework canopy. Molly found her in the bed, on her back, with her eyes staring sightless, and the skin around her nose and mouth deathly pale. Checking for a pulse and not finding one, Molly said, "She's dead." "She took Emma!" Molly turned and saw Sierra in the sitting area, standing in front of a chaise lounge, and Emma in the middle of it in a seated position. "I told you she was a thief," she said. "We have to call the police," Molly said. "Okay, but I'm taking Emma home." "Don't touch the doll." Sierra frowned. "Look, I'm sorry Miranda's dead, but Emma belongs to me. I don't see why I shouldn't take her with me. If you touch her, I'll have to tell the police you disturbed evidence at a crime scene." "Crime scene?" Sierra's eyes widened. "You think someone killed her?" "I don't know how she died. The medical examiner will determine the cause of death. Now leave Emma where she is." Sierra moved away from the chaise lounge, and Molly dialed 911. She told the dispatcher Miranda appeared to be dead, and he called for an ambulance. She also asked him to call Detective Lombardi, but he told her she should wait for the ambulance. "I'll do it myself," Molly said, and hung up on him. Detective Anthony "Tony" Lombardi was a detective with the Burlington Police, and her friend. She'd gotten to know him when she was planning her wedding and got drawn into a homicide investigation. As soon as Lombardi answered, she told him the situation. When she finished, he said, "Hold the line. I'll let dispatch know I'm heading over." He was gone a few minutes, and when he came back, he said, "I'm in my car, and should be there in about 10 or 15 minutes. If a patrol cop or the ambulance gets there first, take them to her and tell them I'm on the way." "Okay, see you soon," she said. She put her phone in her purse and realized Sierra had left the room. At least she hadn't taken Emma with her. When she got downstairs, she found her sitting on the living room couch with her cell phone in her hand. "Are you making a call?" she asked. "I already did," Sierra said. "I thought Rita should know Miranda was dead." Molly felt her blood start to boil. "What's wrong with you? You shouldn't have told anyone." "Don't get mad at me," Sierra said. "You should be happy I called her. When I told her I wanted to take Emma home, she agreed with you and said I shouldn't touch her or anything else." "I don't care. You shouldn't have called her," Molly said. "Detective Lombardi is on his way." "I hope he'll let me take Emma home, because if you ask me, this is very unfair. Good thing I told Rita to call Luke, because you know he's going to be in the thick of it once they find out he drove Miranda home last night." "Sierra!" "He deserves to know, Molly. He's going to flip out when he hears." "Put your phone away and don't make any more calls." "What about my shop? I have to call someone to fix the door." "Okay, fine, do it. But don't call anyone else." As Sierra made a call to repair the glass, Molly paced the room, stopping occasionally to look out the window and wonder why it was taking so long for everyone to get there. "I found someone to fix the door," Sierra said. "May I call your mother to tell her Franklin Repair is on the way?" "No, I'll call her," Molly said. Their conversation was brief, but Clara's response was exactly as Molly expected. "Miranda is dead? I can't believe this happened to you again," Clara said. "You're a magnet for dead bodies." "Ma, it's not my fault, so please don't give me a hard time," she said, feeling defensive. "Lombardi's on his way. I'll let you know when we're done here." She ended the call as Lombardi's car sped down the driveway, followed by a patrol car and an ambulance. Molly knew the wait time ahead for her and Sierra could be lengthy. Miranda's death would have to be confirmed before Lombardi could call the coroner, and she and Sierra would have to be interviewed. They could be there for hours. When Lombardi came into the living room, Molly heard Sierra suck in her breath. This was a common reaction when women saw Lombardi for the first time. With his jet-black hair, olive-tan complexion, and dreamy brown eyes, he looked like a GQ model. Her friend Jazzy Joyce called him the hunky detective, and she was right. He was hunky and sexy. Molly told him where to find Miranda, and he disappeared upstairs with the emergency techs. As soon as they confirmed Miranda was dead, Lombardi called for the coroner and a crime scene unit. The patrolman stationed himself at the front door, and soon other cops began to arrive, blocking the driveway to keep the media from getting close to the house. By the time Lombardi sat down with Molly and Sierra in the living room, Sierra was the one pacing the floor, and Molly was getting hungry. He had them sit on the couch together and took down Sierra's contact information first. "Molly told me you think Miranda stole your doll," he said. "That's right, I do," Sierra said. "She's been trying to buy Emma for months, but I've told her over and over she's not for sale. Emma was a birthday gift to my mother when she was 8 years old. She's a part of our family. We'll never sell her. Last night, after she got to Rita's, she faked being sick so Luke would drive her home." "Faked being sick? She's upstairs dead in her bed." Sierra was unfazed. "She pretended she couldn't drive, and after Luke left her here, she used her other car to drive to my shop and break in and steal Emma. She thought everyone would think exactly what you're thinking. She was too sick to steal Emma." Lombardi didn't look convinced. "What's Luke's last name?" "Kearns," Sierra said. "Did Luke have a reason to harm Miranda?" "Luke would never hurt her, or anyone else," Sierra said. "I've known him my whole life. He's a good person." "I need his phone number." Molly said, "I have the names and contact information for the doll club members. I'll email it to you. They were all at the meeting last night." "Thanks," he said. "Forward me your article, too." He turned a page in his notebook. "Do you think Miranda was faking being sick?" "No," Molly said. "She was sweating and a little pale, and she mentioned her stomach felt unsettled." He turned back to Sierra. "Why do you think she kept badgering you about the doll, if you'd made it clear it wasn't for sale?" "Because she's relentless," Sierra said. "If she wants something, she won't stop until she gets it. Plus, she got the whole haunted doll thing into her head, and she couldn't let it go, because she's having trouble getting her husband, Trent Sawyer, to give in on her demands for a divorce settlement." Lombardi's eyebrows arched. "Hold on, back up. What haunted doll thing?" Sierra blew her breath out. "Luke told her some scary stories I made up about Emma when we were kids. She believed they were true, and thought Emma had to be a haunted doll." Lombardi glanced at Molly. She could see it in his eyes. He thought Sierra was nuts. Sierra went on. "The harassment was really getting out of hand. She told me last night that she went to see my mother at Piney Grove. My mother isn't well and gets upset easily." "What's wrong with her?" "She has a degenerative disc disease, and on top of that, she suffers from dysarthria, a condition that makes speech difficult. Everyone in the club knows about it. She shouldn't have gone to see her." "Is your mother married?" "No, my father was killed in a car accident." "When was this?" "A long time ago. The 2nd of May, 1976, Sierra said. "Look, I want to take Emma home. Can I do that?" "Sorry, I can't release the doll to you yet," he said. "The crime lab wants to examine it." Sierra looked frantic. "They could damage her." "I'll tell them to handle the doll with special care," he said, turning another page. "Can either of you think of any reason someone in the doll club would want to harm Miranda?" Sierra laughed. "You mean besides me?" "You wanted to harm her?" "I wanted to shut her up about Emma, but I wouldn't kill her," Sierra said. Molly said, "You should know Luke and Miranda dated last year." Sierra stared at her. "Why did you tell him? Now he really will think Luke's got something to do with whatever this is." "He's already in it," Molly said. "He drove her home." Lombardi asked, "How long did they date?" "Not long," Sierra said. I think they started seeing each other last September, after Luke left his wife. He broke up with her before Christmas. He made a note in his notebook.
Let's talk about Miranda's husband. You said his name is Trent Sawyer, and I take it they're separated?
Yeah, that happened around July or August last year, Sierra said. They were only married about 2 years. Miranda kicked him out of the house because she got bored with him.
According to her driver's license, she's 63 years old, he said. Was she married to someone before Trent?
No, Sierra said. She liked playing the field and always dated younger men. Everyone in the club was surprised when she told us she was getting married. It was so unlike her to become domesticated. Someone called down from the second floor.
Detective Lombardi, are you still here? You're needed. I'll be right up, he said.
Can we go now? Sierra asked.
Not yet. Sit tight.
He went upstairs and Sierra sighed. I wish you hadn't told him about Luke and Miranda. I'm not trying to get him in trouble, Molly said. It's better to get it out there in the open and let the police talk to him about it. Sierra frowned and looked out the window and didn't say another word until Lombardi came back 10 minutes later. Can we leave now? She asked.
Yes, he said.
Good. Sierra started to walk past him, but stopped. Those crime lab people better take good care of Emma, she said. Lombardi didn't blink.
I've got your phone number, he said. I'll let you know as soon as they're done with it.
I'm going to hold you personally responsible, Sierra said. If there's even a scratch on her, I'm going to sue you and anybody else I can think of.
Noted, he said. Molly, I need a word alone with you.
Okay, Molly said. I'll be right there, Sierra. As soon as Sierra was out of hearing range, he said,
I've got an antique doll in Miranda's bedroom, which gives me a good excuse to ask Chief Taylor if I can bring you on board as a consultant on this case. Are you interested?
Do you really need my help?
Of course I do, he said. Haunted dolls? Are you kidding me? I'm in way over my head. It also helps you've gotten to know the people in the doll club. I'm going to have to talk to them, and I'd like you to sit in on the interviews.
Does this mean you think Miranda was murdered?
Yes, I do. The coroner says she's got red dots on the whites of her eyes, a sign of suffocation. He'll know more when he does the autopsy, of course, and runs toxicology tests, but he's pretty certain.
I would like to help you, but I'll have to talk to Matt and my mother. You know I promised them after what happened in England that I wouldn't get involved in another murder case.
I know, but this is different. You'd be acting strictly as a consultant, sitting in on interviews, that's all. I promise. You won't be in harm's way.
Well, I suppose I could, if that's all I'm doing, she said.
So it's a yes?
Yes, she said, but even as she said it, her mind was trying to figure out how to break the news to Matt and her mother.
Chapter 5.
When Molly and Sierra returned to All Dolled Up, they found a workman from Franklin Repair replacing the glass on the front door and Clara waiting for them inside the shop. You had a customer, she told Sierra. Mrs. McCarthy. Oh no, I forgot she was going to come by to pick up a doll I'd ordered. I found it behind the counter, Clara said. She paid in cash, and the money's in the cash register. Thank you so much, Clara. You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help. Clara turned to Molly. We need to go, dear. Sean's expecting me, and I'm terribly late. Molly nodded. Sierra, we'll talk later. Remember what Lombardi said about the media. Don't worry, I won't say anything, Sierra said. As they drove away from the shop, Clara asked, What was this about the media? They were camped out on the road outside Miranda's house, and Lombardi asked us not to say anything to them. He still has to notify her husband and doesn't want her death being reported before he has a chance to talk to him. Does he know how she died? Was it an accident? The coroner thinks she was suffocated. Molly! I know, Ma. Don't get your feathers ruffled. It's not like I killed her. I was hoping you were going to tell me she had a heart attack and died a natural death. Did you see any signs of violence? No, nothing. Molly paused. She knew there was no point in dragging out the truth, and she said in a rush, "Lombardi asked me if I'd act as a consultant, because Emma was in the room, and because I've gotten to know the Forget-Me-Not Doll Club members. He wants me to sit in on their interviews and promises it's all I'll be doing." Clara looked at her. "Are you asking my permission?" "I'd like you to feel comfortable with my decision." "Which means you've agreed?" "Yes, I said I would help him." Clara sighed. "I'd love to tell you to walk away and let Lombardi figure this one out on his own, but I know you'll do what you want because you're stubborn, and you don't seem to recognize danger when it's staring you in the face." "I really don't think I'm in any danger sitting in on interviews." "You never think you're going to be harmed, but you've come dangerously close to being killed before." "Lombardi promised I wouldn't—" Clara cut her off. "I know I sound overprotective, but when you have children of your own someday, you'll understand why I worry so much." "Look, Ma, I appreciate your concern, and I promise I'll be careful." They drove in silence for a while, and as they neared downtown, she said, "I'm hungry. Do you have time to stop for lunch, or is Sean anxious for you to get to work?" "He doesn't mind if I'm late," Clara said. I fibbed to Sierra. I was tired of being in her shop. The door was broken, and the cold air was flooding in, and I was starting to lose all feeling in my fingers and toes. Molly grinned. Our hasty departure got me out of buying the Chatty Cathy doll. "No doubt this is a temporary reprieve," Clara said and smiled. Molly was glad to see her smile. She didn't want her mother to be mad at her. "As soon as Sierra realizes you didn't take it with you, she'll be calling and asking you to come back." "Let's forget about it for now and try that new place, What's for Lunch. It's on King Street. I've heard they make great gourmet sandwiches." King Street was crowded with cars, and it was a challenge finding a parking space, but eventually Molly found one near the small sandwich shop. As she locked the doors, she noticed Prestige Cleaners a few doors down. "Luke owns Prestige Cleaners," she told her mother. "He must already know Miranda's dead, since Sierra told Rita to call him. I wonder how he's holding up." "Is Lombardi going to talk to him today?" "Probably. He's the main suspect, after all, since he drove her home last night." They went into the sandwich shop and walked up to the counter. The menu was written on a large chalkboard on the wall, and Molly was impressed by the wide selection of sandwiches available. After reading through it, she decided to order the special of the day, a grilled roast beef and cheddar sandwich with homemade potato chips and creamy coleslaw. Clara chose the chicken ranch sandwich with chicken tenders, lettuce, tomato, and ranch dressing. They were given a number that would be called out when their order was ready. As they sat down at a table for two, Molly heard her phone ring. It was Lombardi, and he got right to the point. "Okay, so here's the deal," he said. "I got permission from Chief Taylor for you to sit in on my doll club member interviews, but that's all you're allowed to do." "Fine with me. Are you still at Miranda's?" "No. I left the scene in the capable hands of a crime scene investigator and the coroner. Right now I'm in my car, heading over to Trent Sawyer's place to tell him his wife is dead. I'm going to ask him where he was between 9 o'clock last night and 2 o'clock this morning. Where are you?" "At that new sandwich shop on King Street. What's for lunch? Mom and I stopped in to get something to eat." "After I talk to Trent, I'm going to talk to Luke. I'd like you to be there." "Prestige Cleaners is right down the street." "Good. I'll let you know when I'm on my way." Molly hung up and put her phone on the table. "Lombardi's going to talk to Trent, and then Luke. He got permission for me to sit in on the interviews, and he wants me there." Clara's reply was a simple nod of her head. Molly knew her mother wasn't thrilled about her helping Lombardi and wished she would stop worrying so much. When their number was called, Molly went to fetch the tray. 20 minutes later, when Lombardi texted to tell her he was a few blocks away, Molly quickly finished her sandwich and Clara slipped on her coat. "I'll walk to Treasure Trove," she said. "Are you sure? The sidewalks could be slippery," Molly said. Merchants were good about shoveling and de-icing, but that didn't mean there weren't slippery ice patches around. The last thing she wanted to happen was for her mother to fall and hurt herself. "I'll be careful," Clara said. She pointed out the window. "There's Lombardi's car. He found a parking space across the street." They went outside and waited for him to cross the street.
"I hope I didn't interrupt your lunch," he said.
"You didn't," Clara said. "You'll have to try it sometime. The food is quite good."
"Thanks for the tip," he said. "Where are you off to?"
"Treasure trove. I'm going to tell Sean I'll marry him." Lombardi's eyes shot up.
"You and Sean are getting hitched?"
Clara nodded.
"That's terrific news."
He gave her a big hug.
"I'm happy for you both."
"Thank you, Tony. I'm looking forward to growing old with Sean," Clara said. "You might want to try it sometime."
"What, growing old?"
Uh-oh, Molly thought. Her mother was at it again. She treated Lombardi like the son she'd never had, always giving him advice about his love life, advice he didn't listen to. "You need to find someone to love and grow old with," Clara said.
"Yeah, well, you know how it is."
He stared at Molly.
"All the good ones are taken."
Clara patted his arm. "Keep looking. Don't give up. I know she's out there somewhere." She turned to Molly. "I'll call you later, dear."
"Make sure Sean buys you a big diamond," Molly said.
"Oh, you know I will," Clara said and laughed as she walked away. When she was out of earshot, Lombardi said,
"Poor Sean. His bank account is plummeting as we speak."
"You only live once. Why not go big on the diamond?"
Maybe because half of marriages fail."
"You're such a cynic," she said.
"You're such an optimist," he said.
Molly stuck her tongue out at him and he laughed.
"Come on, smarty pants. Let's talk to Luke."
"Hold on. First tell me how it went with Trent."
"He already heard Miranda was dead. The blasted news media couldn't wait to report it. They're even saying her death is suspicious."
"Did Trent say where he was last night?"
"No, but when I pressed him, he agreed to talk to me if his lawyer said it was okay. He said I should come by his club at 3 o'clock. He also suggested I ask Luke Kearns where he was last night. He knew Luke and Miranda dated last year, and said Luke took it hard when she broke up with him."
"Sierra said it was the other way around. Luke broke up with Miranda."
"I know she did. You see what this means?"
Molly smiled. "We have our first contradiction." Berlin, Germany. April 1st, 1937. On the day Evelyn was to go home from the hospital, Inga walked into her room carrying a small valise. "You have received a reply to your telegram," she said. On her behalf, Inga had sent a telegram to Wilfred. Evelyn told her sister she and Frank would be arriving in Lakehurst, New Jersey, on the Hindenburg on the 6th of May, and she had no intention of going to Washington with him. She asked if Wilfred could meet her there and take her home to Salem. Inga handed her the slip of paper, and Evelyn's eyes teared up as she read her sister's reply. "I will be there. All my love, Wilfred." "I should have done this a long time ago," Evelyn said. "It only matters that you have done it now," Inga said. "Your sister is going to help you. You don't know Frank. He won't make it easy for me to leave him." Evelyn handed her back the piece of paper. "Please destroy this. I can't risk him finding out." Inga slipped the paper into her pocket. "May I ask you something, Inga?" "Of course." "Why did you help me?" "Because my sister Annalisa died last year," Inga said without hesitation. "And I believe her husband killed her and got away with murder." Evelyn felt her eyebrows shoot up. She hadn't been expecting that reply. "I'm so sorry. Are you sure he killed her?" "One of the inspectors who investigated her death thought so," Inga said. "Unfortunately, my former brother-in-law is a man of some importance at the Ministry of Justice, and the police were under pressure to look elsewhere." "When did this happen?" "Over a year ago," Inga said. "They were married only a brief time, like yourself. Annalisa never told me anything was wrong, but I feel I should have known." Inga breathed deeply through her nose. "Her body was found in a field near their home. She was beaten severely." She looked at Evelyn and attempted to smile, but it quickly faded. "I have brought you something." She reached into the valise and took out a doll. "Her name is Emma. She belonged to my sister." "I've never seen such a beautiful doll," Evelyn said as Inga handed it to her. She was about 12 inches in length and wore a white and gold dress and matching bonnet embroidered with lace and ribbons. Her hair was blonde and curled gently to her shoulders. "Annalisa bought her in 1934, shortly after she was married," Inga said. "She told me the doll gave her comfort. I never asked her why she needed comforting. I wish I had." "I can't accept such a gift," Evelyn said. "It wouldn't be right. Emma belonged to your sister. Don't you want to keep her?" "Yes, of course, but I know Annalisa wants you to have her." "I don't understand." "I had a dream last night, and Annalisa appeared to me. She told me you should take Emma home with you." "But it was only a dream, Inga. I've been on your mind because you helped me. It doesn't mean anything." She held the doll out to her. "Please, you should keep her." "No," Inga said firmly. "The doll is yours. Keep her close on your journey home. She will protect you." Evelyn could see Inga wasn't going to budge. "All right," she said. "I'll take Emma with me." Inga looked relieved, and Evelyn knew she meant for her to have the doll because she felt she'd failed her sister, and this was her way of making amends. Accepting the gift seemed the least she could do to give her peace of mind. Chapter 6. Molly thought Luke looked terrible. His eyes were red and puffy, and his hair was sticking up in all directions. "I can't believe she's dead," he said. "When Rita told me, I thought there must be some mistake. But she said you and Sierra found her, and it looked like she'd stolen Emma. Is it true? I've been trying to call Sierra, but she's not answering her phone." Good girl, Molly thought. She's keeping her mouth shut. Lombardi said, "Miranda is dead, and the doll was in her bedroom." They were in Luke's office, which adjoined a small reception room, and Luke seemed to be the only one there. "I want to know what happened last night," Lombardi said. "Let's start with the club meeting." "Sure, okay," Luke said. "Miranda came late to the meeting, and not long after she got there, she told me she didn't feel well. I volunteered to take her home." "Did you talk to her in the car?" "She said she felt lightheaded and closed her eyes. She fell asleep, because when we got to her place, I had to wake her up." "Could she walk?" "Yes, but I helped her upstairs and got her into bed." "Was her security alarm armed when you arrived?" "No, but Miranda rarely set it." "Did you set it when you left?" "No." "When you were in Miranda's bedroom, did you see the doll?" Luke shook his head. "No." He ran his hands through his hair again, and it stuck up even higher. "I know she wanted Emma, but I can't believe she'd steal the doll. It's not her style." "What is her style?" "To harass someone until they couldn't take it anymore and she got her way." Lombardi nodded. "You know this because you and Miranda dated last year?" "Oh, you know about that," Luke said, turning a rosy shade of pink. "Yeah, I do. Tell me about it." "It didn't last long," Luke said. "It started after Vanessa and I split up." "Does your wife know?" "No. At least, I don't think so. Miranda and I agreed to keep the relationship quiet." "Why? Were you embarrassed?" "Yeah, actually, I was a little. I've known Miranda almost 6 years, and in all that time I never thought she was interested in me that way. But about a week after I moved into my new place, she called and asked me over for dinner. I thought she was trying to reach out because she was going through a divorce with Trent and knew what it was like to be separated. When I got there, I realized it was something else. She'd cooked steaks on the grill and bought an expensive wine, and the lights were low, and there was romantic music playing. She made it clear she was interested in you." "Yes." Luke turned beet red. "After dessert, she made a move on me. I gave in and ended up staying the entire weekend." "The 20-year age difference didn't bother you?" "It's true, Miranda was a lot older than me, but she was in good shape. She could easily pass for a much younger woman. It didn't bother me." "Did she break up with you?" "No, I broke it off. About a week or so before Christmas," Luke said. "Why?" "My kids aren't dealing well with the separation. The 2 boys are acting out at school, and their grades are tanking. My daughter's crying herself to sleep every night. When Vanessa suggested we try marriage counseling, I agreed. But to do that, I knew I couldn't keep seeing Miranda.
I wanted to focus on the marriage and try to get to a place where we could make it work. If not for us, at least for the kids. How's it going? Luke shrugged. We've only had a few sessions. I guess it's going to take a while before either of us can say it's going to work. How did Miranda take the news when you told her you were ending it? She told me I was a fool, and I'd regret breaking up with her. Molly asked, Was it weird being with her at the club meetings? No, it was okay, Luke said. She agreed to keep acting like nothing had ever happened between us, and everything went back to normal. They heard the bell on the front door chime. Molly turned and saw a man with a thick mop of silver hair and a stern expression coming toward them. Dad, Luke said. What are you doing here? We need to talk. Well, I'm kind of busy right now, Luke said. This is Detective Lombardi with the Burlington Police, and Molly Appleby, the reporter who wrote the article about the doll club. This is my father, Gavin Kearns. He's the co-owner of Sierra's shop, Molly thought, and Miranda had called him a pit bull. Gavin looked at her. I heard you were with Sierra this morning when she found Miranda's body. Molly nodded. I was there, she said. How did you find out? Sierra called me, Gavin said. So much for keeping her mouth shut, Molly thought. He took off his gloves and shoved them into his pockets. Detective, my son's done nothing wrong. Dad, please. Luke, stop talking, Gavin said. I have nothing to hide, Luke said. Detective Lombardi wants to know what kind of condition she was in last night. It could be important. Have you told him? Yes. Then you're done. Lombardi asked Gavin, You knew your son gave Miranda a ride home? Gavin nodded. Luke called me after he dropped her off. He was going to stop by my place for a drink after the club meeting, and he wanted to let me know he'd be a little early. What time did he arrive? He didn't, Gavin said. He seemed upset that Miranda was ill, so I told him to go on home and we'd get together another time. Lombardi turned to Luke. Can anyone vouch for the time you got home? I don't think so. I live alone, Luke said. I have neighbors, though. Maybe one of them saw me come home. We'll check, Lombardi said. Can you tell us how Miranda died? Luke asked. Sierra wasn't sure, and the news isn't saying much. Gavin interrupted. If this is foul play, Detective, and you're looking for someone to pin it on, you should talk to Eliza Garrett, the goth girl who worked for her. Sierra told me they were arguing last night. Dad, knock it off, Luke said. Miranda was being her typical annoying self, and the argument didn't mean anything. The person you should talk to is Trent Sawyer. Miranda was divorcing him, and he's been dragging out the settlement negotiations because he doesn't want to pay her anything. Why does she need a financial settlement? I thought she was a fairly successful realtor. She told me back in the fall she was having a cash flow problem, Luke said. I guess after she kicked Trent out, he stopped making mortgage payments on the house, and she was having trouble keeping up with expenses. It didn't help that she liked to spend money and wasn't very good at keeping track of it. Gavin said, I told you she was bad news. She was looking for a new sugar daddy to replace Trent. Miranda wasn't like that, Luke said. Gavin shook his head. You're naive, son, if you believe she wasn't interested in you for your money. Lombardi turned to Gavin. Did you know Luke was seeing Miranda? Not until recently, when he finally told me, Gavin said, sounding annoyed. Had I known sooner, I would have told him to break it off immediately. Lombardi tucked his notebook into his pocket. Before I go, Luke, I'd like to ask about your business. I thought it was a dry cleaner, but obviously it's not. We're a commercial and residential properties cleaning company, Luke said. Was Miranda a customer? Gavin said, Luke, I think you should... Luke cut him off. Dad, I'm going to answer his questions. He turned to Lombardi. Miranda was a customer. We cleaned her home and office. How often? 3 times a week for the office, once a week for home. Same cleaners every time? No. Some employees work nights, others prefer days. I'd like the names of every employee who's cleaned for her over the last 2 years. I can email it to you. Lombardi gave him his card. Do it now, he said.
Luke sat behind his computer, and a few minutes later said,
"It's sent. Do you need anything else? Do you have an office staff?"
"No, I manage things on my own. I currently have 10 office cleaners and 12 housekeepers on call."
"What about clients' keys? Do you keep them here?"
"Some clients don't want to give us keys, which is perfectly fine, as long as my cleaners can get into their space. Everyone else, I keep their keys in my safe."
"Do you have Miranda's keys?"
"Yes, in the safe." "And your employees keep the customers' keys in their possession when they're working?" "Yes, but I've never had a single complaint from anyone about being robbed, if that's what you're thinking. I run background checks on every worker, and I stress during orientation that if a client's home or office is ever burglarized, they'll be the first person the police will want to talk to, and it will be with my blessing."
"How long have you been in business?"
"Dad started the company in 1976, Luke said. "I started working for him full-time after college, and when he retired a few years ago, he handed the business over to me." Molly looked at Gavin. "Sierra told me you co-own All Dolled Up with her."
"That's right," Gavin said. "I put up the money to open the store, because Sierra was only 18 at the time she opened the shop. Carol and I didn't want it to fail."
"That was over 20 years ago," Molly said.
"Yes, well, I still give her advice from time to time, or cash if she needs it. A doll shop isn't exactly a big moneymaker, but, for the most part, I don't interfere."
"You're very generous," Molly said. "You're all very close to each other, aren't you?"
Luke said, "We're not related by blood, but Sierra is like my sister. We grew up down the street from each other, the same way Dad and Carol grew up in Salem."
Molly looked at Gavin. "You knew Carol Davis before you moved here?"
Gavin said, "I don't know why we're discussing any of this. It's upsetting Luke." "I'm not upset," Luke said. "My father and Carol moved here after Paxton Davis died in a car accident. My mother had died a few months earlier from a brain aneurysm, and they both wanted a fresh start."
"How tragic," Molly said to Gavin. "How old was your wife?"
"Rebecca was 24, he said. "Luke was only 6 months old, and Carol was pregnant with Sierra when Paxton died. We wanted the children to grow up in a place where they didn't have to be reminded about the deaths of their mother and father. Which is why we don't talk about it, and if you don't mind, I'd like to end this conversation."
"I'm very sorry for your loss," Molly said. The subject was upsetting to Gavin, obviously, but not so much to Luke, maybe because Luke was still a baby when his mother died and he had no memory of her. "You should be proud of what you've built," she went on. "You made a successful business, and you and Carol helped each other raise your children."
"We did our best," Gavin said stiffly. "But there's always more to be done."
Chapter 7. Walking back to Molly's car, Lombardi's phone rang and he answered. Molly didn't pay much attention to his side of the conversation because she was too busy thinking about Luke. It was interesting how he and Trent were pointing fingers at each other, and how Miranda's interest in him seemed to be so sudden. Was it because they were both single again, and he was young, rich, and handsome? Or was there an ulterior motive on her part? As they reached the car, she clicked the key fob to open the doors and heard Lombardi say, "Tell them I'm on my way." Then he put his phone away and said to her, "Lamar Aldridge has been shot." Molly gasped. "No. He's dead?"
"He's alive, for now. A neighbor found him, and he's on his way to the hospital in an ambulance." He checked his watch. "It's almost 1:30. I was supposed to be at the charm school at 3 to talk to Trent, but I got assigned to Lamar's case, and I'm not going to be able to make it."
He looked at her.
"Would you go?"
"Me? I thought I was only allowed to sit in on Doll Club member interviews. What can I do?"
"Tell him you wrote the article for the magazine and got to know Miranda, and you're worried someone in the club might have killed her."
"Okay, I guess I could do that," she said. "What kind of club is the charm school anyway?"
He grinned. "It's a strip club." Molly stared at him.
"You're kidding."
He shook his head, and his grin got wider.
"Thanks. I can't wait to tell Matt I went to a strip club, while I'm telling him I've decided to help you and asking him not to mind."
"You haven't told him yet?"
"No, he's at work. I was going to tell him tonight."
"Well, look at it this way. he said. "It will make for an interesting conversation. Let me know how it goes." He sprinted across the street to his car. Molly watched him drive away and realized it was too early to go to the charm school. What she needed was a hot cup of coffee. Leaving her car where it was parked, she walked to Church Street, Burlington's pedestrian mall, and walked into Java Jitters. The owner, Joyce Jazzy Chen, had made her wedding cake and was a good friend. Even on a blustery winter afternoon, her shop was cheery and bright with light jazz music playing in the background. Molly loved the beautiful 12-foot-high tin ceilings, brick walls, polished concrete floors, and, of course, the delicious aroma of baked goods and freshly brewed coffee. Jazzy stood behind the counter blending a coffee drink with her high-tech steel coffee machine. When she saw Molly, she smiled and waved, and Molly returned the greeting. Her friend liked to wear fun aprons, and today's had a picture of a giant cupcake on it and the words OCD equals obsessive cupcake disorder. When it was her turn in line, Molly said, "I have OCD. What do you recommend?" Jazzy grinned. "Today's special will cure what ails you," she said. "It's a chocolate raspberry port wine cupcake. The cake is chocolate, and the frosting is raspberry buttercream. It's getting rave reviews, and I've only got 2 left." "I'll take 2, and a French vanilla latte." "Coming right up. Grab a table and I'll join you." "Are you sure? You seem pretty busy." "Diane's in the back. I'll ask her to cover for me." Molly took out her wallet, but Jazzy waved it off. "My treat," she said, and before Molly could thank her, she was off and running. Molly found a table in a quiet corner, and Jazzy joined her a few minutes later, carrying a tray with 2 coffee mugs and her cupcakes. "Thanks for treating me," Molly said. "I have to confess it's a bribe," Jazzy said. Molly looked at her over the rim of her mug. "Uh-oh. What do you want in return?" "An intervention," Jazzy said, crossing her legs. "I want you to suggest to Tony he should ask me out on a date." Molly was surprised. "Tony, as in Lombardi, a.k.a. the hunky detective?" Jazzy nodded. "You want to go out with him?" Jazzy rolled her eyes. "Who wouldn't, Molly? He's a dish. Plus, he's a nice guy." "Are you on the rebound?" "I broke up with Brandon 4 months ago. This has nothing to do with him. Would you talk to Tony?" Molly set her mug down. "I'd be happy to, but you know he has a terrible track record with women. I don't want you to get hurt." "You think it's a bad idea?" "I think any woman with eyes is vulnerable to Lombardi, and I know you're still smarting over Brandon cheating on you, whether you want to admit it or not." "I was smarting, but not anymore," Jazzy said. "I'm glad I found out he was a rat before I got in any deeper. Tell you the truth, I'm glad to be rid of him." She sipped her coffee and sighed. "It tastes good. I hardly get a chance to take a break. Anyway, where was I?" "You want me to tell Lombardi he should ask you out, and I'm trying to make sure you know what you're getting yourself into." "I know he's got a reputation for loving and leaving, but he comes in here every day, and sometimes he invites me to sit with him, and we're getting along so great." "You're a modern woman," Molly said. "Why don't you ask him out?" "Because I'm not sure he'd say yes, and I don't want to humiliate myself and then lose him as a customer. If you suggest it, and he says he doesn't want to, he won't know I was interested. It will seem like something you thought of." "Well, my mother keeps insisting he's not a lost cause, and maybe she's right," Molly said. "I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for your sake, and I'll talk to him about it." Jazzy smiled. "You're a good friend, Molly. I know he likes you and trusts your opinion. If you put in a good word for me, I've got a chance." Molly laughed. "Honey, you're a gorgeous young woman. You don't need me to put in a good word for you to any man. But I'm happy to push him in the right direction." "Thank you. When can you talk to him?" "I'm not sure. He's working 2 cases, and one of them is a homicide. This might not be the best time to talk about dating." "Are you helping him?" "Yes, I'm on another case." Molly told her about Miranda, and Jazzy listened without interrupting. She finished by saying, "Now that Lamar's been shot, he has to find out if the shooting is related to her death. He's got his hands full." Jazzy shook her head. "I cannot believe you found another body. Why does this keep happening to you?" Molly laughed. "You sound like my mother."
She'd finished the first cupcake and moved on to the second. I'm going to the charm school this afternoon to talk to Miranda's husband. I hope he's guilty. I don't want it to be someone in the doll club. It's too depressing to think about. What's the charm school? A strip club. Jazzy burst out laughing. You're going to a strip club? I think Tony likes putting me in difficult situations, Molly said. Do strippers dance at 3 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon? Jazzy shrugged. Don't ask me, she said. I'm a baker, not a shaker. Chapter 8. The charm school wasn't on any Vermont tourist map. It was on an old road sandwiched between a gas station and a used car dealership. A large whiteboard sign in the snow announced in bold black letters, "Tonight only, special performance by Desiree Dixon." Molly parked next to a black Range Rover with tinted windows and the license plate Charmer. She hoped this was Trent's car. She didn't want to wait around for him to show up. The car on the other side had a vanity plate that made her laugh out loud. It was a Jeep Grand Cherokee with a ski rack and a bumper sticker that said, "More cowbell." Before she could get out of her car, she heard her phone ring and took it out of her purse. Hi, Lombardi. I thought you'd want to know about Lamar, he said. He was shot once, in the abdomen, and he's in surgery. That sounds bad, she said. What did his neighbor say? He was shoveling his back patio when he thought he heard a gunshot from his house. He called Lamar, but when he didn't answer, he went over and found the front door open, and Lamar on the kitchen floor. He didn't notice any strange cars in the neighborhood, but he was in his backyard when it happened, so it's possible someone sped away without him noticing. I've got a couple of uniforms knocking on doors, but I'm not getting my hopes up they'll find an eyewitness. According to the neighbor, he and Lamar are the oldest people on the block. Everyone else is young and works full-time. There's no one around during the day. Any sign of robbery? Nothing obvious, but the crime scene unit is on it. I did see 2 coffee mugs on the kitchen counter and a jar of instant coffee. He let someone in and offered to make them coffee, she said. He had to know the person. It's possible, he said. Are you in the car? I'm at the charm school. Is it busy? I haven't gone in yet, but there are only a few cars in the parking lot. I'll let you know what I find out. If you can't reach me, leave a voicemail. Molly ended the call and went inside. The charm school wasn't very charming. It smelled of grilled onions, fried food, and stale beer. There was a line of wooden booths on one side of the room and a long bar on the other. Dividing the space was a stage surrounded by smaller cocktail tables. As she walked over to the bar, the bartender was checking her out. He was stocky like a prizefighter and wore a short-sleeved t-shirt to show off his bulging muscles. She wondered if he'd gotten his start as a bouncer, because he could have easily been one. Do you have cranberry juice? She asked. He nodded. You want ice? Yes, please. Coming right up, he said. Molly sat on a stool, and when he returned with her drink, she said, I'd like to talk to Trent Sawyer. Is he here? He looked her over. No offense, doll, but you're not the kind of girl Trent hires. Molly couldn't believe she felt insulted. Why not? Am I too old? You're older than most, but that's not your main problem. He grinned. You're too voluptuous. Most of the girls who dance here are skinny things. Although, personally, I'd hire you on the spot. I think you're one hot lady. Molly felt herself blush. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a dancer, so I don't have to feel rejected by Trent. You're not? Wow. Don't I feel like a jerk? It's okay, she said. Although you might not want to jump to conclusions the next time a hot lady sits at your bar. It was her turn to grin, and he smiled back. The thing is, I'm a reporter for an antiques and collectibles magazine, she said. I interviewed Miranda Perry 2 weeks ago for an article I wrote about her doll collection. I wanted to talk to Trent about her. Is he here? Yeah, he's here. I'll go get him. Wait, she said. Did you know Miranda? He shrugged. We'd say hello. I couldn't believe it when Trent told me someone killed her. He's pretty shaken up about it. I'll tell him you're here. He went around the bar, and Molly watched him walk through a swinging door. She caught a glimpse of a hallway before the door swung shut. When he came back a minute later, he filled a small bowl with assorted nuts and put it in front of her.
"Trent will be right out," he said. "You want something to eat? The burgers are good."
"No, thanks," she said. "How much for the juice?"
"It's on the house."
Molly smiled. "Thank you." She was having a good day. Free coffee and cupcakes from Jazzy, and a free cranberry juice from the bartender. Maybe she should buy a lottery ticket on the way home. Nibbling on the nuts, she kept her eyes on the swinging door. She'd nearly reached the bottom of the bowl when Trent showed up. He wasn't at all what she'd expected. From the way everyone talked about Miranda dating younger men, she'd assumed she liked younger, handsome men, like Luke. Trent was in his mid-30s, so he qualified for young, but he was far from good-looking. He was overweight, his skin was pockmarked with acne scars, and his hair was slicked back in a greasy pompadour. He slid onto the bar stool next to Molly and looked her over. "I'm not here for a job," she said.
"I know. Bernie told me. He said you interviewed Miranda for an article. What's the magazine?"
"Collector's Weekly. It's an antiques and collectibles magazine." He pointed a stubby finger at her.
"About her Barbie dolls, right?"
"Did she tell you?"
"No, but when you said antiques and collectibles, I put it together."
He tapped his forehead.
"I'm not stupid."
"No, of course not," she said.
"Did she tell you I made her promise to keep the dolls in one room when we got married?"
"No, she didn't."
"I couldn't stand the sight of them," he said. "In her old house, those Barbie babes were everywhere. Even the bathroom wasn't safe. First time I go to the John, there's a whole bunch of them staring at me from these glass shelves she made special for them. And I'm like, no way am I putting up with this. It was creepy as hell."
He finished the last of the nuts and tapped the bowl on the bar top.
"Bernie, more nuts."
The bartender took it away to refill.
"Miranda loved those dolls," he went on. "I think she loved them more than me. She got mad when I told her I wanted doll-free zones in the house. Bitched and moaned about it so much I finally compromised, and we got it down to one room. She called it her doll palace."
"I've seen it," Molly said. "She showed it to me the day I interviewed her. She has an impressive collection."
"Oh, yeah?"
He looked interested.
"Is it worth anything?"
"You'd have to ask an expert."
"I thought you were an expert."
"I'm a writer," she said. Bernie put a new nut bowl on the bar, and Trent started popping nuts into his mouth one after the other.
"My lawyer told me not to talk to the cops," he said.
"I'm not a cop," Molly said. "But full disclosure, I am helping the police, because there was an antique doll found in Miranda's bedroom."
"Huh?"
He looked at her.
"You think a doll killed her?"
"No, it was definitely a human," she said.
"The cops always suspect the husband," he said. "I know they gotta be thinking I did it. What do you think?"
"I believe it's possible someone in the doll club killed Miranda," she said. "I wanted to talk to you about them." Trent waved at the bartender again.
"Bernie, my man, a Magic Hat Pale Ale."
Bernie poured him a beer, and Trent took a long drink of it. When he set the glass down, he noticed Molly's cranberry juice.
"You're drinking juice in my bar?"
"It's a little early for me," she said.
"You got press credentials?"
"Yes, I do." Molly took her wallet out and showed him her press ID.
"Okay, so you really do write for a magazine," he said. "And you want my opinion about the doll club members?"
"Yes," she said.
"I've only met them a few times, so I can't say I know any of them well. I told the police to check out Luke Kearns, though. He and Miranda had a thing last year, and he took the breakup hard."
"I heard he broke up with her." He shook his head.
"Miranda swore under oath she broke it off."
He drank more beer.
"My lawyer deposed her a couple months ago. He thought we might find out something juicy. What a waste of money."
He popped more nuts into his mouth and chewed.
"Anyway, she said she and Luke had a thing. It lasted a few months, and she broke it off because he got too clingy. She said he took it real hard, crying, begging her to stay. Who told you different?
I don't remember, she lied. If you don't mind my asking, how did you meet Miranda?
I hired her as my realtor, he said. I was looking for a place to live and set up the club. I didn't expect to fall in love with her, but the more time we spent together, the more I liked her. She was loud and bossy, and it was a nice change from the airhead girls I've met in Vegas.
You had a business there?
I still do, he said.
What brought you to Vermont?
I'm from here, he said. My parents are elderly and they need help. I figured I'd split the time between here and Nevada.
Molly felt she'd underestimated Trent. She hadn't expected him to be an attentive son who took care of his parents. You didn't mind the age difference between yourself and Miranda?
No, she looked good for her age, and there was something appealing about being with an older woman who had her own money. I get a lot of gold diggers in my line of work, and that's what gets old.
You're that rich?
He laughed. Yeah, I'm that rich, he said. I didn't want to end up like a lot of guys I know. They marry these gorgeous young girls, they pop out a couple of kids, and then they take them to the cleaners. For the kids' sake, of course, he shrugged. I didn't think I'd have a problem with Miranda, because she can't have babies anymore. So we got married, and next thing I know, I'm paying for everything. Then she tells me she's having financial problems and asks me to loan her $500,000, promising to pay it back with interest.
Molly felt her eyebrows shoot up. You loaned her $500,000?
Yeah. Like a fool, I gave it to her, and like a fool, I didn't put it in writing. 3 months later, she's kicking me out of the house and telling me she isn't going to pay me back.
He drank more beer and ate more nuts.
We started divorce proceedings in July. Her lawyer says the money has to be included in the settlement, on top of everything else she wants, which is substantial.
He tossed back the rest of his beer and slammed the glass on the bar.
She turned out to be just another gold digger, only older and wiser. She really had me fooled.
How did she end up in so much financial trouble?
She was good at her job, but blasé when it came to money. On top of that, she liked to spend it and didn't think about how much was going out. Whatever caught her eye, she bought it.
He picked up his empty glass and waved it at Bernie, who quickly got him another beer.
Miranda wanted half of my assets in the divorce. Half!
Trent sipped his beer instead of chugging it. Molly was glad to see he was slowing down.
I told my lawyer, no way. We weren't even married 2 years. Why should I give her anything?
You're still legally married to her, right?
Yeah, I guess I am.
Does that mean you own Perry Realty now?
Trent looked at her. I hadn't even thought about it, he said. This could be good for me. The cops will know I didn't kill her when they find out how much money she owes. How ironic is this? She wanted me to pay off her debts, and now I'll have to, because she's dead and I inherited a boatload of debt.
He shook his head.
Miranda got what she wanted in the end.
I'm sure she'd rather be alive, Molly said. He bowed his head.
Yeah, of course. That didn't come out right, he said. You got to understand, it's been frustrating, going through the divorce, fighting with her about money, about everything, really. I was expecting the next letter from her lawyer to tell me I had to fork over the toilet paper I took from the house. Truth is, I can't believe she's gone, and it's over. I'd rather be fighting with her than planning her funeral.
Did she ever talk to you about an antique doll named Emma?
The eyewitness doll?
Very funny.
Sorry, but you got to admit, this doll thing is out of control.
The doll thing?
Is it a Barbie?
No, it's a German fashion doll, about 80 years old.
Well, in that case, I can't help you. All I ever saw were Barbie dolls.
He ate some more nuts.
I wish I could help you. I really do. But like I said, I don't know the doll club members. Miranda complained about them sometimes, but I barely paid attention. She was always griping about something. She thought she was the smartest person in the room and everyone else was a dope. In Miranda's world, she was right, you were wrong, and you owed her an apology.
Molly had to laugh. Sorry, but that's funny, she said.
It's not when you're on the receiving end of it, he said.
No, I suppose it would be annoying.
You got that right.
I'm curious how you got into the strip club business.
The charm school isn't a strip club, he said. It's a bikini bar.
Molly was confused. What's the difference?
The girls wear bikinis, he said. Skimpy ones, I'll grant you, but they stay on. If they were stripping, they'd be taking them off. It's like a day at the beach around here.
He drank more beer and smacked his lips.
How I got started? I moved to Vegas after college and got a job at a major casino in their entertainment division. After 8 years with their outfit, learning everything I could about the entertainment industry, I took a chance and opened my own club. It took off, and I got rich.
Molly finished her cranberry juice. She didn't know if Trent would answer her next question, but figured she might as well try. "Were you here last night?" she asked.
"I'm here every night," he said.
"What time do you usually leave?" He looked at her.
You want to know where I was last night because Miranda got killed, right?
Molly gave a little shrug, like she didn't care one way or the other.
Yeah, of course I'm right, he said. For your information, I was here. I closed up around 1, and Strawberry Jam came home with me.
Strawberry Jam?
My girlfriend, he said. She wears a bikini.
She's a dancer.
Yeah. So tell your cop friend I've got an alibi.
I didn't mean to imply... He interrupted her.
Blah, blah, of course you did, he said. You know what's really sad? My last offer to Miranda was generous. I agreed to forget about the loan and the interest. I offered to pay off the house and give her an additional $400,000 just to make her go away.
Sounds generous to me, she said. When did you make the offer?
My lawyer sent a letter to her lawyer on Monday.
The day before she died, Molly thought.
Far as I know, he never heard back. Guess there wasn't any time.
He downed the rest of his beer.
And now, I'll never know if it would have been enough.
Germany, May 3rd, 1937. Despite her fear of flying in a Zeppelin, Evelyn had to admit to a growing excitement as they arrived in Frankfurt the day before they were to leave Germany. They stayed overnight at the Hotel Frankfurter Hof, and late in the afternoon the next day gathered in the lobby, where they were put on a bus to take them to the airfield. The check-in process at the Zeppelin Hindenburg Welcome Center went smoothly. Tickets were presented, passports examined, and luggage taken on board. Carrying her small valise, with Emma snug and safe inside, Evelyn walked up the stairs that led to the great ship and stepped into another world. A steward stood at the entry taking cigarette lighters and matches and anything else that might cause a spark. Even cameras were taken, although the steward promised they would be returned once they were over the ocean. Another steward, named Dieter, offered to escort Frank and Evelyn to their cabin. He was very young and handsome, and Evelyn could tell from the sour look on Frank's face he didn't like him. "I'm curious about the Hindenburg," Evelyn asked. "What is it made of?" "The cabin walls and doors are made of lightweight foam," Dieter said. "Even the furniture is a special design of tubular aluminum. Lightweight materials are essential." Frank snorted. "That explains the 20-pound limit on the luggage," he said to Evelyn. "Good thing I made you pack light, or we would have been charged extra." "Yes, good thing," she said. And yet he'd given no thought to his own suitcase, which had weighed in at 35 pounds and incurred an overweight charge. Dieter stopped in front of their cabin. "We have arrived," he said. "Welcome in." Frank frowned as he looked inside. "I didn't realize it would be so small," he said. The cabin was decorated in blue, with 2 bunk beds, a stool, wash basin, and a single shelf. Dieter's smile wavered slightly. "I do apologize for any inconvenience," he said. "I expected something bigger," Frank said. "If you wanted a bigger room," Evelyn said, "we should have sailed home." Frank stared at her, his eyes like daggers. She had to be careful not to overstep her boundaries, but it was getting harder to do. Knowing she would soon be free of him, she was becoming more outspoken, and Frank didn't like it one bit. She turned to Dieter. "I'm sure we'll be quite comfortable. It's like being on a railroad sleeper, isn't it?"
Yes, exactly so. Dieter's smile returned. Thank you, madam. He was positively beaming at her. His enthusiasm was an endearing trait, but she wished he'd tone it down. The last thing she needed was Frank accusing her of flirting. The upper berth folds upward, Dieter went on. I suggest this during the day, as it will provide more room. You will find your luggage has been stored beneath the lower berth, and there is a closet behind the curtain for your hanging clothes. You should leave the rest of your belongings in your suitcases. Evelyn stepped around Frank and pulled the curtain aside. The closet wasn't large, but it had hooks, and it would be sufficient for her dresses and Frank's suits. There is also a fold-down desk built into the wall, Dieter continued. He really was oblivious to Frank's increasingly hostile glare. However, if you have a letter or postcard to write, you may wish to use the writing room on the starboard side of A deck, beside the lounge. It is quite comfortable. Where's the smoking room? Frank asked. On B deck, sir, right below us. It is closed now, but will open after we depart. An announcement will be made. Evelyn asked, How is smoking allowed on a flammable airship? The room is kept at a higher ambient pressure, and a railing seals the windows, Dieter said. There are also double airlocked doors, and as an added safety feature, a bar adjoins the smoking room. The bartender is vigilant. He will not allow anyone to leave with a burning cigarette or cigar. What a relief, she said. Frank looked at his watch. Where's the toilet? Toilets and showers are located on B deck as well, Dieter said. I must warn you, the water pressure is lightweight, like the rest of the airship. He smiled at his little joke, but Frank didn't smile. He was looking at him the way he looked at Evelyn when he was tired of hearing her talk. Dieter spoke faster. The water does at least run hot and cold. He wasn't smiling anymore, and suddenly seemed anxious to go. If you are in need of anything, please press the call button. He shot a look of sympathy at Evelyn. Dinner will be sandwiches this evening, served after we leave, in the dining room. Enjoy your flight. Dieter scurried away, and Evelyn saw a look of satisfaction on Frank's face. Why did you do that? She asked. Do what? Chase him away, she said. We don't need him to find our own way around. God knows why he glommed onto us. Maybe the Nazis told him to spy on you, she said. Frank glowered at her. Stop talking nonsense, he said. The walls are thin, and I don't need you spouting off your opinions when we're on a foreign ship. Keep to yourself, and don't talk to anyone. Are you out of your mind? I'm not going to stay in my room for the next few days, Evelyn said. I'll talk to whomever I want, and you can't stop me. He took a step toward her, but she whispered, As you rightly stated, the walls are thin. He breathed through his nose, and she could see the anger in his eyes. He'd make her pay, but not today. We'll be leaving soon, he said. Unpack our things. He noticed her valise, still in her hand. You don't plan on carrying that doll around with you everywhere, do you? Of course not. I'll leave Emma in the valise and put it under my bed. You mean my bed, he said. I'm taking the lower berth. You can climb the stairs every night. All right, Evelyn said. She really didn't care where she slept, as long as she didn't have to sleep next to him. She slid the valise under the lower berth and pulled out their suitcases. Frank paced the hall as she unpacked their clothes. She knew he was restless because he needed a smoke. When she was done, she pushed the luggage back under the berth and noticed a painting on the wall showing a lighted cigarette with a big X over it, another reminder not to smoke. Pulling a sweater around her shoulders, they left the cabin and turned in the direction of the dining room. As they walked down the hall, Evelyn glanced into the lounge and a small writing room. Crossing an interior hall to the port side, they walked into the dining room. It was the largest public space on the Hindenburg, running the entire length of the airship. Scenes of the Graf Zeppelin's South American flights were painted on the silk wallpaper, and the tables were covered in white linen. Unlike the lounge and writing room, where the aluminum chairs were upholstered in brown, the dining room color was red. A low wall with a railing separated the tables from a promenade, where passengers gathered at the windows to watch their departure. Finding a spot by the window ledge where she could look out,
Evelyn felt a cool breeze coming in through the open window, and from the ground below she heard commands going out to the men holding the ropes that tethered the Hindenburg. Slowly, the airship began to ascend, and the motors roared to life. Evelyn took a deep breath to steady her nerves. This was the start of a new journey, the beginning of the end of her marriage to Frank. She glanced at him as he chatted with an American businessman and thought if she hadn't known who he was, she would have thought him a pleasant man, handsome and intelligent. Seeing him with a stranger's eyes, she could even forgive herself a little for falling in love with him. As the Hindenburg rose higher in the sky, the stewards began to set out trays of sandwiches at the end of one of the long tables. In a little while, as Frankfurt's twinkling lights grew smaller on the horizon, they gathered for dinner. By the time the announcement was made that the smoking room was open, the smokers were desperate and didn't linger over coffee. Frank left the room with a group of men and a few women, all anxious to be on B deck. Evelyn walked across the corridor to the lounge with 2 American women she'd met at their table. She encouraged them to talk about their European adventures, preferring to say little about herself or Frank. By 10 o'clock, she was tired and went to her cabin. Frank had not returned. She shut the door and pulled out the valise. Sitting on the bed, she took Emma out and set the doll on her lap. "You're supposed to be a special doll," she said out loud. "Whether you are or not doesn't matter to me. I intend to leave Frank as soon as I'm home." She shook her head. "It's a terrible thing, to want a divorce more than you even wanted to get married." She'd barely gotten the last words out of her mouth when the door suddenly opened. She was so startled she almost dropped Emma, but caught the doll before it fell to the floor. Frank stood in the doorway, his eyes bloodshot from too much booze and too many cigarettes, and he was glaring at her. "You seem to have forgotten the walls are thin," he said, slurring his speech. "I heard what you said." He shut the door behind him and staggered over to her. Evelyn cowered back on the bunk, clutching the doll to her chest. "If you try to divorce me," he hissed, "I'll kill you." Her mouth had gone dry. She couldn't answer. "You believe me, don't you?" She nodded. "Tell me you understand." "Yes, I understand," she said, angry with herself for being so careless. He leaned over and grabbed her jaw. Inches from his face, she could smell his foul, smoky breath. "You will be a dutiful and loving wife," he snarled. "If you dare to disobey me, I'll make you pay. Don't forget it." He removed his hand and took a step back. "I was a fool to marry you," he said. She wanted to say she was a bigger fool for marrying him, but she kept her mouth shut. He yanked open the curtain, reached his hand into one of his suit pockets, and took out a packet of cigarettes. Then he went out the door, weaving a little. As Evelyn dressed for bed, she hoped Frank was so drunk he wouldn't remember what he'd heard, but of course she couldn't count on it. The only bright spot was being on the Hindenburg. He wouldn't do anything to her while they were in such a public setting. Climbing the ladder to the upper berth, she fell asleep hugging Emma, and woke only once, when Frank stumbled into the room in the early morning hours. Squeezing her eyes shut, she feigned sleep and listened to him undress. In a little while, his snoring filled the room. 1 night down, she thought. 2 to go. Chapter 9. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans, cranberry sauce, and an expensive Malbec from California, Matt said. "You made my favorite meal." "There's peach cobbler for dessert, too," Molly said. He smiled. "You made peach cobbler?" "Well, not exactly," she said. "I bought it at the grocery store. Actually, I bought the entire meal at the grocery store, even the mashed potatoes, and the cranberries from a can, so really none of it is homemade. Sorry, honey." He kissed her cheek. "Don't apologize," he said. "We have busy lives. I don't expect you to be cooking every night. When the weather gets nice and I can get back outside to the grill without wearing boots and a parka, I'll fire it up and cook for you." Molly smiled. "I love you," she said. "I love you too," he said, unfolding his napkin. "But what gives? Are we celebrating your mother's engagement?" He looked around the kitchen. "Where is your mother?" She's having dinner with Sean at Hen of the Wood. They're going to join us later for dessert. Matt opened the bottle of Malbec.
Why is it I'm the only one with a wine glass? Where's yours?
I'm not having any, she said, carving the chicken. You know I'm not a big fan of Malbec. I'm having iced tea.
We can open another bottle of something if you like.
Don't bother, she said, putting chicken on his plate. I have too much on my mind right now, and I can't afford a fuzzy head. Matt poured himself a glass of wine, took a little sip, and glanced at her.
I would ask what's on your mind, but I have to confess I already know. I bumped into Lombardi as I was leaving the hospital. He was there to check on Lamar Aldridge.
I've got to be the most selfish person in the world, she said. I've been so preoccupied I forgot to ask about Lamar. Is he going to be okay?
He'll need time to heal, but he's expected to make a full recovery. He's lucky the gun was small caliber and didn't do too much damage.
Did Lombardi talk to him?
Not yet, he said. He's too heavily medicated at the moment, but it shouldn't be long before he's alert and talking.
Molly poured gravy over her chicken and mashed potatoes. I'm glad he's going to be all right, she said. I like Lamar, even if he is a bit persnickety. Matt took a bite of chicken.
Lombardi told me what happened this morning, how you and Sierra found Miranda's body. Why didn't you call me?
He told you about Miranda?
Yeah, and he told me you're helping him interview the Doll Club members.
Molly felt annoyed with Lombardi.
He had no right to tell you, she said. I was going to do that tonight.
Matt smiled.
This is the reason you made my favorite meal, isn't it? You wanted to butter me up and tell me on a full stomach.
I figured it couldn't hurt to put you in a good mood, she said. But honestly, I don't want you to worry. I'm only going to sit in on the interviews with the Doll Club members, nothing more.
Only the Doll Club members? He grinned. How was the strip club?
Molly threw up her hands. What didn't he tell you? For the record, it's not a strip club, it's a bikini bar. And if Lombardi already blabbed and told you everything, then you know Trent has an alibi.
Strawberry Jam, he said. Nice name.
Molly felt her blood boil. I left him a voicemail hours ago. Why didn't he call me back? Oh, I know why. Because he was too busy talking to you at the hospital.
Calm down, he said. He told me he's been on the run all day, and he asked me to give you some important information. He talked to the medical examiner. The toxicology results on Miranda are still pending, but he was able to confirm she was suffocated with one of her pillows.
Molly sighed. Well, at least we know for sure, she said. I didn't like Miranda, but she didn't deserve to die this way.
Who do you think killed her?
I'm not sure, but if anyone should be worried, it's Luke. He drove Miranda home and draws the most suspicion. Although, in his defense, I can't see him killing her. It would be a dumb move on his part, since everyone knew he was taking her home. I think Lombardi needs to take a close look at Luke's wife, Vanessa. He had a fling with Miranda and says she doesn't know about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if she figured it out a while ago. Women have a sixth sense about these things.
Jealousy would be a good motive, he said. But what about Sierra? Miranda was driving her crazy about the doll.
True, but was it enough to kill her? And don't forget, it does appear Miranda stole Emma, and I was with Sierra this morning. Why would she kill her and leave the doll? She spooned more cranberry onto her plate. I'm hoping it's someone outside of the club. There are employees at Prestige Cleaners who cleaned her house and office, and there could be disgruntled clients or realtors in town who didn't like her.
You want it to be someone else, because you don't want it to be a Doll Club member.
Well, I did get to know them a little. It's hard to imagine any of them putting a pillow over Miranda's face and suffocating her. So let's change the subject, and you tell me about your day. Matt told her as they ate, and Molly relaxed and enjoyed her meal. Later on, when they were cleaning up the kitchen, they heard the garage door open. A moment later, Clara and Sean walked in. It's sleeting out, Clara said. I told Sean he should stay the night. If there's one thing this North Carolina girl knows, black ice is dangerous. Clara looked flushed, but Molly knew it wasn't from the cold. She was glowing with pure happiness. Sean was beaming as he put his arm around her shoulder.
She said yes, he said. I'm truly the happiest man in the world.
After Molly and Matt offered their congratulations, Clara showed off her ring. What do you think, Molly? Oh my gosh, Ma, I love it. Is it vintage? Did you get it at Treasure Trove? Yes, we bought it from Rachel Wisner, Clara said. She got it last week at an estate sale in New Hampshire. It's Edwardian, 2 carats, and the cut is old European. It's absolutely stunning, Molly said. Matt took a bottle of champagne out of the wine cooler.
I say we toast the happy couple and have some peach cobbler to celebrate.
Excellent idea, Sean said. As the men got out the champagne glasses, Clara took dessert plates from the cabinet, and Molly struggled not to cry. She was so happy for her mother, but felt a little sad for herself. It was going to take some getting used to, sharing her best friend with Sean. When Clara saw her face, she gave her a hug. It will never change, Clara whispered in her ear. What won't? My love for you, Molly. Molly hugged her back. I'll love you forever, too, she said. Chapter 10. Molly woke the next morning and glanced at the bedside clock. It read 6:45. Matt was not in the bed with her, but the shower was on, and she knew he was getting ready for work. Padding over to the window, she saw sleet had changed overnight to snow, and it was still snowing lightly. Putting on her robe and slippers, she went downstairs and opened the front door. The newspaper was on the front step. Their newspaper carrier amazed her. No matter what the weather brought, he delivered the paper. As she started to close the door, she saw a black pickup truck coming down the road with a mounted snowplow and Busy Beaver Landscape stenciled on the side. It pulled up in front of her house, and she waved at the 2 men in the cab, Larry and Chip Adams. She'd hired the father and son team to take care of their lawn, and in the winter they plowed the driveway, shoveled the walk, and cleaned off Matt's car, which had to be parked outside because Clara's was in the garage. In the kitchen, the cats were waiting at their food station. She fed them, then took a loaf of whole wheat bread and a package of muesli out of the pantry, and a jar of raspberry jam, butter, and a container of vanilla Greek yogurt from the refrigerator. When her Irish steel-cut oatmeal was ready to eat, Matt appeared, freshly showered and shaved. He stirred yogurt into his muesli, and she mixed raisins and a little milk into her oatmeal. As he poured her a cup of coffee, he asked, "Any signs of life from Clara and Sean?" "Not yet," she said. "What are you doing today? More interviews?" "Probably. I need to check my phone to see if Lombardi left a message." She got up and unplugged her phone from its charger and brought it back to the table. "He sent a text at 1:43. Does the man sleep? He wants to interview Eliza and Rita this morning, and I should let him know if I need a ride, otherwise I'm to meet him at Perry Realty at 9:30. She texted him back. "I told him I'll meet him there. I hate being without my car." After breakfast, Matt put on his hat and coat and kissed her goodbye. "I'll let you know if I get any updates on Lamar," he said. "Thank you, darling," she said. When he left, Molly cleaned the kitchen and sat at the table to read the newspaper. By 8 o'clock, her mother and Sean still hadn't emerged from her apartment, and she gave up waiting for them. She went upstairs, showered and dressed, and by 9:15 was in her car and on the way to Perry Realty. Lombardi was already there when she arrived. He was sitting in his car with the engine running, drinking coffee, and eating a Boston cream donut. Molly slid into the passenger seat, and he passed her a bag from Java Jitters. "There's a lemon and a cinnamon donut in there. I wasn't sure which one you'd be in the mood for." He pointed to a coffee cup in the car's cup holder. "And I got you a French vanilla latte." She took the lemon donut out of the bag. "Is this your way of apologizing?" He looked at her. "I don't know," he said. "What am I apologizing for?" "Telling Matt everything about what happened yesterday, and the fact I'm helping you on the case." "I didn't mean to steal your thunder. Is it a problem?" "No, Matt doesn't mind if I help you, and I suppose it saved me the trouble of having to tell him everything myself." "Good," he smiled. "Then I don't need to apologize. Eliza and Rita are late." She glanced at the dashboard clock. "It's only 9:28. Technically, they're not late yet. She took a bite of the donut, and lemon cream oozed out the side. God, this is good. She licked the cream. Seeing Java Jitters printed on the side of the coffee cup made her think about Jazzy and how she promised to put in a good word for her. But this didn't seem like the right time and place, and she thought it would be better to wait. Why are we talking to Rita and Eliza together instead of separately?
Eliza asked if Rita could sit in on the interview, and I thought it would be a good way to get them both done at one time.
Have you searched the realty office?
A forensic team was here yesterday afternoon going through her computer and files, but it will take a while before they have a chance to look through everything. If you see something interesting while we're in there, let me know.
He sipped his coffee.
By the way, thanks for talking to Trent. You did a great job getting him to open up about his relationship with Miranda. I asked Detective Sanchez to interview Strawberry Jam to confirm his alibi. Her real name, by the way, is Lucy Edison.
Molly took another bite of donut. She remembered meeting Detective Sanchez at the police department's annual holiday party. She was a lovely woman of Mexican descent, married with 2 young children, and her husband was a firefighter. Lombardi checked his watch.
Eliza and Rita are now 5 minutes late.
I feel sorry for Eliza, Molly said. Miranda's dead, and she's out of a job.
I'm sure she'll find something else.
Molly wasn't so sure, considering the way Eliza dressed. Miranda had been tolerant of her goth wear, but a lot of businesses wouldn't be. Lombardi sipped his coffee.
I read your article about the doll club. I thought Eliza's doll collection was the most interesting.
Even more than Sierra's haunted dolls?
Yeah, at least the haunted dolls look like dolls. Those reborn dolls Eliza's collecting are creepy.
He finished his donut and licked his fingers.
I read a police report about this woman who was driving around with one of those reborn dolls. She had it in a car seat and everything. Next thing you know, calls are coming in about a baby in a hot car, and the cops show up and break into the car and find it's not even real. That's not cool, Molly.
I agree, it's not, she said.
They look alive.
Trust me, they're just dolls. He sipped his coffee.
Eliza could be obsessed with having a baby.
Why would you say that?
Hello? Did you look at those dolls?
She said she likes collecting them because they're cute and make her happy.
You know her husband, Johnny, died shortly after they got married, he said.
So?
So she's pining for a baby, he said. Some women say they have to have a baby because it's the only way they'll ever feel complete. She could be one of them.
Are these women you've dated? He shrugged.
Maybe.
Geez, Lombardi, it's not a big deal if she collects lifelike dolls. A lot of people do. He looked at her.
What about you, Molly? Do you feel incomplete without a child?
Heaven help a woman with no children, she said. Children shouldn't define a person's entire life. If I ever do have children, they won't define mine. He held up his hands.
Don't be defensive. I totally agree with that sentiment, since I don't have any little ones myself, he said.
Why didn't you mention Johnny's accident in your article about Eliza? She asked me not to, and I didn't think it was pertinent to what we were talking about. His death has nothing to do with her doll collection.
Says you, he said, taking another sip of coffee. I ran a background check on her. Her real name is Elizabeth Sanborn. She was born in Brooklyn, New York, to a couple of junkies. Child Protection Services took her away from them when she was a baby. The rest of the family turned out to be as screwed up as her parents, so she ended up in the foster system, aging out at 18. Her first job was at Macy's, but she got arrested for stealing from the register, and they fired her. Lucky for her, the store didn't pursue the charges, but a judge made her do 80 hours of community service. She later got a job at a restaurant called Morrison's waiting tables.
She told me she met Johnny when she was waiting tables. It must have been there. They heard the sound of a loud muffler, and Eliza's clunker of a car came into view. They're here, Molly said, capping her coffee. Eliza parked next to Lombardi's car and had to go around to Rita's side to yank open the passenger door, since it couldn't be opened from the inside for some reason.
Sorry we're late.
Eliza said as she rummaged around in a large satchel. She offered no explanation for their tardiness, but looked triumphant when she found a Perry Realty keyring in her bag. They went inside, and Molly could see Miranda had spared no expense on the office decor. Like her home, it was decorated with beautiful furniture and artwork. Eliza shrugged off her coat and opened a closet near her desk. Her outfit was a short black skirt and black tights, a chunky silver necklace with a skull and crossbones, and black combat boots. Molly noticed a brochure for the U.S. Virgin Islands on her desk and picked it up. "Planning a vacation?" she asked. Eliza saw the brochure in her hand and shrugged. "I was thinking about it, but I guess I won't be going anywhere for a while." "Let's sit and talk," Lombardi said. They sat in the reception area on soft suede chairs. As Lombardi took his notebook out of his pocket, Rita asked, "Is there any word on Lamar?" "His doctors are optimistic he'll make a full recovery," he said. Rita sighed deeply. "I can't believe Miranda's dead, and someone shot Lamar. I know the news is reporting Miranda's death as suspicious, but what about Lamar? Was it a home invasion?" "I can't say at this point. It's an active investigation." He clicked his pen. "I'd like to start by asking both of you where you were between 9 p.m. on Tuesday and 2 a.m. Wednesday morning." Rita pursed her lips. "You don't think one of us killed Miranda, do you?" "I'm asking everyone in the Forget-Me-Not Doll Club the same question," he said. "Don't take it personally." Rita didn't look happy, but she answered. "After the meeting broke up, we cleaned the kitchen and watched TV. Then we went to bed." "What time?" "Around 11. "Do either of you have an opinion about who might have wanted to hurt either Miranda or Lamar?" "Before I answer, Detective Lombardi, may I ask why Molly is here?" Rita smiled at her. "I don't mean to be rude, Molly, but I'm a little confused about what your role is." "There was an antique doll at the scene," Lombardi said. "I've asked Molly to consult on the case." It was a vague explanation, but it seemed to satisfy Rita. She said, "You mean Emma, of course. Sierra told me. Well, I can't think of a single person who would want to harm Miranda or Lamar." "Me either," Eliza added. "Let's talk about Emma, the doll," he said. "I keep hearing Miranda believed it was haunted, and if she owned it, she'd get some kind of big payout in her divorce. What's your take on it?" "Miranda believed in the paranormal," Eliza said. "She read her horoscope every day, and sometimes she went to mediums and had her fortune told. But the obsession with Emma didn't start until a few months after she split from Trent." "I heard she was having financial problems," he said. "You're her bookkeeper. What was the cause? Was business bad?" "Business is always a little slow in the winter," Eliza said. "The problem was Miranda. She liked to spend money. She spent and didn't know when to stop. I would warn her when the balance on her bank accounts was near the danger point, but she rarely listened to me." Lombardi made a note. "Were you at work on Tuesday?" "Yes." "Did she seem ill?" "Not that I noticed," Eliza said. "Actually, she was a bear. In the morning, she got a letter from Trent's lawyer, and it made her really mad. She was ranting around the office, saying if Trent thought he could buy her off cheap, he was greatly mistaken." Molly reasoned this had to be the settlement offer Trent had mentioned to her. "She left it on her desk, and I looked at it later when she was out. I couldn't believe how generous he was being. She didn't appreciate it." "Do you know anything about her meeting with Carol Davis at Piney Grove?" "I saw it on her calendar," Eliza said. "I figured she was trying to sell her a new condo, because there are a few that just came on the market over there. But later, when she got back, she told me she'd tried to convince her to go behind Sierra's back and sell Emma to her. I couldn't believe it. We all know about Carol Davis. She's not well. It was one thing to push Sierra on it, but I thought she'd gone too far with her mother." Rita nudged her arm. "Tell them about her trip," she said. "Oh, yeah," Eliza said. "The day after she saw Carol, Miranda canceled all of her appointments. She said she needed a few days off and went to Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
It was weird because she worked all the time and never took off on weekends. She was gone Friday through Sunday. What was her mood when you saw her on Monday? She was back to normal, bossing me around. Okay, let's talk about her relationship with Luke. You knew about it? She never said a word to me about it, Eliza said. I only found out after Luke broke it off. She was upset, told me he was stupid, Vanessa was a cow, and he was making a huge mistake. Do you think Vanessa knew? Eliza looked at Rita. What do you think? No, Rita said. I do not think she knew. She's a good friend of mine, and she never said anything to me about it. Did you know? I wasn't sure, but I thought there might be something going on, Rita said. After Luke and Vanessa separated, I started noticing Miranda looking at Luke in a certain way. What way? You know, the way a dieter looks at a piece of cake. Molly thought this was interesting. Eliza had just confirmed Luke's version of the breakup, and if Rita had noticed Miranda's interest in Luke, there was a good chance Vanessa had noticed it too. Let's talk about Lamar, he said. How long have you known him? About 10 years for me, Rita said. Eliza met him 6 years ago, after she and Johnny moved home. He can be a little whiny and nitpicky sometimes, but overall he's a very nice man, Eliza said. We were both really shocked when Vanessa told us someone shot him. Vanessa told you? She told Rita, and Rita told me. Rita said, she was at the hospital when they brought him in. She told me he was going into surgery. I've been trying to reach her to check up on him, but she hasn't called me back. I'm glad to hear he's going to be all right. Lombardi turned a page in his notebook. Do you know if Miranda and Lamar had a relationship outside of the doll club? Rita laughed. You've got to be kidding, she said. Lamar's too old for Miranda. It doesn't have to be romantic, he said. Were they friends? Eliza said, I don't think so. She never saw him outside of the club meetings, and I'd know because I kept her calendar. Last question, to Eliza. And be honest, he said. Did you like working for Miranda? Eliza nodded. Yes, it was a good job, she said. Once you got used to her ways and figured her out, she wasn't so hard to work for. Like Rita always said, her bark is worse than her bite. Chapter 11. As they walked out of Perry Realty, Lombardi's cell phone rang. He answered and held a finger up to Molly to wait a moment. He listened to the caller, then waved for her to get in his car. Molly slid into the passenger seat, and he put the call on speakerphone. Carly, I've got Molly Appleby with me. Hi, Molly. It's Carly Paulson, he told Molly. Oh, hi, Carly. Carly was the custodian technician for the evidence room at the police station. Molly had met her at the same holiday party where she'd met Detective Sanchez. She knew Carly collected antique thimbles and clocks, and she had her on a list of future articles. Lombardi said, Carly got Sierra's doll back from the lab last night. Wow, that was fast, Molly said. She's having a problem with it. Oh no, did the lab damage it? Because Sierra will have a fit. No, it's not that, Carly said. It looks fine. The problem is, I locked it in a property locker before I went home, and this morning it was on my desk. I've asked everyone who has access to the room if they took it out of the locker, and they all deny it. Molly heard her blow her breath out. The doll is making me nervous. I want it out of here. It's just a doll, Lombardi said. Really? Then explain to me why I can feel it watching me. You need to come and get it, Lombardi, or I swear I'll throw it in the dumpster out back. No, you won't, he said. The doll is evidence. I don't care, Carly said. He turned to Molly. What do you think, Molly? If the doll is making Carly uncomfortable, maybe it really is a haunted doll. What? Carly shouted. Are you serious? The doll is possessed? No, Molly's kidding, Lombardi said firmly. Someone's pranking you. Did you talk to Dan Hollis? He's always pulling practical jokes. He's on a cruise with his wife and kids, Carly said. Where are you? We're close to the station, Molly said. We'll come and get the doll. No, we won't, Lombardi said. I can't release it until I get the lab's report.
Check your email, Carly said. They told me they were done with it.
This is ridiculous, he muttered.
I heard that, Carly said. I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling about this doll. Molly, explain it to him.
She feels it, Molly said. He sighed. You're in a building with armed police officers. If you feel threatened, have someone shoot it.
A long dial tone sounded as Carly hung up.
You shouldn't tease her, Molly said.
How do you explain the doll being on her desk this morning?
Someone obviously put it there. Dolls don't break out of lockers and climb onto desks.
If someone's pranking her, why aren't they taking credit?
They're watching her squirm, he said. Come on, Molly. Don't tell me you believe in haunted dolls.
When I was doing research for the article, I read about a doll in British Columbia named Mandy. She was donated to a museum because her owner claimed she cried all the time, and after she got to the museum, weird things started to happen. People heard footsteps when there wasn't anyone around. Things disappeared and were moved around in the museum's offices. It got so bad they put the doll in a showcase with other dolls, but then the other dolls got damaged.
They made a story up to bring people into the museum, he said.
What about Annabelle, the most famous haunted doll of all time? Google her, and I guarantee you'll have nightmares.
It's all hype, Molly, to sell books and movies. Dealers like Sierra sell dolls like Emma to people who want to believe in the supernatural. It's a way to make money.
You know my friend Kitty, she said.
Yes, of course. What about her? Does she have a haunted doll?
Just listen, she said. Her father died 6 years ago. He'd eaten dinner and got up from the table to get a cup of coffee, but he collapsed and died of a heart attack.
I'm sorry to hear it, he said. What does his death have to do with any of this?
Every appliance in the kitchen broke. The refrigerator, dishwasher, stove, even the coffee machine conked out. Kitty and her mother believe when her father's soul left his body, it was like a jolt of electricity burst out of him, like a magnetic pulse, and it messed up everything electronic in the room.
Were the appliances old?
Some, not all.
It could be a coincidence. Appliances break.
Molly sighed. All of them at the same time?
It's possible.
Tell that to Kitty's mother, who not only had to plan her husband's funeral but had to replace all of her appliances. I'm sure she'll be happy to know it was only a coincidence.
Hey, don't get ticked off at me because I don't like the idea of my soul being transported into my grandmother's antique butter dish when I die.
Really? A butter dish?
It's my favorite heirloom of Grammy's, he said.
I didn't say Kitty's father's soul went into the appliances, she said, exasperated. I'm trying to point out that when he died, something extraordinary happened. When his soul left his body, it was so powerful it knocked out all of the electronics in the room. And because I believe Kitty and her mother aren't making up a story to sell something, I think it's worth considering a doll like Emma, if she was near someone who died, could have been touched by the person's spirit as it left the room, so to speak.
I'm willing to admit something happened when Kitty's dad died, he said. But to go from that to believing Emma, a doll, is haunted by someone's spirit is just too much. In my line of work, I deal with crimes committed by living, breathing people, not spirits hanging out in dolls or kitchen appliances. He pointed to the car door. Get out of my car.
Are you mad at me?
Never. I always appreciate your opinion and your theories, no matter how harebrained they are. Out.
It sounds like you're kicking me out of your car.
I am kicking you out, he said. Go to your car and follow me to the station. I don't want Carly to shoot the doll. Sierra would sue me.
Chapter 12. Molly clipped a visitor badge to her coat and followed Lombardi through the police station to the evidence room. Can you tell me how the room is secured? She asked.
You have to have a card and a keypad code to open the door, he said. The room is also monitored by a camera.
Good. We can check the video feed. If someone put Emma on Carly's desk, it will show them doing it.
I can't imagine she hasn't already looked at it, he said.
They stopped in front of a closed door with a cipher lock. He pressed a buzzer, and a moment later Carly opened the door. She stood 5'1" in heels and had to look up at them. Her eyes were huge behind round eyeglasses. "Thanks for coming," she said, stepping aside to let them in. "Follow me." They walked into a storage room where lockers lined every wall, and tall shelves took up most of the floor space. The shelves were stacked with boxes, each marked with identification numbers. Carly led them over to her desk, and Molly saw Emma. The doll was in a seated position on a calendar blotter, her blue eyes staring straight ahead, arms stiff at her sides. "Did you check the security camera?" he asked. "Of course I did," Carly snapped. "I'll be happy to show it to you, and maybe you can explain why it goes black at 5:15 this morning, and when it comes back on a few minutes later, the doll is on my desk." "Well, obviously someone turned the video off so you wouldn't see them putting the doll on your desk," he said. "I'm not taking any chances," Carly said. She turned to Molly. "Is the doll possessed?" "I don't think so. Her head's not spinning." She was trying to make a joke, but Carly wasn't laughing. "Sorry, lame attempt to lighten the mood," Molly said. "I don't have any first-hand experience with haunted dolls, or any other haunted object for that matter, but I have read about paranormal activity in dolls. Strange sounds and odors that can't be explained are common, but Lombardi could be right. You have to consider someone is playing a joke on you." Carly crossed her arms over her chest. "Whatever. I want it gone." Lombardi said, "On the way over, I called Joe McDaniel at the lab. He's going to email his report to me by close of business, but he said as far as he's concerned, the doll could be returned to its owner." Carly looked relieved. "The problem is, I also got a text from Sierra Davis, the owner. She's out of town and won't be back until tomorrow." Carly's face fell. Molly asked, "Where is she?" "Lake George, New York, at an antique auction. She said she's staying overnight with a friend." Carly said, "I don't care where she is. Take the doll with you." "Why can't you lock it up again?" "Are you kidding me?" Carly's eyes widened. "What if it starts to cry, or bangs its little hands on the locker, or does something worse like attack me?" "Okay, calm down," he said. "I'll take it and lock it in my filing cabinet." Molly said, "You can't do that. You could damage the doll." He threw his hands up. "Well, what do you propose, ladies? I'm not taking it home with me." "Then I will," Molly said. "Give her to me. I'll let Sierra know I have her, and I'll arrange to drop her off when she gets home. Okay?" Carly smiled. "Sounds good to me." Lombardi said, "You're not afraid it will haunt you tonight? Keep you awake rattling its chains?" "She doesn't have chains, but I'd love it if it happened," Molly said. "Then we'd be able to prove there is such a thing as a haunted doll." He frowned and turned to Carly. "Get the paperwork ready and I'll sign the doll out." As Carly and Lombardi began the paperwork, Molly said, "I'll text Sierra. She'll be thrilled to hear Emma's getting out of jail." Chapter 13. Molly wrapped Emma in a blanket. It was part of her car's emergency road kit, and she thought this could be considered a small emergency. She didn't want Emma to get dirty and suffer Sierra's wrath. As she placed the doll in the trunk of her car, she saw Lombardi heading her way. "Are we done for today?" she asked. "I'm not even close to being done," he said. "I just got off the phone with Vanessa. She's at the hospital and says she can take a break at 11:30. I told her we'd meet her in the cafeteria." "Are you going to bring up Luke's relationship with Miranda?" "Of course. It's a motive to kill the competition. But after I bring it up, feel free to step in and ask questions. She might find it easier talking about it to a woman." 20 minutes later, they were walking into the hospital cafeteria. Molly saw Vanessa paying the cashier, and when she noticed Molly, she pointed to a table in the corner. Molly ordered an egg salad sandwich and potato chips, and Lombardi chose a ham and cheese on rye. They joined Vanessa, who was eating yogurt and drinking herbal iced tea. Molly didn't know how she could eat yogurt for lunch and not be hungry 5 minutes later. Lombardi got right to the point. "Did you know your husband dated Miranda after you separated?" Vanessa's spoon hovered over her yogurt cup. "Yes," she said calmly. "When did you find out?" "When Miranda told me," Vanessa said. Molly was so surprised to hear this, she put her sandwich back on her plate before even taking a bite. It was a few days before Christmas, Vanessa went on. She told me she was in love with Luke and I didn't deserve him. She told me I was ruining his life, forcing him into marriage counseling, and if I had any decency, I'd divorce him.
How did you respond?
I told her he wasn't a bird with a broken wing, and it was a mutual decision to work on our marriage. I also reminded her we have 3 children. But did she care? Not a bit. Miranda was too selfish to care about anyone but herself.
Molly asked, "Did you tell Luke she came to see you?"
No, I told my father-in-law.
Gavin? Why?
Vanessa spooned some yogurt and ate it. He's been very kind to me and the children through this difficult time, she said. He said I needed to find a good marriage counselor, and he promised to talk to Luke and convince him to go.
When did you start going to counseling?
The first week of January, Vanessa said. We go once a week. Gavin's been encouraging Luke to attend.
Why? Does he want to drop out?
Vanessa sighed. No, but he seems less than enthusiastic at times. I'm doing my best to make this work, but I told him I can't do it alone. I know we have issues, things we need to sort through, but I want to try, for the children. And for the last 15 years we've been married. We have too much invested in this, too many years, to throw it all away without trying to fix it.
Molly thought Vanessa's attitude was a healthy one. She didn't seem like a woman who would bother to kill the competition. Lombardi asked, "When you told Miranda you weren't going to divorce Luke, did she threaten you in any way?"
No, she just grinned and said, "We'll see who wins in the end." To tell you the truth, it really didn't upset me. I'd had my suspicions all along they were seeing each other, so it wasn't a big shock to hear it. And I knew if Luke really had strong feelings for her, he never would have broken up with her. It gave me hope that he means to work on our marriage.
Do you think he could have hurt Miranda?
Vanessa stared at him. You mean, do I think he killed her? The answer is no, I do not. Luke has many character flaws, but being a cold-blooded killer is not one of them.
Where did you go after you left the doll club meeting?
I went home, Vanessa said. My mother can vouch for me. She always stays overnight at our house when I'm at my meetings. I don't like to leave the children alone.
How did you learn about Miranda's death?
Rita called me, after Sierra phoned her and told her she and Molly had found her body. She said Emma was in her bedroom. I wasn't surprised to hear it. Miranda was going to have that doll one way or the other.
So you think she stole it, he said.
How else did it get there?
What's your take on the whole haunted doll thing?
Personally, I don't believe in such things, but I don't doubt for a minute that if Miranda thought Emma was haunted and could help her get what she wanted from Trent, she'd do anything she could to wear Sierra and her mother down. She really had no thought for anyone else. Abruptly, she pushed her chair back and stood. I have to get back to work, she said.
I'm not done talking to you, he said firmly. If this isn't a good place for you to chat, we can have it at police headquarters.
Vanessa frowned, but she sat back down. What else do you want to know?
I want to talk about Lamar, he said. Rita told me you called her about his condition. Aren't you concerned about violating HIPAA privacy laws?
I'm not going to apologize for telling her he was admitted to the hospital with a gunshot wound, she said. Lamar is a friend and a fellow doll club member, and she's president of the club. I thought she should know.
Well, from this point on, I insist you respect his privacy, he said. I'm investigating a homicide and a shooting. It's possible the same person committed both crimes, and this person could be a member of the Forget-Me-Not Doll Club. Do you understand?
Vanessa pursed her lips. The sour lemon look was back. Yes, she said.
Good, because it's important no one knows he's here. The hospital is keeping it confidential, and it's for his protection.
I told you I understand, Vanessa said.
The other night at the meeting, did you notice Miranda was ill?
She didn't seem to have much of an appetite, although she made Eliza get her a plate. Yet again, another power play. Vanessa looked at her watch. I really don't have anything else to add. The truth is, I didn't like Miranda, and I'm not sorry she's dead, but I had nothing to do with her death. She stood again and picked up her tray. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work.
Chapter 14. When Vanessa was gone, Molly and Lombardi ate their lunch, and Molly got back on the food line and bought a slice of pecan pie and 2 cups of coffee. She gave one of the coffees to Lombardi. "You left your phone on the table and it chimed," he said. "Looks like you got a text from Sierra."
Molly read it.
"She says she's happy I have Emma, and she'll be back by 2 tomorrow. I'll tell her I'll drop the doll off around 2:30.
She sent the text and put her phone back on the table.
"I hate to say this because I like Sierra, but she really does have a good motive for killing Miranda because of the doll. What do you think?" "I think it doesn't explain the break-in at her shop, and Emma being in her room, and you going with her to find her body."
What if she set her up, to make her look like a thief?
"You mean she robbed her own store and put Emma in her room to frame her?"
Exactly, Molly said. She could have done it before she came to the meeting. She was very specific about the time I should pick up my doll from her. She wanted me to find the broken glass and go with her to Miranda's, to be a witness to finding the doll.
It's an interesting theory, but if her intention was to make it look like Miranda was a thief, why kill her?"
"You're right. It doesn't make sense," she said. "And I just remembered something else. Initially, Sierra didn't even want to call the police to report the robbery. She said if Miranda had Emma, she didn't want to get her in trouble, she just wanted the doll back. So maybe she didn't do it."
"Unless she got a thrill out of setting up an elaborate crime scene to throw us off her scent," he said. "Right now, I'm not ruling anyone out."
His cell phone rang, and while he talked, Molly ate her pie.
"How much?"
He nodded as he listened.
"Okay, super. Send me a copy of your report, and thanks again for rushing it. I really appreciate it."
He ended the call and looked at Molly.
"Well, the toxicology results are back on Miranda. There wasn't any alcohol in her system, or drugs of any kind, so she wasn't drunk or poisoned."
Molly felt suddenly queasy and put her fork down.
"Are you okay? You look a little pale."
"It's my stomach."
"I hope you don't have whatever Miranda came down with."
"More likely it's the combination of egg salad sandwich, pecan pie, and coffee."
Lombardi pushed his chair back. "I think I just saw Rita go by in the hallway. Wait here."
He raced out of the cafeteria and disappeared from view. Molly's queasy moment passed, and a minute later he was back with Rita.
"Rita's here because she was hoping to see Lamar," he said.
"They won't let you in," Molly told her. "He can't have visitors."
Lombardi pulled a chair out. "Have a seat, Rita," he said. "Let's talk a minute."
Rita sat down and took her hat off, but she didn't unbutton her coat. She was making it clear she wasn't planning on staying long. "I have nothing to add to our conversation this morning," she said. "I don't know who killed Miranda or shot Lamar."
"Actually, since I've got you alone, I'd like to talk to you about Eliza," he said. "What do you know about her?"
"I know my son loved her," Rita said. "But I'm sure that's not the answer you were looking for. You want to know if I know she grew up in the foster care system. I do."
"Did you know she was caught stealing money from her employer?"
"Yes, at Macy's," Rita said. "She told Johnny when they were dating, and they both told me before they were married. She was very young and made a mistake. It never happened again."
"When did Eliza move in with you?"
"The first time was when Johnny brought her home. He didn't have a job yet, and they needed a place to stay. It wasn't for long, though. They got married a few weeks later, and Johnny rented a beautiful house out in Colchester. Eliza said it was her dream home, and Johnny promised her he'd buy it for her one day."
"How long did they live there?"
"Only a month," Rita said. "He died in a bicycling accident 2 days before he was to start a new job. He loved to ride on country roads, even though it worried me sick. They're so narrow, and, well, someone hit him. He died instantly."
"I'm sorry," he said. "It must have been a terrible time for you and Eliza."
"It was devastating to both of us," Rita said. "Matters were made worse for Eliza when she realized Johnny didn't have any life insurance. She had a job at a diner, making peanuts, and she couldn't pay the rent on the house. I told her she could stay with me until she figured things out. Lamar was the one who encouraged her to take a bookkeeping course. It turned out she had a good head for numbers. By the time she got her certificate, I didn't want her to leave, and she said she'd love to stay. Over the years, I've come to think of her as my own daughter. I think Johnny would be pleased.
The other night, after you went to bed, would you have heard her if she'd gone out?
Rita's eyes flared. She didn't leave the house. The dogs would have barked. She made a point of looking at her watch, in the same pointed way Vanessa had done. I have a transport of dogs arriving this afternoon, and I can't leave Christian alone. There's a lot of paperwork to do, and we need to get the dogs settled.
Who's Christian?
Christian Flanagan, my employee.
How many people do you employ at Paws Crossed?
Christian's the only employee. I have 2 volunteers who rotate every other weekend. Molly said, "It must be expensive running an animal shelter. The food alone has to cost a lot, never mind veterinary expenses, rent, upkeep of the building.
Do you make enough in adoptions to pay the bills?"
It's a constant struggle, Rita said.
Does Eliza help out at the shelter or with expenses?
Whenever she can, Rita said. She stood and put on her hat. Will you let me know when Lamar can have visitors?
Lombardi nodded. I'll let you know.
As Rita walked away, he said to Molly,
Good call on the money.
Their house is falling apart, and so are their cars. I don't know how Rita manages to keep the shelter open.
I'll have Detective Sanchez check on Paws Crossed, as well as Rita's and Eliza's bank accounts, he said. You never know, there could be something there.
The Hindenburg, May 4th, 1937. Evelyn walked into the dining room alone, leaving Frank in their cabin sleeping off his drunken stupor. Breakfast was served continental style, with a buffet of meats, fresh fruits, pastries, and breads set out on a long table. Eggs were made to order. Evelyn ordered scrambled eggs with salt, pepper, and dill. She joined a group of Americans, and a steward poured her a cup of dark-brewed coffee. As the others talked, Evelyn smiled and pretended nothing was wrong. In truth, she was frightened. She couldn't forget how Frank had threatened to kill her, and she was beginning to worry that even if she was able to leave with Wilfred, he would come after her. Maybe not right away, but someday, when she least expected it. She finished eating her breakfast and asked a steward for another cup of coffee. As he poured it out, she noticed a woman at the next table watching her. When she saw Evelyn had seen her, she gestured for her to join her. Evelyn got up and went over. "How do you do? I am Gerda Brandt," the woman said in German. Evelyn shook her proffered hand and took the chair beside her. "Evelyn Conway." "It is a pleasure to meet you," Gerda said. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, regal and poised, with silky blonde hair and large blue eyes. She wore large diamond earrings and rings on all of her fingers, and a mink stole was draped across the shoulders of her silk dress. "My husband has a terrific headache this morning," she said. "He had too much to drink last night." "Mine too," Evelyn said. "Yes, I know. Carl told me he spent much of the evening talking to your husband, Frank. He said he was keen on talking about you." "Was he?" Evelyn sipped her coffee. She didn't want to talk about Frank. But why was Frank talking about her? "I'm surprised he mentioned me at all," she said. "He usually forgets to tell people he's married." "He told Carl you had German grandparents, and this is why you speak German fluently. Carl said he sounded jealous." "He is jealous." It sounded strange to her own ears to say it out loud, but it was the truth. One she'd never told before because Frank wouldn't like it. "He always has to be the best at everything," she said. Gerda smiled. "He told Carl you brought a doll on board." "I'm surprised he said anything about it," Evelyn said. "I can't imagine why he'd bring Emma into a conversation with your husband." "I am, myself, a great collector of dolls," Gerda said. "I have 220 of them at home." "Do you? I only have this one. Emma was a gift." Evelyn paused. "Do you know why Frank told your husband about her?"
I believe he was a bit tipsy at the time, but he told Carl the doll makes him nervous. Gerda lowered her voice. He thinks the doll watches him. Evelyn stared at her. He told him Emma was watching him? How very odd. Is it? Gerda lifted her empty coffee cup in the air, and a steward immediately came over and refilled it. When he was gone, she said to Evelyn, Frank told him some other things about you, my dear. This morning, when Carl relayed this information to me, I became concerned. Evelyn was horrified. In his drunken stupor, had Frank told him he beat her? Gerda patted her hand. There. I know this is indelicate to speak of, but I had an experience of my own many years ago, before I met Carl, with a young man I was to marry. I quite understand. He was very much like your Frank, dashing, debonair, well-spoken, highly educated. But he had a dark side. I was fortunate my family intervened before we married. 2 years later, I met Carl. Still, I have never forgotten what it was like to be captive to such a man, and how difficult it was to escape him. Evelyn was mute. She couldn't utter a word. She felt mortified. Gerda went on. The impression your husband has, of the doll watching him, could be true. Who gave her to you? Evelyn cleared her throat. A nurse at the hospital. Where you were recovering from an injury your husband inflicted? Evelyn nodded. Emma belonged to her deceased sister, Annalisa, she said quietly. She appeared to her in a dream and told her to give me the doll. She paused. Annalisa was murdered, presumably by her husband, who got away with it. In the dream, she told her sister I should take Emma home with me and keep her close. How interesting, Gerda said. Tell me, did your husband object to your gift? No. I thought he might, because he doesn't like people giving me things, but for the most part he's ignored Emma. I thought it was because a woman gave her to me, and there's nothing threatening about a doll. Is there not? Well, no. Yet your husband told Carl the doll makes him nervous, and he believes she is watching him. It is a very odd thing to say. I suppose it was the drink. Or Emma is watching him, and he knows it, Gerda said firmly. Evelyn looked around the dining room. No one was paying any attention to their conversation. She wasn't sure she wanted to hear anything else Gerda had to say, but she found she didn't want to leave her chair. I have been collecting dolls since I was a very young girl, Gerda went on. In all that time, there has only been one doll that ever frightened me. I found her in a shop, neglected, unkempt. I brought her home and repaired her, and soon afterward I began to hear noises at night. A child crying, footsteps on the landing outside my bedroom door, when no one was there. She shivered. Even now, it frightens me to think of the doll, how it seemed to watch me with its eyes, and the overwhelming feeling I had of its malevolence. Evelyn didn't know if Gerda was prone to making up stories, but she was fascinated. Do you still have the doll? Oh, no, Gerda said, shaking her head. No. Carl insisted we get rid of her. We buried her in the middle of the night, in a cemetery. Evelyn was astonished. Are you saying your husband heard the noises too? Yes. This is why Carl told me what Frank said about your doll. What happened to us. It was unnerving, to say the least. I do not wish to add to your distress, my dear, but I believe my doll was haunted and had evil intentions. I would not wish to see you hurt. I'm not afraid of Emma, Evelyn said. When I look at her, when I hold her, I feel comforted, not frightened. Gerda nodded. Then perhaps she is not evil, but has a good spirit, and she means to protect you. You mean from Frank? Of course. Is there anyone else who wants to harm you? No. Well, Gerda suddenly smiled. Here is your husband now. Evelyn turned and saw Frank walking into the dining room. Gerda whispered, I think you will be wise to do as you were told. Promise you will keep Emma close. Evelyn put a smile on her face as Frank came over. I promise,
she said.
Chapter 15. Molly was eating breakfast with her mother, and she couldn't stop staring at Emma on the kitchen counter. The morning sun highlighted her golden locks and blue eyes. She was smiling, and the dimples in her cheeks were so pronounced Molly couldn't imagine why anyone would ever think she was haunted. Clara said, "She's a very pretty doll." "What?" "Emma. You've been staring at her for the past few minutes." "Oh, I guess I was. I keep wondering why Miranda was so convinced she was haunted. I didn't hear any strange noises last night, did you?" "No, and the cat slept soundly on my bed all night. You know they would have run away if they were frightened." Molly finished her cereal and took her bowl to the sink. "I've decided to go to Piney Grove this morning and talk to Carol Davis." "You're going with Lombardi?" "No, alone." "I thought he only wants you to talk to Doll Club members." "He had me talk to Trent." "Molly, this is different. He hasn't asked you to talk to Carol." "Don't worry, Ma, I have it all planned. I'll introduce myself as a friend of Sierra's, and I'll keep it casual. I just want to know what she and Miranda talked about." "I thought all they talked about was her selling the doll to her. And didn't Sierra say she gets upset easily? Bringing up Miranda's visit so soon after she's died might upset her." "They could have talked about other things, but if I think she can't handle it, I'll back off. I swear." "All right, but why don't you take Emma with you? She probably doesn't see the doll very often, and having her there might make her feel better about the topic of conversation." "Good idea." Molly went over to the doll and picked her up. "What do you say, Emma? Want to visit Carol?" The doll was silent. An hour later, Molly walked into Piney Grove Assisted Living with Emma tucked into her tote bag. A fire burned brightly in the lobby fireplace, and the young woman behind the concierge desk welcomed her with a big smile. Her name tag said Charlotte. "Good afternoon," Charlotte chirped. "How may I help you?" "I'm here to see Carol Davis. My name is Molly Appleby." "Is she expecting you?" "No, I'm a friend of her daughter's. I was in the area, and I thought I'd drop by and say hello." "I'll let her know you're here." Charlotte checked her computer and tapped some keys on the keyboard. The screen was angled, so Molly could clearly see she was looking up Carol's phone number. Using a phone on her desk, Charlotte said, "Ms. Davis? This is Charlotte in reception. I have a Molly Appleby here to see you. She says she's a friend of your daughter's." She beamed at Molly. "Yes, I'll let her know. Thank you." She hung up, and the smile got even bigger. "Ms. Davis is in the library visiting with a friend, but she says she'll be pleased to meet you. Turn right after the elevators, and you'll find the library at the end of the hall." Molly walked by the elevators and past the main dining room, where a few breakfast stragglers were drinking coffee and chatting. An arts and crafts room was farther down the hall, with a sign on the door announcing an origami flower folding class at 11. Quickly stepping aside for two elderly women who looked like they would be happy to run her over with their walkers if she didn't move, Molly saw the library. The doors were open, and she walked into a room well stocked with books and DVDs. The furnishings were a mix of comfortable couches and chairs in divided sitting areas. The only people she saw were a man and a woman seated on a couch by a row of windows overlooking a snow-covered patio. As Molly approached them, the man stood, and she realized it was Luke's father, Gavin Kearns. "Hello, Molly," he said in a steely tone of voice. "You've come to see Carol." "I hope I'm not intruding," Molly said. Carol smiled up at her. She was a thin, petite woman with short gray hair and a crooked smile that reminded her of Sierra's. She wore a purple velour sweatsuit and bright white sneakers, and a walker with a basket was next to her side of the couch. Molly could see a cell phone in the basket and tiny stuffed animals hanging from the handlebars. "I'm happy to meet a friend of Sierra," Carol said. Her speech was very slow and measured, and from the way her brow knit together when she talked, Molly could tell she had to concentrate on what she was saying to form the words. Sierra hadn't been exaggerating about her mother's condition. Gavin said, "Have a seat." Molly took a chair across from them. Carol was still smiling, but Gavin wasn't. He looked as stern as he had at Prestige Cleaners, and she wished he wasn't there. "I brought someone to see you," she told Carol. She opened the tote bag and took Emma out. Carol's eyes lit up. "How
do you have Emma?"
"I'm babysitting her until Sierra gets home later today." She handed the doll to Carol.
"Thank you,"
Carol said, and hugged the doll. There were 2 cups of coffee on the table between them, and Gavin picked one of them up. He took a sip, but his eyes were watching Molly with suspicion. "I heard Lamar's expected to recover," he said. "Unbelievable what's happened. First Miranda, now Lamar. Who's next? Is someone trying to kill off the members of the Forget-Me-Not Doll Club?" He pointed a finger at Molly. "Detective Lombardi better not be harassing Luke. I told him no more interviews without an attorney present. My son doesn't even own a gun." "The police are talking to a lot of people," Molly said. "Luke is innocent," he said. Molly smiled. She wasn't going to get drawn into an argument about Luke's innocence or guilt. She wanted to talk to Carol about Miranda. "I'd love some coffee," she said. "Would you mind, Gavin?" He frowned. "How do you take it?" "A little cream. Thank you." As soon as he left the library, Molly got right to the point. "Carol, I wanted to ask you about Miranda. She came to see you a couple of weeks ago, didn't she?" "Yes," Carol said. "What did you talk about?" Carol stroked Emma's curls. "She wanted to know where I got Emma," she said slowly. "I told her mother gave her to me when I was 8 to cheer me up. My brother had died, and I was sad." "It must have been awful for you being so young." "I still miss him," Carol said. "Did you tell Miranda where your mother bought Emma?" Carol nodded. "It was McGonagall's toy store in Salem." "And did Miranda ask you if you'd sell Emma to her?" "Oh, yes. She wanted the doll." Carol held Emma closer. "I told her she's not for sale." "What was her reaction?" "She wouldn't stop pestering me. I didn't know what to do. She wouldn't stop. Thank goodness we were in the sunroom, and my friend Diane happened by and saw I was crying. She told Miranda to leave." Molly could imagine Miranda pressuring Carol to sell the doll, not caring how it was affecting her. "Did you talk about anything else?" she asked. Carol's gaze flickered, and she looked away. "She wanted to know about Paxton and the accident. I didn't tell her anything." "Paxton was your husband?" Behind her, Gavin said, "Yes, he was." He had come up so quietly behind Molly she hadn't noticed. He handed her a mug of coffee and sat on the couch next to Carol. "I didn't tell her anything," Carol repeated to him. "Of course you didn't." Gavin took her hand. "You don't have to talk about it now, either. Would you like me to take you back to your condo?" Carol shook her head no. Molly asked, "What aren't we talking about?" "Miranda wanted Carol to sell her the doll," he said. "I suppose she thought if she could wear her down, she'd give in to her. She brought up the accident to upset Carol." His eyes grew dark. "If I'd been here, I would have kicked her out the door." Carol's eyes looked frantic. "I didn't tell her anything," she said again. "There's nothing to tell," he said. Molly noticed the way they looked at each other, a silent communication going on between them. They were hiding something, and she wanted to know what it was. "What did you do in Salem before you left?" she asked Gavin. "Did you own a cleaning business?" "No, I was in school, pursuing my graduate degree in psychology," he said. "After Rebecca died, my heart wasn't in it anymore." Molly sipped her coffee. "I'm curious about how Luke met Vanessa." "They were both at the University of Vermont," he said. "Vanessa was studying to be a nurse, and Luke was pursuing a degree in business. He knew he was going to take over Prestige one day, but he wanted an education, which I fully supported."
Vanessa told me you've been encouraging Luke to stay in marriage counseling. He looked surprised.
She told you? Or she told Detective Lombardi?
Both of us, Molly said. She said you've been very kind to her.
I love my son, and Vanessa, and my grandchildren, he said. I'd do anything to help them.
He shook his head.
Luke shouldn't have left her and the children. Of course, he doesn't see it that way. He thinks he only left Vanessa, but the children have paid a heavy price. I told him to be a man and take responsibility, go to counseling, make the marriage work, and keep his family together.
Sounds like good advice, Molly said. I hope it works out for them. And for what it's worth, I think you were right about Miranda. I know she came to see Vanessa and told her to divorce Luke. She probably was after his money. Gavin nodded.
I suspected it was the reason. She was having financial difficulties, and she was trying to buy Emma because she had the insane idea the doll could work some kind of magic on Trent. It was obvious to me she wanted to replace his bank account with Luke's.
Carol's phone chimed, and Gavin took it out of the basket.
It's time for your pills, he said.
He took Emma from her and gave the doll back to Molly.
She needs to take her pills and get some rest.
Molly didn't think Carol looked tired, but she didn't object to him helping her to her feet and positioning her in front of her walker. She gripped the handlebars and smiled at Molly. "Thank you for bringing Emma," she said. "You're welcome," Molly said. "I'll come again another time and we'll visit longer." Carol smiled and shuffled away as Gavin hovered at her side, one hand gently holding her arm. Neither of them looked back.
Chapter 16.
She said it 3 times, Lombardi. I didn't tell her anything. It was 5:30 and pitch black outside. Molly was curled up on her couch in the great room with her cats. In one hand she held her phone, and in the other a cup of hot chocolate. It was as if she was saying it to Gavin and not me, making it clear, reassuring him. I think they're holding something back. I wonder if it has something to do with her husband's accident.
What's there to hide? He was in a car accident and was killed. You're reading too much into it, Molly. It's a painful memory, and she doesn't want to think about it.
Gavin's very protective of her.
So what? You think he killed her because Miranda made her cry? Sorry, but I need more than that to make a case against him.
Will you at least keep them both in mind?
Both? He laughed. Sure, why not? I'm sure Carol didn't have any trouble getting her walker up the stairs to kill Miranda.
You're not taking this seriously, she said.
Trust me, I'm taking it seriously, but I have a lot of other people to talk to who have far better reasons to kill Miranda. I also have something to tell you. Trent's girlfriend, Strawberry Jam, swore out an affidavit stating she was with Trent all night Tuesday and into Wednesday, so he's got a solid alibi. Vanessa's got one too. Her mother confirmed the time she got home, which made it too early for her to kill Miranda.
Well, at least your list is narrowing down, she said. Will you check off Rita and Eliza, too?
Not yet. I'm not sure if I believe their mutual alibis, but at the moment there's no way to break them. I'm also hoping Lamar will be able to talk to me soon. His doctor promised he'd let me know when he's able to have a lucid conversation. If he can tell me who shot him, I might be able to wrap both cases up.
Are you sure the 2 crimes are connected?
No, but why else would someone go after a widowed and retired accountant?
Okay, that leaves Sierra and Luke.
Yeah. Sierra lives alone and doesn't have an alibi, and none of Luke's neighbors saw what time he got home. I'm not checking either of them off my list yet. Speaking of Sierra, did you return Emma today?
No. She sent a text saying her plans changed and she wouldn't be at home until late tonight. I'm beginning to think her friend in Lake George might be a man.
So when do you make the drop?
Molly laughed. You're such a cop, she said. She said she'll be at her shop tomorrow morning. I told her I'd drop Emma off around 10:30. She sipped her hot chocolate. Is there anything else? Because I have to start dinner soon.
Yeah, one more thing before you go, he said. Do you remember Eliza told us Miranda took a trip to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, to take a few days off?
Yes, she said she left the day after she talked to Carol, and Eliza had to cancel her appointments.
Well, according to her credit card statement, she didn't go to Portsmouth. She spent 2 nights at a B&B in Salem, Massachusetts.
Molly was astonished.
She must have gone there because Carol told her about McGonagall's toy store. Does it even exist anymore?
I'm not sure. I tried to Google it when I got home, but nothing came up. Can you check your Magic Police computer and see what you can find?
Sure, I'm still at work. Let me look.
Molly heard him tapping keys.
Okay, I've got something. McGonagall's was a toy store in Salem, Mass., owned by Daniel J. McGonagall. It was in operation from 1955 until it closed in 1989. Dan died in 1999. Looks like Miranda wasted her time if she went to Salem to find his shop.
Do you have the name of the B&B?
I need to check Detective Sanchez's notes.
He paused, and Molly heard the keyboard again.
Here it is. Mrs. Murphy's B&B. She stayed there Friday and Saturday night.
I'm going to Salem, she said. I want to ask Mrs. Murphy if she knows what Miranda was doing there.
I can save you a trip and call her.
Thanks, but I want to see her in person. I also want to do a little research while I'm there.
About what?
Paxton's car accident, she said.
The Hindenburg, May 5th, 1937.
Evelyn sat across from Frank at breakfast, wishing the Hindenburg would move faster and deliver her home. They had barely spoken to each other since their first night on the airship, when he'd overheard her say she was going to divorce him. Since he hadn't brought it up again, she was beginning to wonder if he even remembered it. He was so bleary-eyed from too much smoking and drinking, it seemed possible he'd forgotten. But how could she know, unless she asked? And asking was too risky.
I have a terrible headache, he said.
He was staring at her and holding his coffee cup in both hands, but he wasn't drinking.
I keep thinking we had an argument the other night. Did we argue?
Evelyn had to work hard not to show any emotion. If he couldn't remember, she had to make sure he remained oblivious and didn't think she was lying. It was only a little spat, she said. I was complaining about your smoking and drinking, and you got angry. You said no one tells you what to do. He snorted.
Yes, as you well know.
He put his cup down and rubbed his temples.
God, my head is pounding.
Have something to eat. It might help, she said.
No, I don't think so, he said. There's a card game starting shortly, and I plan to join in.
Very well, she said, while thinking, I hope your head explodes.
What are you doing today?
I'll probably go to the lounge and read.
You're not making a nuisance of yourself, are you?
Of course not, she said.
Good, because the other women are far superior to you, and I don't want you annoying them.
She took her napkin out of the napkin holder. I could give you the same advice about the men we're traveling with, she said quietly. His eyes flared.
You're getting very cheeky these days, Evelyn, and I don't like it one bit.
She leaned toward him and whispered, I think it's you who should be careful, Frank. One wrong word, a sideways glance that's misunderstood, and some Nazi bastard could bring down your precious career.
His jaw clenched. How dare you speak to me this way? When we get home...
She cut him off. You'll do what, Frank? Smack me around? Punch me until I'm black and blue? Her voice was shaking, but she couldn't stop. I'm done being your punching bag, she hissed. He threw his napkin down.
You're swimming in dangerous waters.
Yes, I know, she said. It's what happens when you marry a shark. If looks could kill, she thought, she'd be dead.
I'll deal with you later, he said, and pushing his chair back, stood and smoothed the lapels on his jacket. I need a smoke.
As he walked away, Evelyn glanced around the dining room. No one seemed to have overheard their heated exchange, or if they had, they were pretending not to notice. She ate her breakfast slowly, giving her hands time to stop shaking, and after finishing her coffee, left the dining room with her chin held high. She was proud of herself for standing up to Frank. Why had she waited so long to do it? Her own voice answered, because you weren't on an airship surrounded by other people. Frank always made sure you were alone and vulnerable. He couldn't risk anyone hearing you cry. Well, those days are over, she thought. If I have to, I'll scream my bloody head off.
Chapter 17.
Molly woke up on Saturday morning at 9 o'clock. As she lay in bed, listening to Matt snore, she thought it was hard to believe 4 mornings ago she'd found Miranda's lifeless body. It seemed longer, since Lombardi hadn't been able to make an arrest, and she hoped her trip to Salem that day might give them some fresh insights. Not wanting to disturb Matt, Molly tiptoed to the bathroom. After she showered and changed, she took the overnight bag she'd packed the night before out of the closet. With her mother overnighting at Sean's, she ate breakfast alone. When she finished her bowl of cereal and English muffin, she left Matt a love note on the kitchen table and put her suitcase in the trunk of her car. With Emma in the passenger seat, she drove to All Dolled Up. It was almost 10:30 when she arrived, and Sierra's car was in the parking lot. As soon as Molly walked in the door, she raced around the counter with her arms held out to take the doll. "Molly, thank you so much for taking care of Emma." Sierra looked her over from the top of her bonneted head to the bottom of her shiny black leather shoes. "She looks perfect. Not a scratch on her. I was so worried those lab people would damage her." "Lombardi told them to be extra careful," Molly said. "How on earth did you end up with her?" "Oh, it was one of those things. I was with Lombardi when he got word the doll could go home, and I knew you wouldn't want her to be there any longer than she had to be." "Well, I can't thank you enough." "How was the estate sale?" "Fantastic. I found some lovely dolls. Let me show you 2 of my favorites." She sat Emma down beside a little glass dish with a sign that read, "Give a penny, take a penny," and took a box off one of the shelves. Opening it, she said, "Both dolls were made in the 1930s. The first is a vintage sailor doll." She took out a male doll dressed in a faded blue sailor uniform with a cap that had the word Voldendam embroidered on it. "He's a Nora Wellings doll," she went on. "They made them as cruise ship souvenirs from the 1920s to 1950s. Voldendam is the name of a Holland America ship." "He's adorable. How much will you sell him for?" "I'm going to ask $40. Are you interested?" "No, thanks," Molly said, and instantly wished she hadn't asked. Talking about another doll might trigger Sierra's memory, and she'd realize she still had her chatty Cathy. "The other doll is an original Shirley Temple," Sierra said, taking it out. "Isn't she sweet?" "She looks like a miniature version of Shirley Temple," Molly said. The doll had it all: dimples in her cheeks, ringlets in her hair, and a great big smile. "I'll be asking $500 for her." "You can get that much?" "Believe me, she'll get snatched up right away. It might sound like a lot of money, but in the collector's world, she's in perfect condition, and she's still wearing her genuine Shirley Temple doll button, which makes her valuable." She snapped her fingers. "I keep forgetting with everything that's been going on, you never picked up your chatty Cathy doll." Darn. So much for getting out of here without the doll, Molly thought. Sierra put Shirley and the sailor boy back in the box and took another one off the shelf. "Here she is," she said. The minute she gave Molly the doll, and Molly saw its freckled face, she was surprised by the strong stirring of happy emotions it brought forth. She realized she had loved her chatty Cathy doll, and this one looked just like her. "She's really cute," she said. "I knew you'd love her," Sierra said. "How do you want to pay?" Molly took out her Visa card. "I called the hospital to check on Lamar," Sierra said as she rang up the sale. "They won't even tell me if he's still there, and Vanessa's not returning my calls. I'm anxious to know how he's doing. Has your husband, or Detective Lombardi, told you anything? Did the hospital transfer him to Boston?" Molly remembered Lombardi's stern warning to Vanessa about keeping Lamar's condition and location confidential. Since she wasn't returning Sierra's calls about him, it sounded like she was doing as she was told. Molly would do the same. "No one tells me anything," she lied, and signed the receipt. Sierra put chatty Cathy in the box and tied it with a pink ribbon. "Luke is a wreck," she said, handing Molly the box. "He thinks the police are going to arrest him at any moment. Gavin wants him to talk to a lawyer, but he refuses to. He says he's done nothing wrong, and until they put him in handcuffs, he's not interested in hiring one." "I saw Gavin yesterday at Piney Grove," Molly said. "I went to visit your mother, and he was there." Sierra looked surprised. "You visited my mother?" "I wanted to ask her about Miranda's visit." Sierra frowned. I wish you hadn't. I asked her before I left town and she started crying. If it makes you feel any better, she didn't cry while I was there. I brought Emma with me, and she really liked seeing the doll. She told me Miranda asked her where her mother bought her. She did? I had no idea. Mom was crying so much she couldn't tell me anything. I have to admit I was so mad at Miranda in that moment. If she wasn't already dead, I could have killed her myself. Word of advice, Molly said. Don't ever say such a thing to Detective Lombardi. You think he'd arrest me? You never know. Why risk it? Anyway, your mother told her Emma came from a toy store in Salem called McGonagall's. Have you ever heard of it? No, but why did Miranda want to know? Maybe she was hoping to find a doll like Emma. Sierra shook her head. I tried to redirect her to another doll, she said. I asked all of my contacts, and I found 2 dolls like Emma. Same make and model, only dressed in different outfits. I showed her their photographs and identification markings. I even offered to give her a huge discount and pay the shipping costs. She said no. She was so convinced those stupid stories I made up were based on real events, and she only wanted Emma. I'm telling you, Molly, the woman was deranged. What were the stories about, exactly? Basically, I made Emma into a superhero doll who protected women from evil men. That doesn't sound too spooky, Molly said. Why would Miranda think Emma was haunted? There must be something else. Sierra hesitated a moment. Okay, so maybe I made her a doll possessed by a spirit who could see far and wide. Whose spirit? Sierra scrunched her nose. I don't know. A supernatural spirit of some sort. Does it really matter? I guess not, Molly said, but she thought it mattered to Miranda to make her so intent on owning the doll. How did Emma save the women in your stories? She got revenge, Sierra said, smiling. But she was always a superhero. She wasn't someone you'd be afraid of, unless you were a bad man, of course. Only men? Never women? I suppose if I'd written more stories, there could have been a man featured who needed her help. But let's face it, most of the time it's us women who are being abused. To tell you the truth, I forgot all about the stories until Luke had to open his big mouth and tell Miranda. She became convinced Emma had special powers, and she wanted to put them to work for her. I think Trent not giving in to her demands in the divorce was making her crazy. Molly couldn't argue with that point, since it seemed to have merit. How else could Miranda's obsession with the doll be explained? She glanced at her watch. She wanted to get on the road before 11. I have to go, she said. Thanks for chatty Kathy. I appreciate you going to the trouble to find her. I was happy to do it, Sierra said. Thanks for bringing Emma back to me. As Molly walked to the door, she heard something hit the floor behind her, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Turning around, she saw pieces of the glass penny dish on the floor, and pennies were scattered everywhere. Sierra raced around the counter and stared at the mess. What happened? Molly asked. I don't know. The dish was on the counter, and all of a sudden it wasn't. Molly looked at Emma. The doll was sitting inches away from where the penny dish had been. Could she have knocked it off the counter? No, she thought, it's impossible. The doll isn't haunted. She didn't throw the penny dish. Sierra must have done it. But why? Was she trying to scare her? Had talking about Emma's stories made it irresistible? Molly waited a beat to see if Sierra would own up to it, but she just stared at the pennies on the floor. I'll help you clean up, Molly said. No, I can do it, Sierra said. I've got a broom around here somewhere. Are you sure? Absolutely, Sierra said. She put her hands on her hips and sighed. A truck must have gone by, and the floor vibrated, and the dish slipped off the counter. That's all it was. There's a moving van company down the road. They go by all the time. I'm sure you're right, Molly said. It was probably a truck. Chapter 18. Delayed by heavy traffic on I-93 in Massachusetts, Molly arrived in Salem too late to visit the House of the Seven Gables. She was disappointed, because it was on her list of places she wanted to see, but she had too much to do and couldn't spare the time. Instead, she drove directly to Mrs. Murphy's bed and breakfast. It was located on a quiet residential street, in a white-shingled Victorian with black shutters and a bright red door. Mrs. Murphy wasn't there to welcome her, because there was no Mrs. Murphy. The B&B was owned by Susan O'Mara, a young woman in her 30s. She checked Molly in at the small desk in the main hall. "There's tea and coffee available all day in the living room, as well as fresh-baked cookies," Susan said. "Since it's off-season, and you're my only guest, feel free to take as many cookies as you want. I got a little carried away with the baking." "Thanks, I will," Molly said, filling out the guest card. The last question asked how she'd heard of Mrs. Murphy's B&B. Molly wrote Miranda's name on the line and handed Susan the card. "This woman stayed here a couple of weeks ago. She's the reason I came." Susan glanced at the card. "Miranda Perry? Yes, she was here for a couple of nights. How is she?" "Dead, I'm afraid," Molly said. Susan's jaw dropped. "What?" "Sorry to be so blunt," Molly said. "But Miranda was murdered on Tuesday night, and I'm helping the Burlington police with their investigation. I was hoping she might have told you what she was doing here in Salem." Susan blew her breath out. "Wow, just a sec. I need a minute to process this." She shook her head. "I'm really shocked to hear she's dead. She was one of those larger-than-life people." "Yes, she was," Molly said. "She told me she was researching her family tree. She asked for directions to the library and wanted to know if I was familiar with a toy store called McDougal's." "Could it be McGonagall's?" "Oh, yeah, that's it, McGonagall's. She knew it went out of business years ago, but was hoping to find someone in the family she could talk to. I didn't know anyone, so I called my mom. She told me Dan McGonagall had a daughter, Lori, and Lori sold the store after he died. She owns Lori's Antique Emporium on Wharf Street." "Did Miranda go to see her?" "I think so." "Thanks, I'll talk to her." "When you do, you might not want to be so blunt," Susan said, putting her hand to her heart. "You almost gave me a heart attack." "I apologize. I shouldn't have blurted it out, but I'm only here for the night and I'm feeling pressed for time. How do I get to the library?" "It's not far," Susan said. "Would you like me to take you to your room first?" "Sure," Molly said. She followed Susan upstairs. Her room was furnished with Victorian pieces: a mahogany bow front chest, an antique washstand, a bed with a carved headboard that had to be 7 feet tall, and a clawfoot tub in the bathroom. After taking a few minutes to freshen up, she went back down, and Susan handed her a single-sheet tourist map. "I've circled the library on the map, and Lori's Antique Emporium." "Thanks, Susan. I'll go to the library first." "It closes at 5. I serve dinner between 6 and 7. "I'll be back by 6, Molly said. The public library was only a few blocks away, and Molly went straight to the information desk. A young woman behind the desk smiled as she approached. Her name tag said Amy. "Hi, Amy, I hope you can help me," Molly said. She took her cell phone out and pulled up the photograph she'd taken of Miranda for the article. "Do you recognize this woman? I believe she came to the library recently to do some research." Amy looked at the photo. "I remember her," she said. "She asked me to help her with the microfilm machine." Molly couldn't believe her luck. "Do you know what she was researching?" Amy scrunched her nose. "Can I ask why you want to know?" Time to be blunt again. "Her name was Miranda Perry. She was murdered in Vermont, and I'm assisting the police. I need to know what she was researching." Amy's eyes were huge. "Oh my gosh, I never knew someone who was actually murdered," she said. "Not that I knew her, of course. I mean, I just helped her." "With her research on—" "With the microfilm machine. She didn't know how to use it." Molly breathed slowly. Patience was often required in her line of work, and this was one of those times. "Do you know what she was researching?" she said, trying again. Yeah. She was looking for news articles about a car accident." Molly held still. It had to be Carol's husband's accident. "I wrote down the name of the person she was researching so I could help her look it up. Where's my notebook?" She looked behind the desk and eventually produced a small spiral ring notebook. "I always write things down," Amy said. "Otherwise I forget." "I'm glad you do. What was the name?" Amy flipped to the end of the book. "Paxton Davis. She wanted to see if there were any newspaper articles written about an accident he was in on May 2nd, 1976. "Did you find anything?" "Yes, there was an article, but I left her alone to read it. Do you want me to find it for you?" "That would be wonderful," Molly said. Amy came around the desk. "It was in the Salem Evening News. They later changed the paper's name to the Salem News." Upstairs, Amy pulled out a chair for Molly in front of a microfilm machine. "Have a seat and I'll get the film." Molly was too fidgety to sit. She paced the floor until Amy returned with a reel of film, which she loaded into the machine. It stopped randomly on the newspaper's May 22nd edition. Amy scrolled backward, fast at first, then slower, and stopped the film on the 4th of May. Molly said, "The accident was on the 2nd. "I know, but it wasn't reported until the 4th. It must have happened too late to make the May 3rd edition." Amy scrolled further, stopped the loop, and pointed to a headline. "It was front-page news." Molly read the banner aloud. "Man killed by car on Route 107. Amy moved aside as Molly scooted her chair closer to the screen. "A local man and woman were killed on the 2nd of May at 9:40 in the evening when Paxton Davis, age 23, walked into traffic on Route 107 on Tuesday night. He was struck by a vehicle being driven by Rebecca Kearns, 28. Molly stared at the screen. "I don't understand." "What's wrong?" "Did Miranda seem surprised when she read the article?" "Like I told you, I left her alone. I wasn't with her when she actually read it." "Right, I forgot. Let's see what else it says," Molly continued. "Davis was pronounced dead at the scene," State Police Trooper Theodore Chesney said. "According to eyewitnesses, Kearns's vehicle was traveling northbound when Davis stepped in front of her vehicle. Kearns attempted to swerve around him but struck him, losing control of her vehicle. Ejected from her car as it rolled over, she died instantly at the scene. Traffic was diverted, and the road was closed for 2.5 hours as troopers conducted their investigation. The accident remains under investigation. Anyone with information is asked to contact the state police." She looked at Amy. "Can I get a copy of this article?" "Of course," Amy said. She pressed some buttons, and Molly heard a printer under the table turn on. Handing her the paper, she asked, "Can you tell me what this is about?" "Gavin Kearns and Carol Davis, the spouses of Rebecca Kearns and Paxton Davis," Molly said. "They tell everyone Paxton died in a car accident, and Rebecca died from a brain aneurysm a few months before him." Amy looked confused. "But the article says he walked into the road. He wasn't even driving a car, and Rebecca hit him. Did the reporter get it wrong?" "No, I'm pretty sure somebody's lying," Molly said. "Is there a way we could find out if State Trooper Theodore Chesney is still alive?" "We can check the white pages of the phone book to start." "Do you know if Miranda looked him up?" Amy shrugged. "I don't know," she said. "She didn't ask me to help her." She hit the load rewind button on the microfilm machine, and the film began to spin into its spool. Chapter 19. It was nearly dark when Molly walked out of the library. A White Pages search produced an address and phone number for a Mr. and Mrs. Theodore Chesney on Daisy Street. She typed the address into the car's GPS, but before she could put the car in gear, her mother called. "How's it going?" Clara asked. Molly turned up the heat, and for the next 10 minutes told her about her day, starting with the visit to Sierra to return Emma, buying the Chatty Cathy doll, and the penny dish smashing into pieces. She ended with the article about Paxton Davis and Rebecca Kearns. "I got an address for a Theodore Chesney, and I'm heading over there now to see if he's the same guy who worked for the state police in 1976. "I don't approve of dropping in unannounced on people," Clara said. "You should call him first." "If I call, he might make up an excuse not to see me, or put me off until tomorrow or the next day, and I don't have time to wait around. I checked the weather app for home, and they're saying another storm is going to hit Burlington tomorrow night. I want to get on the road by noon." Will you call me later and tell me what you find out?
Of course, Molly said. I'll call you after dinner. She followed the GPS directions to her destination and found a brick ranch on a cul-de-sac. A curtain moved at one of the windows, which she took as an encouraging sign that someone was home. The only problem was the walkway to the front door. It looked like it hadn't been shoveled all winter, and there was no clear path to it. She debated about blowing the horn, but could hear her mother telling her to call. As she picked up her purse to get her phone, the garage door went up and a man appeared silhouetted in the light. He called out, "Are you the visiting nurse?" Molly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car.
No, I'm not, she said, walking over to him. My name is Molly Appleby. I'm looking for State Trooper Theodore Chesney. Is that you? His eyes grew suspicious.
What's this about?
I'm a reporter looking into the death of a man and woman who died in 1976. I found a Salem Evening News article from that time, and it says a Trooper Theodore Chesney was at the scene of the accident. He nodded.
Okay, you found me, but I'm retired, he said. And 1976 was a long time ago.
I have a copy of the article, which might refresh your memory. Would you like to see it? He thought a moment, giving Molly time to study him. He was in his 70s, with thinning gray hair combed over a bald spot. Thick-soled slippers were on his feet, and he wore a red-zippered fleece and blue jeans. Finally, he said,
"Let me see it."
She took the article out of her purse and handed it to him. The sun had set, and the temperature was 19 degrees, but he didn't invite her inside. He read the article and nodded when he reached the end.
"I remember this accident," he said. "It was one of those strange ones that stays with you. Why are you interested in it all these years later?"
I write for Collectors Weekly, an antiques and collectibles magazine. Her lips were so cold it was hard to move them. A doll collector I interviewed for an article about antique dolls was murdered in Burlington, Vermont, last Tuesday. On Wednesday, another member of the doll club was shot and wounded. I came to Salem to do some background research, and I found your name. He cut her off.
You drove from Vermont to do background research on a car accident that happened in 1976?
Yes, Molly said. To her surprise, he laughed.
Well, I have to say I admire your persistence. Why don't you come in out of the cold and we'll talk about it?
Thank you, Molly said gratefully. She was starting to lose the feeling in her fingers and toes. They entered the house through the garage, and Molly stepped into a rec room with knotty pine walls and a 60-inch television tuned to a Boston Bruins hockey game. He muted the sound, and Molly took a seat on the couch. He sank into an oversized recliner.
My wife is ill and resting, so we'll have to keep our voices down, he said.
Of course, Molly said quietly. I apologize about barging in on you unannounced.
I thought you were the visiting nurse. She was supposed to be here an hour ago.
I won't keep you long, Mr. Chesney.
Please call me Theo, he said. What do you want to know?
Anything you can remember about the accident would be helpful.
Well, like I said, it was a strange one. I was a new state trooper at the time, on the job about 8 months. The investigation eventually concluded Paxton Davis committed suicide. His wife claimed he was depressed, and it seemed a reasonable explanation at the time, considering what he'd done.
What did he do?
Beat her, really bad, and it wasn't the first time. There were domestic violence reports called in before. The neighbors were worried about her.
Molly was shocked. Paxton was abusing Carol?
Yeah, he said. But she didn't report the abuse, not a single time. There was a lot of speculation about it around the water cooler at work. I knew a cop who went out to their house a few times. He told me Paxton Davis was the son of some rich real estate tycoon in Boston, and he thought Carol was under enormous pressure from his family and her parents not to press charges. I was there in her hospital room the night she was notified about her husband's death. Her face was swollen big as a melon, and there were cuts and bruises all over her arms and legs. She had a bandage wrapped around her head, too. If I remember correctly, I think she was 7 or 8 months pregnant. The doctor told us Paxton had beat her so badly, she almost lost the baby. I couldn't believe anyone could be so cruel, but like I said, I was new to the job and didn't know better.
What was her reaction when she was told Paxton was dead?
I remember she was holding a doll and hugging it. She moaned a little, but never cried. He shifted in his chair. Now, I've got a question for you, Molly. What's this got to do with the doll collector's murder?
I'm not sure, she said. But Carol Davis and Gavin Kearns have been living in Burlington since 1976, and they tell everyone, including their children, that Paxton was in a car accident that killed him, and Rebecca Kearns died of a brain aneurysm weeks earlier.
He looked surprised. They're in Vermont?
Yes. They've been friends their whole lives and moved there together. Although I'm beginning to wonder if they're more than friends. Do you think it's possible they could have planned Paxton's death?
He thought about it. No, I can't see how they could do it, he said. They'd have to know exactly when Rebecca was going to be driving on that part of the road, and when Paxton would walk into traffic. He shook his head. You want to know what's really sad? If Rebecca had been wearing a seatbelt that night, she'd probably be alive today. It was a terrible accident, and I suppose the way they both died is as good a reason as any not to tell people the truth.
I'd want to know how my father or mother died, Molly said. I think it's wrong of them not to tell their children.
Personally, I'd want to know, too, he said. But hiding something painful isn't a crime, and the parent in me can understand why they'd choose to spare their kids the ugly truth.
Did you ever meet Gavin Kearns?
No, but a buddy of mine was with the detective who broke the bad news to him about his wife. He told me he was devastated.
Theo, a reedy woman's voice came through a walkie-talkie on the table beside his chair. Theo picked it up and spoke.
I'll be right there, Nance.
Molly took out her cell phone and pulled up a photograph of Emma sitting on her kitchen counter. Before I go, can you tell me if this is the doll Carol was holding when you last saw her? He looked at the photo.
I think it is, but I can't be sure. It was a long time ago.
Molly gave him her business card. If you think of anything else, would you let me know?
I'd be happy to, he said.
Theo! The woman's voice sounded anxious. I'll see myself out, Molly said. The Hindenburg, May 5th and 6th, 1937.
There's going to be a delay landing at Lakehurst, Frank said. It appears headwinds have slowed us down.
He reeked of cigarette smoke, and Evelyn wrinkled her nose from the smell. On the previous 2 nights, when she'd gone to the lounge with the other ladies after dinner, Frank had gone to the bar and smoking room with the men. Tonight, he'd come looking for her in the lounge to tell her this breaking news. "Are you sure?" she asked, hoping he was wrong. The Hindenburg was scheduled to moor at Lakehurst at 6 o'clock the next morning. She was so close to securing her freedom, any delay was unwelcome.
"Of course I'm sure," he snapped. "I heard it from the bartender, and believe me, he knows everything."
Evelyn sighed. "Thanks for letting me know. I'm going to retire for the evening."
"I'm going back to the bar," he said.
Back in their cabin, Evelyn packed their suitcases, leaving out a change of clothes for the next day. Then she dressed for bed, and taking Emma out of the valise, climbed up to her bunk and fell asleep. Early the next morning, as Frank slept off another hangover, she went to the dining room, where everyone was talking about the weather and the new time of arrival. The Hindenburg would be delayed by 12 hours, to 6 o'clock in the evening. This wasn't what she wanted to hear, but there was nothing she could do about it, and breakfast was being served. She got in line and filled her plate with fresh meats and bread, and when a man at the windows announced he could see Boston, she joined a group on the promenade to see it for herself. The city's outline on the horizon boosted her spirits considerably. Frank didn't make an appearance until lunch was served at noon. As they ate, Evelyn hoped the roast beef with turnips, stuffed tomatoes, roasted potatoes, and rice pudding for dessert would be her last meal on the Hindenburg, and her last meal with Frank. It was getting harder to be cordial to him. She had to force herself to smile and pretend to be a loving wife as they chatted with their table mates. At meal's end, Frank announced he was off to the smoking room, and Evelyn went back to the lounge to read. She felt anxious for their arrival, and at 3 o'clock, Unable to read another word of her book, she joined a group on the promenade and looked out at the gray sky and skyscrapers of New York City. They were so much taller than Boston's buildings, but still too far away to touch. She wished she was on Fifth Avenue, shopping with Wilfred, a free and happy woman. At 4 o'clock, ahead of schedule, they reached the airfield at Lakehurst, New Jersey. Evelyn peered out the windows, hoping to catch a glimpse of her sister on the ground below, but it was too gray to see anything from such a distance. An announcement was soon made there were too many storms in the area to safely land. She sighed as the Hindenburg left the airfield. The great airship hugged the shoreline of New Jersey, and she could see quaint seaside towns and miles of beach, and longed to feel the cool sand on her feet, and walk for miles along the shore holding hands with a man who loved her. "I'm told we could be up here all night." Startled, Evelyn shook her head, waking from her reverie. Gerda had come up beside her. "It is difficult, all this waiting around," Gerda said. "I know how anxious you are to be with your sister. I hope Wilfred doesn't give up on me and leave." "She will not leave. She knows she is needed," Gerda said. "We need to do something to pass the time. Would it be too much trouble to ask if I could see your Emma?" "Oh, of course not. I should have thought of it before," Evelyn said. "Would you like to come to my cabin?" "I think not," Gerda said. "The rooms are so cramped. I shall wait for you in the dining room, yes? I'm in desperate need of coffee. I do hope the stewards are still serving coffee." Evelyn had no doubt. Whatever Gerda wanted, she would get, and by the time she joined her in the dining room, she was drinking coffee and nibbling on a pastry. She'd also had the steward pour a coffee for Evelyn. "My God, she's beautiful," Gerda said when she saw Emma. "May I look at her markings?" "I don't even know what that means," Evelyn said, and laughed. She gave Gerda the doll. "What are you looking for?" "Where she was made." Gerda carefully removed Emma's hat and wig. "You can see it here on the back of her head, the markings." Evelyn leaned over to look. "She was made in Germany by the Kästner Company, mold 168. Is that good?" "It is excellent," Gerda said and smiled. "Kästner has made quality dolls in Germany for many years. Emma is a lovely bisque, with a jointed composition and a wood body. Any collector would be proud to own her. You must take very good care of her." "I promise I will," Evelyn said. "What does bisque mean?" "It refers to the skin tone," Gerda said. "Emma's finish is matte, not a glossy sheen of earlier porcelain dolls. The matte, or bisque finish, gives her a real-life appearance, don't you agree?" "Yes, she's amazingly lifelike for a doll. Do you know when she was made?" "I believe she is fairly new, based on her style of clothes. No more than 5 or 6 years." Gerda smiled. "She's really just a baby." She handed Emma back to her. The dining room was getting crowded as people congregated along the promenade to watch out the windows. "All day I've had a bad feeling," Gerda said quietly. "About what?" "The Hindenburg." Evelyn sipped her coffee. "Well, we're all a little nervy, waiting to land in New Jersey." "Yes, perhaps it is only my nerves. Or maybe it is the gray skies and the threat of storms," Gerda said. "May I make a suggestion?" "Of course," Evelyn said. "Keep Emma close to you, as your friend told you to do." "You really think Emma will protect me from Frank?" she said. Gerda patted her hand. "I told you about the doll I buried in the churchyard. What do you think?" "You believe in such things." "Yes, but it does not matter what I think," Gerda said. "It matters what you think. Emma could be haunted by the spirit of your friend's murdered sister, and her poor soul wants to protect you. Or she is merely a doll." Evelyn smiled. "I haven't told you about my sister, have I? Wilfred owns a shop in Salem called Willow's Wonders. She's a witch." Gerda's eyes widened with interest. "Are you descended from someone who was tried for witchcraft?" "No, my family wasn't even in America during the witch trials." "When were they?" "Between 1692 and 1693. 19 people were hanged for witchcraft, 14 of them women." "Willow the witch. I like the way it sounds. She prefers to be called Willow, but old habits die hard, and I still call her by her Christian name. Anyway, she'll believe Emma is haunted, even if I don't. You are not convinced? I think Inga wanted Emma to be more than a doll, because of what happened to her sister, Evelyn said. The thought of her dying without justice being done was too much for her to bear. It's tempting to think I can put my faith in something supernatural to solve my problem with Frank, but I believe it's important that I find my own inner strength. I don't want anyone to ever control me again, and if I can't find the strength to do it now, I fear I never will. Gerda patted her hand. You are very wise for your age, she said. Her eyes flickered past her, and her smile faded. Oh my, it appears Karl has arrived with that dreadful couple from Dusseldorf. Evelyn turned to look. She'd seen the couple around the airship, and the man was always gripping his wife's arm possessively. She wondered what their marriage was like, and if she was happy. She didn't look happy. Gerda stood up. I will excuse myself, my dear. I should not wish to bore you with those people. But we will talk again, before we leave the Hindenburg, yes? Yes, I'd like that, Evelyn said. Gerda went off, and Evelyn stayed to finish her coffee. Later, she went back to the lounge and tried to read her book again, but she couldn't concentrate and knew it was hopeless. At 6 o'clock, she returned to the dining room, anxious for news. She saw one of the stewards cleaning a table and went over to him. Are we landing soon? She asked. Yes, madam, he said. The weather has cleared and we are heading back to Lakehurst. Evelyn felt like cheering as she joined the other passengers on the promenade. Vaguely, she wondered if Frank was going to join her. She really didn't care if she ever saw him again, and certainly wasn't going to go in search of him. They were gliding over the airfield, and a light rain was falling. She hoped it wouldn't cause another delay. Feeling chilled by the cool breeze coming through the window, she buttoned her sweater and held Emma close. They were nearly there. In an hour's time, or less, she would be free of Frank. She felt giddy just thinking about it. The Hindenburg's engines grew louder, and someone nearby said, They're dropping the mooring lines. Evelyn glanced at her watch. It was 7:25 when she heard a muffled explosion, and the floor suddenly began to tilt. She knew instinctively there was something wrong, and without thinking about it, shoved Emma into her sweater. As the floor went up like a crazy teeter-totter, she grabbed hold of the promenade railing but quickly lost her grip. She flew through the air like a rag doll as tables and chairs crashed and tumbled around her, and landing on her side, slid toward the wall. She was about to slam into it when the Hindenburg suddenly lurched the other way, righting itself. She scrambled to her feet and grabbed hold of the railing again, right before the airship began to sink. She heard a woman cry out in pain, and a man shouted, Jump! Jump! She thought, Is this really happening? She could smell the great ship burning, could hear the roar of the flames. She knew she had to do something, and quickly, or she was going to die. The Hindenburg was sinking rapidly as she climbed up onto the window ledge and jumped. Chapter 20. Laurie's Antique Emporium opened at noon on Sundays, which meant Molly had time in the morning to enjoy a leisurely breakfast of eggs, bacon, hash browns, and French toast. When she checked out of the B&B, she told Susan she would be back in the spring or summer with Matt to explore the historic district and visit the House of the Seven Gables. The GPS directed her to Wharf Street and Laurie's Antique Emporium. There were 2 floors of dealers' booths selling countless antiques and collectibles, and before she went off in search of Laurie, she took a tour. Finding a rare book dealer with a first edition of L. Frank Baum's The Wizard of Oz was the highlight of her day, and she bought it. She wished she could take her time and stay longer, but the weather forecast at home was hanging over her head, and she knew she had to leave soon, or risk getting stuck in a snowstorm. She asked a worker if Laurie was in, and was escorted to her office. Laurie Denner, formerly McGonagall, was an elderly woman with a shock of white hair and a warm, welcoming smile. But by the time Molly finished telling her about Miranda Perry's murder and what she had learned in Salem, her smile quickly faded. "I'm truly shocked," Laurie said. "Why did she come to see you?" "She asked me about a doll my father gave away in 1962. Molly showed her the photograph of Emma. "Is this the doll?" Lori got up from behind her desk and closed the office door. When she came back, she took the chair next to Molly and looked at the photo. "Yes, it's Emma," she said. "I'm impressed you remember her name." "It's hard to forget a doll like Emma," Lori said. "I was 16 in the summer of 1962, helping my dad at his store, as I often did. A local woman named Audrey Campbell brought Emma into the shop. She was a beautiful woman. Reminded me of Jackie Kennedy, with her dark hair and pillbox hats. She was married to an older man in town. I think he owned one of the banks. Anyway, they didn't have any children, but she had a large antique doll collection, and occasionally Dad helped find her dolls. But on this day, she came to him with Emma. She said someone who needed the doll's help would come to the shop. My father was a pragmatic man, and I knew he was thinking she was having a nervous breakdown after the recent death of her husband, but she was a good-paying customer, and the customer is always right, so he agreed to take the doll." "What did you think? Was she having a nervous breakdown?" "Actually, at 16, I thought it was all rather mysterious and exciting," Lori said. "It got even better the next day, when Mrs. Montgomery, Carol Davis's mother, came into the shop. Everyone in town knew the Montgomery's son had died, and their daughter, Carol, was having a difficult time coping. When Mrs. Montgomery said she wanted to buy a doll to cheer Carol up, I told Dad to give Emma to her. Of course, when he showed her the doll, she immediately fell in love with it. Who wouldn't? She's such a pretty little thing, and Dad gave it to her, free of charge. It was the last time I saw Emma, but not the last time I thought about her. In 1976, when Paxton Davis was killed, my mother was a nurse at the hospital, taking care of Carol. The poor lamb had been there for days, recovering from a brutal beating Paxton gave her. Mom thought it was poetic justice he died a violent death, considering what he'd done to her." "Did you tell Miranda what you've just told me?" "Yes, I did," Lori said. "What was her reaction?" "I thought it was odd, the way she smiled. I mean, none of this is happy news. There's nothing to smile about. But she was still grinning when she thanked me and said goodbye. I never heard from her again." Chapter 21. Molly drove home, hoping she would beat the storm, but the snow began to fall lightly when she reached the Vermont border, and by the time she got home it was coming down so fast her windshield wipers could barely keep up with it. Sitting on the bench in the mudroom, she thought she was lucky to get back before it got any worse, and flexed her fingers and rubbed her hands. She was tense from gripping the steering wheel for so many hours. She went into the kitchen, put a kettle on the stove, and got a mug from the cabinet. As she waited for the water to boil, she sent text messages to Matt and her mother to let them know she was home safely. As she poured steaming water into her cup and her lemon tea bag was brewing, she thought about calling Lombardi to give him an update, but he beat her to it, calling her as she sat down at the table with her tea. "Molly, what are you doing? Where are you?" "I'm drinking lemon tea in my kitchen." "Good, you're home. How was Salem? Did you solve my case?" "Not yet," she said. "But I did learn a few things." She took a sip of tea. "For starters, Gavin and Carol have been lying about her husband's accident. He wasn't even driving a car the night he died." She told him about Paxton's accident, how he'd walked into traffic and was hit by a car driven by Gavin's wife, Rebecca. She also told him about Trooper Chesney and Lori McGonigal. When she was finished, he said, "This is fascinating stuff, really, but I don't see how any of it ties into Miranda's death." "Blackmail crosses my mind," she said. "How so?" "Miranda could have told Carol she'd tell everyone the truth, unless Carol gave her the doll." "Would anyone care? We're talking about something that happened in 1976, and it wasn't a secret. You found it in the local newspaper." "You're right, everyone in Salem probably heard about it at the time, but I keep remembering the way Carol stressed to Gavin she hadn't told Miranda anything about it. Obviously, she said something that spiked her curiosity. Something Gavin didn't want anyone to know." "Look, Molly, I can't blame Carol or Gavin for keeping it under wraps. It was a terrible tragedy, and it's not a crime to lie about it. Can't you ask them if Miranda came to see them when she got back from Salem?" "To what end?
There's simply no evidence, of any kind, tying either of them to Miranda's murder.
Please?
She heard him sigh. Oh, all right. I'll have Detective Sanchez talk to them. Happy?
Yes, thank you, she said. After they hung up, she drank her tea and went upstairs to unpack her suitcase. Then she fed the cats and cooked a frozen pizza for dinner. With her mother staying overnight at Sean's and Matt working until 11, she was on her own again for the night. Turning off the sound on her phone, she watched a DVD of Sense and Sensibility, and when the movie ended and the credits were rolling, noticed Lombardi had called her an hour earlier. She called him back and hoped she hadn't missed something important.
I thought you must have gone to bed, he said.
No, I was watching a movie and I had the sound turned down on my phone, she said. What's going on?
I got a call from the hospital. Lamar was feeling well enough to talk to me, and I went right over. He's very tired and a little confused, and told me the only thing he remembers about the day he got shot is talking to Rita on the phone in the morning about Miranda's death. Everything else is a total blank.
Oh, too bad.
I'm not sure I believe him, he said. He had that look in his eye, the one suspects give me when they're not telling me something. I thought if you could go over in the morning, he might be more comfortable talking to you. Care to give it a try?
Sure, if you think it will help. Do I need a secret password or handshake to get in to see him?
I'll leave your name at the nurse's station on his floor. They'll show you to his room.
All this secrecy makes me feel like I'm in a James Bond movie. What's the floor number? He told her. Okay, I'll go first thing in the morning.
Thank you, Miss Moneypenny.
Very funny, James. Molly stayed up to wait for Matt, and when he got home, he was so tired he fell asleep the minute his head hit the pillow. In the morning, she wrapped herself in her robe and peeked out the window. The new snowfall was so bright it hurt her eyes, and, as usual, the road was already plowed. She really admired the way Vermonters handled snow. It was as if a fairy godmother waved her magic wand over the roads and miraculously made it go away. Even her driveway was plowed. Larry and Chip from Busy Beaver Landscape had already been there and gone. She went out to the stair landing and smelled eggs and sausage cooking. She thought her mother was spending the night at Sean's, but when she got downstairs she found her in the kitchen, stirring the sausages around in a pan. Sean's sleeping, Clara said. When we got out of our movie last night, the roads were such a mess, I told him we should come here.
What time did you get home?
Around 12:30, 1 o'clock, Clara said. Are you hungry? I'm starving, Molly said. They had eggs and sausage for breakfast, and Clara saved 2 plates for Sean and Nat. When they were finished eating, Molly cleaned the kitchen and went back upstairs to her bedroom. She tiptoed around Matt and got ready for the day, but as she brushed her hair, she saw him in the mirror, sitting up in bed, watching her. She went over to him and gave him a long kiss.
Wow, what a nice way to wake up, he said. You're all dressed and ready to go.
I'm heading over to the hospital to visit Lamar, she said. Lombardi talked to him last night but didn't get much out of him. He wants me to try.
Maybe I'll see you there later, he said. I'm due back in an hour.
Yikes! You better hustle if you're going to make it on time. She drove off in the Audi, but instead of going directly to the hospital, she made a pit stop at Blooms and Blossoms, her favorite flower shop. It took her a while to make up her mind between the Sunflower Surprise and the Daisy Delight bouquet. She had no idea if Lamar liked flowers, but she thought he could use some cheering up. She decided to go with the daisies. She always thought of daisies as happy flowers. When she stepped off the elevator on Lamar's floor, there was no one around. Even the nurse's station was empty. She waited by the desk for a few minutes, holding the daisies, hoping someone would show up soon. Finally, a nurse came out of a room down the hall and headed her way. I'm Molly Appleby, she said when she reached her. I'm here to see Lamar Aldridge. Detective Lombardi said he'd call to let you know. The nurse went behind the workstation and consulted a clipboard. Do you have identification? Yes, of course. Molly took her wallet out and showed her her driver's license. The nurse looked at it. Are you Dr. Harrison's wife? Yes, I am, Molly said. I thought I recognized your name, she said, smiling. Everyone here loves Dr. Harrison. That's nice to hear, Molly said. The nurse set her clipboard down. "There are rules about visiting Mr. Aldridge," she said. "We're under strict orders to keep his visits short. No more than 5 minutes, okay?"
"Okay." Molly held up the daisies. "I'll give him these, say a quick hello, and I'll be on my way." After she asked him about the day he was shot, of course. The nurse told her his room number, picked up another clipboard, and walked off. Molly found Lamar's room and opened the door. She went in quietly, in case he was sleeping, and froze. He was in bed, but Eliza was standing over him, holding a pillow inches above his face. "What are you doing?" Molly asked. Eliza's mouth opened and closed before she dropped the pillow and ran to the door. Molly tried to block her, but she body-slammed her sideways and knocked her off her feet. The daisies flew out of Molly's hands, and she crashed to the floor, her nose leading the way. Behind her, she heard the door shut, and Eliza was gone. Lamar said in a weak voice, "Molly, is that you? What's going on?" With blood gushing from her nose, she couldn't answer him. She pushed herself up and staggered to the bathroom. Grabbing a roll of paper towels off a shelf, she tore off a wad of them and held them to her nose. Going back to his room, she held a finger up in the air and went out the door. The hallway was empty. "Help!" Molly yelled as loudly as she could, which wasn't easy to do holding paper towels to her nose. "Help! Someone help!" The nurse Molly had talked to earlier stuck her head out a door. When she saw her, she came right over. "What happened?" "Someone tried to kill Lamar," Molly croaked. "We have to call the police." "Let me first check on Mr. Aldridge. Stay here." "He's fine," Molly said, but the nurse was already heading to his room. Molly felt dizzy and held onto the ledge of the nurse's station. More nurses appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, and one of them replaced her bloody paper towels with a fresh wad before sitting her in a chair behind the desk. "Keep your head slightly forward," the nurse said. "Try not to swallow any blood. I'll be right back." She returned a minute later with a metal pan. "Use this to spit out any blood." Well, isn't this lovely? Molly thought. She sat back in her chair and watched as a parade of doctors and nurses zoomed in and out of Lamar's room. Had anyone called the police? She realized she'd dropped her purse in his room and didn't have her phone. Before she could reach for the phone on the desk, the nurse who'd given her the metal pan came back. "How's your nose?" she asked. "It hurts, and it's still bleeding," Molly said. "Someone needs to call the police." The nurse made no move to call anyone. Instead, she removed the paper towels from Molly's nose and examined it. "It doesn't appear broken, but it is still bleeding. Pinch it shut with your thumb and forefinger. I'll get some ice packs." "Wait! The police!" "I think somebody already called," the nurse said as she trotted away. Molly closed her eyes and took deep breaths to calm herself down. She knew it wasn't working when someone touched her shoulder and she almost jumped right out of her chair. "Sorry, sweetheart, I didn't mean to startle you." It was Matt, but he wasn't looking at her. He was looking down the hall. "Lombardi just got off the elevator," he said. "Good," Molly said. When Lombardi arrived, he took in Molly's appearance, and his face grew concerned. "Are you cut?" "No, it's my nose. I smashed it into the floor when Eliza knocked me over. It won't stop bleeding." "Eliza did this to you?" "I came to talk to Lamar, like you asked, and when I went to his room, I found Eliza holding a pillow over his face." Lombardi's eyebrows shot up. "She was suffocating him?" "No, the pillow wasn't actually touching his face, but sort of hovering over it. When she saw me, she dropped it, and when I tried to stop her from leaving, she knocked me down and ran away." The nurse returned with an ice pack. Matt took it from her and put it on Molly's nose. "This should help stop the bleeding," he said. Molly held it to her nose and almost moaned out loud. Cold had never felt so good. She could actually feel her blood vessels constricting. Lombardi said, "I'm going to talk to Lamar. Stay here." "Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere until my nose stops bleeding," she said. Lombardi walked off and Matt pulled up a chair. "Sounds like you stopped Eliza from killing Lamar," he said. "I suppose this means Lombardi can arrest her for killing Miranda. Once he finds her, of course." Molly didn't reply. Her nose was throbbing in pain, and her stomach was doing flip-flops. Another nurse appeared with her purse.
Is this yours, Mrs. Harrison? I found it in Mr. Aldridge's room. Yes, thank you so much. Molly looked over her vintage Chanel purse and was relieved to see it wasn't damaged. There wasn't even a spot of blood on it. Matt smiled. When I gave you that purse, I had no idea how much you two would go through together. We certainly have had a few adventures together, Molly said. Do you want to take off your coat? It has a lot of blood on it. Molly hadn't realized how much blood had poured out of her nose and onto her coat. No wonder Lombardi had looked so concerned. Matt helped her take it off and rolled it into a ball. Let's take a look at your nose, he said, removing the ice pack. And the bleeding has almost stopped. He put the pack on again. Another 10 minutes of direct pressure should do the trick. Then we'll put an antiseptic nasal cream inside your nostrils. For the next 12 hours, you'll have to make sure you don't blow your nose. Okay, I'll be careful, she said. The thought of making her nose bleed again was scary enough to make her keep her word, no matter how bad she might want to blow her nose. You should go home and get some rest, he said. I'd drive you myself, but I've got rounds starting soon. Do you want me to call your mother and ask her to pick you up? No, I'll talk to her later. I could drive myself home. I'd rather you didn't, he said. I'll call a taxi. Don't be ridiculous. It's an 8-minute drive to our house. It's not like I'm going cross-country. Matt frowned. I don't want you to take any chances. You've lost a lot of blood and could get dizzy. Lombardi returned, and having overheard their conversation, said, I can drive her home. Molly sighed. It's not necessary, she said. I'll drive myself home. No, you won't, Matt said. He glanced at his watch. I've got to get back to work. I'll ask one of the nurses to put the nasal cream in your nostrils before you leave. Let me know when you get home, okay? Okay, she mumbled. He kissed her, and when he was gone, Lombardi sat in his chair. Tell me what happened from the minute you got here to the minute you walked into Lamar's room, he said. Molly told him how the hallway and nurse's station was empty when she'd arrived. Was the door to Lamar's room closed? Yes. How long would you say you waited until a nurse showed up? It wasn't long. Maybe a couple of minutes. He looked thoughtful. Eliza could have been in his room for a while, he said. I'll have to take a look at the security camera footage. But from what you're saying, she had time before you arrived to kill him. Why didn't she do it? Maybe she had second thoughts, she said. Maybe it dawned on her the hospital had security cameras, and she'd never get away with it. I wonder how she found him. I bet Big Mouth Vanessa told Big Mouth Rita what room he was in, and she told Eliza. Well, however she found out, I've put an all-points bulletin out for her and her vehicle. Once we catch her, I'll get some answers. He looked at her. Are you sure you're okay? You look a little green around the edges. I'm feeling fine, she lied. In truth, she was feeling slightly nauseous and hoped she wasn't going to be sick to her stomach. His phone binged, and he looked at it. It's a text from the patrol cop I sent to Rita's. He says no one's home. I can't imagine Eliza would go home, do you? It would be a stupid move on her part, but who said criminals are smart? Anyway, I have to talk to Rita. She might have heard from Eliza, or have an idea where she's gone. Molly took the ice pack away from her nose. Finally, the bleeding has stopped. You're getting black smudges under your eyes. Are you sure your nose isn't broken? It's not broken, she said firmly. And here comes the nurse with the nasal cream. Good. As soon as your nose is plugged up, let's go. I don't need a ride home, she said. I'm not taking you home, he said. You're not? No, I'm taking you down the hall, he said. Lamar wants to talk to you. Chapter 22. Thank you for the daisies, Lamar said. Molly saw someone had salvaged the flowers. They were in a vase on his bedside table. How are you feeling? He smiled weakly. I've been better, but I'm glad I'm alive, he said. It's hard to believe someone tried to kill me. His eyes swiveled to Lombardi, who was standing at the foot of his bed. I wish I could remember who shot me. So do I, Lombardi said. Molly turned to him. Would you mind leaving us alone? No problem.
Lombardi said. "I'll be outside." As soon as the door shut behind him, Molly turned back to Lamar and smiled sweetly. "I like Detective Lombardi, but he can be a little intimidating, don't you think?" "Oh, yes. He's such a serious man." "He has a serious job," she said. "Do you have family in the area?" "No. My son lives in Oregon. I spoke to him on the phone, and he won't be able to get here for a few days. He's a single father, and his ex-wife is away on a business trip, and he has the children. He has to wait for her to come home." Molly pulled a chair up to his bed and sat down. "I know you told Detective Lombardi you couldn't remember much about the day you were shot, but after what just happened with Eliza, I wonder if it triggered your memory." She paused. "Do you remember her coming to your house?" "No, I don't," he said. "Can you think of a reason she'd want to hurt you?" "Both Eliza and Rita have always been kind to me," he said. "I consider them my friends. When my wife died, they called and visited me at home many times, making sure I had enough to eat and I wasn't lonely. I'm sure there's been a misunderstanding about what you saw. Maybe she was trying to adjust my pillows." "Over your face?" "I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation," he said. "In my experience, innocent people don't run away," she said. "Think about it, and take your time. Is there any reason at all she might hold a grudge against you? Was she upset with you for some reason? Did you have an argument?" Lamar sighed deeply. "I'm not sure if it means anything, which is why I didn't tell Detective Lombardi. But maybe if I tell you, you can decide if it's important." This sounds hopeful, Molly thought. "Sure, what is it?" "Last Monday, the day before the club meeting, Miranda called me. She asked if I'd have dinner with her on Friday night to discuss a new computer software system she was thinking about getting for the office." He held up his hand. "Before you wonder why she would ask me, a retired accountant, I want to make it clear I still have my hand in the game. I work for an accounting firm at tax time every year and prepare taxes for their clients, and I stay current on software programs and the like." "I never doubted your abilities," Molly said. "Thank you," he said. Molly waited. He chewed his bottom lip. "Is there anything you wanted to add?" she prompted. "Yes, well, it's just—" He paused. Molly smiled encouragingly. Finally, he said, "You know Eliza is her bookkeeper." She nodded. "Well, I was a little surprised she told me she wouldn't be at the meeting. I thought she'd want her opinion." "I think I see where you're going with this," Molly said. "You're wondering if Miranda noticed something was wrong with her accounts, and Eliza could have something to do with it." "Yes, I'm afraid so," he said quietly. "Do you understand why I didn't tell Detective Lombardi?" "You have no proof of wrongdoing. You never had the meeting with Miranda to find out exactly what her concerns were. You didn't want to get Eliza in trouble." "Exactly, yes." He looked relieved. "I want to give her the benefit of the doubt." "Except you're reconsidering because she showed up here and was holding a pillow mere inches above your face." "I hope she didn't do something foolish," he said. "I hope she wasn't stealing money from Miranda." Molly didn't want to tell him, but if she was stealing money from Miranda, it gave her a big motive to kill her and Lamar if she suspected he knew. Chapter 23. Lombardi wasn't waiting for Molly outside Lamar's door. He was down the hall, at the nurse's station, talking to a pretty young nurse who couldn't take her eyes off of him. He was enjoying the attention, smiling at her, laughing at something she said. But when he saw Molly, he excused himself, and, looking serious, was instantly back in cop mode. "Any luck?" he asked. "Yes, and it's a bombshell. Lamar says the day before she died, Miranda invited him to have dinner at her place on Friday night." His eyebrows shot up, and Molly laughed. It wasn't a repeat of her seduction of Luke. She wanted his advice about getting new accounting software for the business. He thought it was odd she didn't tell Eliza about the meeting to get her opinion, since she does the books. "He thinks Eliza's stealing money?" "I think he's worried she might have," she said. "Can you check on Miranda's calendar to see if she put the dinner meeting with Lamar on it? If she did, Eliza would have seen it." "Even if she didn't, She could have been getting nervous for a while and was worried Miranda knew what she was doing. This is all supposing she was stealing from her. He took his phone out. I'll have Detective Sanchez look into it. She's in charge of working with the forensic accountant on Miranda's accounts. He sent a text and was about to put his phone away when it rang in his hand. Lombardi. He listened and nodded a couple of times. Okay, good. Stay with her. I'm on my way. He hung up and looked at Molly. The patrol cop at Rita's says she just got home. I'm going over. Can I come with you? Are you sure you feel up to it? I'm sure. Let me get my coat. I'll meet you at the elevator. Molly forgot how badly her coat was bloodied, and when she saw it, she felt her stomach lurch again. I can't wear this, she told one of the nurses. Can you have it cleaned? Or would you like me to throw it out? We have bags for that sort of thing. It's an old coat, and I don't want to be dragging it around. If you could dispose of it, I'd appreciate it. The nurse took her coat, and Molly went down the hall to meet Lombardi at the elevator. He was on his phone again, and she heard him say, Molly's going with me to talk to Rita. She knew he had to be talking to Matt, and punched his arm. He jumped back with a mock expression of horror on his face. No, she doesn't want to ride home. He was ratting her out. She says she feels fine. She tried to grab the phone out of his hand, but he turned his body sideways and she couldn't reach it. She's ticked off I called you, Matt. He laughed. Hold on, here she is. He gave the phone to Molly with a childish grin. Your husband wants to have a word. Molly narrowed her eyes at him, but spoke sweetly into the phone. Hi, honey. I feel much better. There's no reason for you to worry. You're not feeling lightheaded? No. She did have a slight headache and was feeling a little queasy, but she didn't think that was the same as being lightheaded. My nose stopped bleeding. Good. If you feel even the slightest bit dizzy or unwell in any way, I want you to promise you'll call me. I promise. Have you told your mother what happened? Not yet. I'll call her from the car. And hopefully I'll get her voicemail, she thought. She wasn't in the mood for a lecture from her mother about putting herself in harm's way again. She ended the call and gave Lombardi back his phone. You have a lot of nerve, she said. He grinned. I know, he said. It takes nerve to be a cop. Chapter 24. Rita came to the door with her 3 dogs in tow. Her face was so gray and haggard, Molly thought she looked like she'd aged 10 years overnight. She invited them into the living room, and as they sat down, the dogs settled around Rita's feet. The room was so cold, Molly wouldn't have been surprised to see her own breath. Without her coat, she knew she wouldn't be able to stand being in the house very long. Even the dogs, with their fur coats, had curled into balls for warmth. Lombardi said, You're aware of what's happened? Yes, I heard, Rita said. Vanessa called me, and I came straight home. Of course Vanessa called her, Molly thought, because she can't keep her big mouth shut about anything. She said Molly stopped Eliza from hurting Lamar. Is it true? Yes, he said. Has she contacted you? No, I tried to call her, but it went to voicemail. Do you have any idea where she's gone? Rita shook her head. Eliza doesn't have any friends. The only people she knows are doll club members. Well, isn't that sad? Molly thought. Call her again, he said. If she doesn't answer, leave a voicemail telling her she has to turn herself in. Running away only makes things worse. Rita made the call. She's not answering, she whispered. Leave the message, he said. Rita cleared her throat. Eliza, it's me, honey. Detective Lombardi says you have to turn yourself in. He says running away won't help. I agree, it will only make matters worse. Please call me. I'm sick with worry. She ended the call and sighed. What else can I do? Tell me when you last saw her, he said. This morning at breakfast, before I went out to run my errands. What time did you leave the house? Around 9:15, maybe 9:30. Where was Eliza when you went out? In the office, off our kitchen. She was going to open a LinkedIn account and start looking for a new job. Did she ever mention Miranda was going to have dinner with Lamar on Friday night? No, I don't think so.
Rita said.
They were going to talk about a new accounting software system for Perry Realty, he said. Miranda was concerned the books weren't balancing and money was missing.
A bold statement, Molly thought, since he didn't have any proof of it yet. But it did the trick. Rita snapped to attention in her chair, and the dogs leapt up, looking as anxious as their owner. "I don't understand," Rita said.
"Do you or Eliza own a firearm?" he asked.
"What? No, yes, I have a gun, but I've never used it."
"Where do you keep it?"
"In my desk."
"Show me," he said.
The dogs trotted alongside Rita as she led them to her office. It was in a small alcove off the kitchen and had a single file cabinet, a rolling chair, and a laptop computer on the desk. She started to go around the desk, but Lombardi stopped her.
"Where do you keep the gun?"
"The bottom left-hand drawer of the desk." Rita stood aside as he went around her and removed a gun case from the drawer. He unzipped it, and Molly could see the case was empty. He looked at Rita.
"Where is it?"
Her eyes grew wide. "I don't know," she said. "It should be there."
"Are there any bullets for the gun?"
"They're in a box in the drawer." He shook his head.
"There's nothing else in the drawer, Rita. Does Eliza know you keep a gun and ammunition in your desk?"
Yes."
"Why don't you keep it locked up?"
Rita straightened her shoulders, her stance defiant. "Detective Lombardi, Eliza and I are both responsible adults. There are no children in the house. However, you are right, I should have locked it up. I've been careless. I rarely lock the doors. Someone must have broken in and taken the gun. I want to file a report. My gun's been stolen."
"I think we both know who stole the gun," he said. "Eliza shot Lamar with it, and when she found out he'd survived, she went to his hospital room this morning to finish him off."
"Don't be ridiculous. Eliza would never do such a thing," Rita said. "I think you should both leave."
"We'll go," he said. "But I want you to let me know as soon as you hear from Eliza. If she calls or gets in touch in any way and you don't tell me, I'll have you arrested for obstruction."
Lombardi strode to the door, and Molly followed behind him, feeling like one of Rita's dogs. She felt bad for Rita. She was being protective of Eliza, creating a fake story about a robbery, for how else could she explain the gun being missing? Back outside, the wind was gusting cold. Molly shivered as she ran to Lombardi's car. He turned on the engine for her, powering the heat on full blast, and left her while he went to talk to the patrol cop. As Molly thawed out, she sent a text to Matt to see if he was available for lunch. He texted back almost immediately, saying he would be free in a half hour. She saw the patrol cop get back in his car, and as he drove off, Lombardi slid into the driver's seat, rubbing his hands in front of the heat vent. "Where are your gloves?" she asked.
"In my pocket," he said.
"Good place for them," she said. He took his gloves out and slipped them on. They were a soft black leather with a cashmere lining. Molly didn't think they could be very warm, but Lombardi was a stickler when it came to fashion. He was almost as bad as her mother, who would rather suffer from the cold than not look stylish.
"Do you want me to drop you off at home?"
"No," she said. "I want to go back to the hospital. Matt's meeting me for lunch. Would you like to join us?"
"I wish I could,"
he said, putting the car in gear.
"I've got too much to do."
They started down the driveway, and Molly glanced in her side view mirror. She could see Rita standing in the living room window, her face without expression, watching them go.
Chapter 25.
Lombardi dropped Molly off at the entrance to the hospital. On the ride over, Matt had texted again to tell her he was going to be 30 minutes late. With time on her hands, she went into the gift shop and bought a crossword puzzle book for Lamar. Stepping off the elevator on his floor, she saw the pretty nurse who'd been flirting with Lombardi. "Hello, Mrs. Harrison," she said. "How are you feeling?"
"My nose is sore and swollen, but at least it's not bleeding," Molly said.
"I was wondering if I could see Lamar. I got him a crossword puzzle book." "Sure, go ahead," the nurse said. "Just don't stay too long. He's resting."
"I'll make it quick," Molly said.
As she pushed the door to his room open, She had a sudden, visceral flashback of Eliza standing over him with the pillow and slamming into her like a linebacker. The vision made her nose start to throb.
"Molly?"
Lamar pushed himself up a little in the bed.
"Are you all right?"
"What? Yes, I'm fine," she said, shaking her head.
"I didn't expect to see you again today."
"I didn't expect to be back, but I'm having lunch with Matt, and I got you something."
"First flowers and now a New York Times crossword puzzle book. You're too kind."
"Do you like crossword puzzles?"
"Yes, and the Times has the hardest ones."
"Are they too hard? They had other books. Would you like me to exchange it?"
No, I like difficult crosswords. Keeps the mind working."
He put the book on his bedside table.
"I'm actually glad you came back," he said. "I wanted to apologize."
"About what?"
"I haven't been completely honest with you, or Detective Lombardi," he said. "I did something very foolish, and I should have told you both about it earlier, but I was too embarrassed."
"What is it, Lamar?" He took a deep breath and let it out.
"You should know, I was in love with Miranda, and it's the reason I stole Sierra's doll."
Molly's jaw dropped.
"You were in love with Miranda and stole Emma to give to her?" "I knew how badly she wanted the doll, and I knew Sierra would never sell her."
"You stole her?" Molly repeated. She couldn't believe it. "Weren't you worried you'd be found out?"
"I wasn't thinking clearly," he said. "I wanted her to notice me, and hoped she'd be so appreciative she'd give me a chance."
Molly was amazed. Did he really think stealing the doll would melt Miranda's heart? "Tell me how you did it," she said.
"It was actually very easy," he said. "I waited for Sierra to close up shop for the night and broke in. She really does need to do something about her lack of security."
"Did you take Emma to Miranda's right away, or did you wait?"
"I went there directly, before the club meeting," he said. "She wasn't home, so I used the spare key under the planter to get in. I put the doll on the chaise lounge in her bedroom. I'd anticipated she wouldn't be home, and I'd already composed a message to her, so I left it with the doll."
"What kind of message? A love note?"
"Yes. I put it on Emma's lap, so Miranda would find it when she got home later."
"Lamar, there wasn't any note with the doll."
"I realized something must have happened to it, since Detective Lombardi didn't ask me about it. I hope Miranda read it when Luke brought her home. Do you think she read it?"
"I have no idea," she said. "What did your note say?"
"I'm too embarrassed to tell you."
"I think we're beyond embarrassment at this point," she said gently. "Come on, tell me."
"All right." It said, "Emma may be your heart's desire, but you are mine, my dearest Miranda. I will love you forever. Your friend, Lamar."
Molly was touched. "That's very beautiful," she said.
"I'm an old fool, thinking anyone would love me at my age."
"I don't think you're a fool, and I don't think you're ever too old to fall in love," she said. But she did think he was foolish to fall in love with Miranda, a woman who chewed men up and spit them out for the fun of it.
"Do you think I'll be arrested for stealing Emma?"
"Sierra has every right to press charges," she said. "But I think she'll be relieved to know it was you, and not Miranda, who took the doll. When you're feeling up to it, tell her why you did it and how sorry you are. I'm sure she'll forgive you." He sighed wearily.
"The Forget-Me-Not Doll Club is slowly falling apart, isn't it?"
Molly patted his shoulder. She didn't want to be the one to tell him, but she thought it had already collapsed. Chapter 26. Molly leaned back in Matt's recliner to watch television. She had a warm blanket on her lap and 2 cats curled up around her, and after a while she fell asleep. The sound of her phone ringing woke her up. Lombardi said,
"I got your message about Lamar. Sorry it took me a while to get back to you."
Molly glanced at the clock. It was almost 8:30.
"I thought you'd like to know Detective Sanchez talked to Carol and Gavin this afternoon. Gavin told her they kept the accident's details from Luke and Sierra because they didn't want them growing up knowing Paxton was a domestic abuser, and Rebecca was the one driving the car that killed him."
"They could have told them when they got old enough to handle it," she said.
Sometimes it's easier to keep a lie going than to tell the truth. I see it all the time in my line of work, he said. Also, they both say Carol never talked to Miranda a second time. And you believe them? I have no reason not to, he said. I told you before, there's nothing at the scene linking Gavin to the murder, and there's no way Carol went to her house and suffocated her. Unless one of them confesses, I've got nothing. On a high note, you'll be happy to know Lamar signed a statement of facts. He admits to stealing the doll and leaving a love note with it. Is he in trouble? I'm annoyed with him for not telling me sooner, but he's not in any big trouble. Sierra says she won't press charges. Good. I didn't think she would. I also stopped by Prestige Cleaners to follow up with Luke. He repeated he has no memory of seeing the doll, and therefore no memory of a note. His phone beeped in her ear. Can you hold, Molly? I'm getting a call from Detective Sanchez. Sure, I'll hold, she said. She didn't mind the wait. She increased the volume on the TV and watched the news for a while, and when Lombardi clicked back on the line, he got straight to the point. Looks like everybody's working overtime. That was Sanchez. She told me she spoke to Fred Berenson in the crime lab. He's the guy who's been poring over Miranda's business and personal accounts. He confirms there was money stolen from Perry Realty, and it looks like it started when Eliza began working there. Did he say how much? Close to $400,000. In 5 years? Molly was shocked. How is that possible? Believe me, there are worse embezzlement schemes out there, some in the tens of millions. Still, it's an impressive number. Seems she started off small, stealing money by falsifying vendor checks. How does that work? Let's say you work for a business, and you get a bill to pay a vendor $800. All you have to do is put the expense on the books as $1,000, and pocket $200 for yourself. It adds up quickly. But she didn't stop with vendor checks. She started writing bogus checks her second year, getting bolder by the day. Molly was astonished. I can't believe Miranda didn't notice. Eliza drives an old car and lives in a rundown house. It's not like she was flaunting her stolen wealth. And as Miranda's gatekeeper, she trusted her. Remember, Trent said she was blasé when it came to money. It came in and went out, and as long as Eliza kept enough in the bank to cover the bills, she didn't question the balance. What about the IRS? Why didn't they catch this? They would have, if they'd conducted an audit over the last 5 years, but they didn't. The only other person who might have flagged it was her accountant, but he only had what Miranda gave him to work with, and you know who controlled the information. Eliza. Yep. Does Rita know Eliza's been stealing money? Sanchez went to see her, and she told her she knows nothing about it. I'm not sure I believe her, but we'll see how things pan out once we find Eliza. By the way, how's your nose? Tender, but healing. I'm glad you're on the mend. He paused. I have a favor to ask. What is it? Do you remember Rita told us Johnny rented a house for him and Eliza out in Colchester? Yes, she said it was Eliza's dream home. Well, I talked to Jared James, the owner. He told me his last tenants moved out in December, and the place is empty, so I had a patrol cop go out to take a look around. No one was there. You thought Eliza was hiding out at her old house? I thought it was possible. A quick search on the internet shows it's available for rent, and from the photos, I can see why she fell in love with it. So what's the favor? I asked Jared if I could go by the place and take a look at it, as a potential buyer. There are incredible views of Lake Champlain and the Adirondacks from the deck. Molly was surprised. You want to buy a house in the country? I've been thinking about it for a while, and Jared said he'd consider a reasonable offer. Would you come with me? I'd appreciate your unbiased opinion, which I know I'll get, since you are anything but subtle. Ha ha, very funny, she said. I'd be happy to go with you, but I can't believe you'd like living in Colchester. Your loft apartment downtown is close to everything, and Colchester's far away. You won't like living in the sticks. Colchester is a 20-minute drive to work. It's not that far, and it's pretty in the countryside. You'll get bored in the pretty countryside. You forget I was born and raised in the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont. I love to hike, ski, kayak, really anything that gets me outdoors. It sounds like you've already made up your mind. I want to look at the house, that's all. How about I pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? We'll get an early start. What about Eliza? She's still out there. She won't be found any sooner if I don't look at the house, he said. Oh, and dress warm. We might take a look around the property, too. Chapter 27. By 7:15 the next morning, Molly was showered and dressed and eating breakfast with Matt. Since he'd gotten home at 11 and was due back to the hospital at 8, she didn't complain about having to get up early to go house hunting with Lombardi. I honestly don't know how you do it, she told him. You work crazy long hours, but you always manage to look wide awake and refreshed. It's called loving your work, he said. If I'd had to put in these kinds of hours when I was at Collectors Weekly, with Swanson breathing his foul breath down my neck all day, I'd be exhausted. Don't talk about him. I can't think about him this early in the morning. I know he's a grouch, but you have to admit he's good at what he does. I will admit he's good at his job, but at the same time he's also a surly chain smoker who seems to take pleasure in scaring the staff, and I find him hard to like. Be glad you get to work remotely, he said. I'm eternally grateful, she said. Since he doesn't see me every day, he only fires me twice a week instead of 5 times. He likes to goad you. He'll never fire you. Molly knew this was true. She was his star reporter, the one who brought in more readers than every other writer combined. Her phone chimed, and she almost didn't look at it, thinking it had to be Swanson. She was glad to see it was a text from Lombardi. He says Eliza still hasn't been found, and he's on schedule to pick me up at 8. Matt finished his coffee. I've got to take my shower and get dressed. Then I'm off to the hospital. I'm not sure what time I'll be home, but it will probably be late. He started to reach for his plate and cup. I'll call you later and let you know. Go on, leave it. I'll clean up, she said. He kissed her. You're a sweetheart. She was going to kiss him back, but her phone rang, and this time Swanson's name flashed on the screen. Oh, no. Matt laughed as he headed for the stairs. I'm out of here, he said. You're going to leave me alone with Swanson? Yep. He grinned back at her. Tell him I said hi. Molly stuck her tongue out as he disappeared up the stairs. Composing herself, she answered in a friendly voice. Hello, boss. Appleby, Swanson bellowed. Why haven't you replied to my email? He talked so loudly, she always had to hold the phone away from her ear. You mean the one where you told me your new reporter, Ron, suggested I write an article about antique taxidermy? Yeah, that's the one. What do you think? I think I can't look at a dead animal without bursting into tears, and I think I'm not taking marching orders from some new guy who's gunning for my job. Trust me, you've got nothing to worry about, he said. Ron doesn't have the chops to be a senior staff writer, but I liked his idea. You're living in Vermont now, and the nature theme works, right? Wrong, she said. Besides, I have something else to write about. Since my article about the doll club came out, a lot has happened here. She felt only a mild case of guilt for not telling him sooner about Miranda's murder. The truth was, she knew the minute she did, he'd be all over it, pressuring her to write something up before she knew all the facts. I don't have a lot of time because I'm leaving the house shortly, so I'm going to talk fast. Listen carefully. She told him everything, starting with Miranda's murder and ending with Lamar's confession about stealing Emma. To his credit, Swanson didn't interrupt her once. When she was finished, he said, Good work, Appleby. You've got yourself another murder case, which is exactly what the magazine needs. Write it up and we'll get it out in time for next month's edition. Readers will love it. I'm not sending you anything until I know how this ends, she said. What are you talking about? You know how it's going to end. It's obvious this Eliza person murdered Miranda because she found out she was stealing from her, and she tried to kill Lamar because she thought he knew. I know she has a motive, and she's a thief, but I'm not convinced she's a killer. I can't let go of the idea that Gavin and Carol are somehow involved. Why? Because they kept the ugly details about a car accident from their kids? Miranda went to Salem to find out more about Emma and to research Carol's accident. She was sniffing around for dirt on her, to use it against her, to get the doll. Then why didn't she go to see Carol when she got back? If she wanted to blackmail her or threaten her, she would have done it right away. I'm not convinced she didn't. Lombardi's taking Carol's and Gavin's word for it that Miranda never got in touch with Carol again. They're pros at lying. Why should I believe them? Because there's no proof they're involved in the murder, he said. Look, do me a favor. Write something up and let the readers draw their own conclusions. Later, after the dust settles, you can do a follow-up piece. Maybe we can follow this thing right through to the trial and really milk it.
Molly clenched her teeth, regretting she'd told him. Now he'd never let up about it. I don't want to write anything until I know more, and I have to go. We'll talk about this another time. She hung up on him before he could reply. He'd be annoyed, but she didn't care. He was hundreds of miles away, and if he wanted to rant and rave, he could do it in North Carolina. Matt came downstairs, kissed her goodbye, and 10 minutes later Lombardi's car pulled into the driveway. Grabbing her down parka from the mudroom, she slipped on her waterproof boots. As she got into Lombardi's car, he handed her a to-go coffee and a paper bag with Java Jitters stamped on the front.
French vanilla latte and a pumpkin muffin, he said.
Thank you, she said.
What's with the long face?
What?
Did you have a fight with Matt? Are you mad at me because I didn't buy you one of Jazzy's famous pistachio muffins? Because in my own defense, I did try, but she was already sold out.
Neither. I got a call from my boss. He always puts me in a bad mood. I hate it when he calls me in the morning. It spoils my whole day.
Ah, yes, Swanson the Horrible. Too bad he didn't come to your wedding. I really wanted to meet him.
Trust me, you do not want to meet him. Lombardi backed the car down the driveway.
But I've heard so much about the man from both you and Matt. What happened? Is he giving you a hard time about your next article, whatever that may be?
He wants me to write about Miranda's murder, wherein I essentially blame everything on Eliza. I told him I won't do it until you find Eliza and talk to her.
I know you feel a little sorry for her, but we can prove she's been stealing money from Miranda, and you saw her in Lamar's hospital room with a pillow. She was going to suffocate him, the same way she suffocated Miranda.
Molly didn't reply, because she didn't want to get into another argument so early in the morning. She ate her pumpkin muffin and drank some coffee and looked out the window at the passing world of bare trees, snow-covered fields, and the mountains in the distance. They were dark and majestic against the bright morning sky, and she wished she was brave enough to ski them. Matt and Lombardi loved the sport and had already skied Stowe a few times. Matt was trying to talk her into taking lessons, but every time she thought about swooshing down a mountain on 2 skinny boards, she saw herself lying in a hospital bed with her arms and legs in casts. After a long stretch of silence, she said, I know you're intent on arresting Eliza for killing Miranda, but I think you're missing a hole in the case.
Okay, I'm listening. What's the hole?
You're forgetting a few days before Christmas. Miranda went to see Vanessa to tell her she was in love with Luke, and to insist she give him up. Vanessa didn't tell Luke about the visit, but she did tell Gavin. A few weeks later, Miranda's dropping in on Carol unannounced and asking her about Emma and her husband's accident, and the next day she's canceling appointments and driving to Salem to dig around in her past.
She was nosy and interfering. I get it. They both had a reason to hate her. But I can't sweep Eliza's embezzlement under the rug, or dismiss her holding a pillow over Lamar. The evidence against her is damning. It doesn't matter if Miranda found out how Paxton and Rebecca died. Even if she did intend to use it against them, she never got the chance. Eliza killed her before she could.
You don't know, though.
Neither do you, he said.
My gut is telling me she did.
Well, the evidence is telling me I have a prime suspect. But I promise, as soon as Eliza is brought in, I'll get to the bottom of it. And if she isn't responsible for killing Miranda, I'll bring Gavin and Carol in for further questioning, okay?
Molly gave in. Yes, okay, she said. Lombardi took an exit off the highway, and 5 minutes later they turned onto a narrow road bumpy with frost heaves.
Keep an eye out for a mailbox with 62 on the side, he said. Jared told me the post is painted like a candy cane.
Molly was starting to feel queasy and hoped she wasn't developing a motion sickness problem when she spotted a red and white striped mailbox in the snow. "There it is on the right," she said. "I hope the driveway's been plowed." "Jared said he always has it plowed, in case someone wants to see the place." "Hey, there's an idea," she said. "Why don't you rent the house? It would give you time to see if you like living here." He turned down the driveway. "I told you I'm a country boy. Trust me, I can handle living out here." "You may still be a country boy at heart, but as a grown man, you're cosmopolitan and hip." "I admit I enjoy living in an urban setting, but I also enjoy beautiful scenery. Look around you, Molly. It's breathtaking." It was true. The setting was beautiful. The property was on wooded land and at a high enough elevation where you could see the mountain range in the distance. "I will concede it's very pretty," she said. "But where the heck is the house? Is this a driveway or a major road?" "The house is up ahead. You can see it through that cluster of pine trees." "What cluster? It looks like a forest." "It's not that big," he said. "Yes, it is. I can't see the house." Without warning her, he suddenly pulled the car to the side of the road. "What are you doing? Why are we stopping?" "We're going to walk the rest of the way," he said, switching off the engine. She stared at him. "What do you mean walk? I can't even see the house and it's freezing outside." "You're dressed for the cold," he said, pulling on his gloves. "We'll cut through the woods." "Cut through the woods?" He started to get out of the car, but she grabbed his coat sleeve. "Hold on, Buster. I thought we came here to see the house. You didn't tell me we were going on an expedition." "We are seeing the house." He took a key out of his pocket. "This unlocks the door." "So why can't we drive up to the door like normal people?" "I told you a patrol cop came by yesterday and checked it out, but it was early in the afternoon. What if Eliza came by later? Before I go driving up to a house where she once lived, and might have returned to, I want to make sure she isn't here. I've got binoculars in the back. We'll spy on the house from the woods." "Did you bring snowshoes? Because in case you haven't noticed, there must be at least 2 feet of snow on the ground." "Not under the trees, there isn't," he said. "You'll be fine with those boots you've got on, and I'll blaze a trail in front of you." "What about my promise to Matt and Mom? I told them I wouldn't get into any more dangerous situations. If Eliza is here, this isn't safe." "I promise you, if she is here, I won't let anything happen to you," he said. Knowing he was determined to do this his way, and she would eventually give in, she sighed heavily and got out of the car. The wind was so strong it rocked her back on her heels and stung her cheeks. Almost immediately her nose began to throb. It was still healing and didn't like the Arctic cold temperature. She zipped her coat up to her neck, pulled on her insulated gloves, and pulled a wool hat over her ears. Lombardi got the binoculars from the trunk, and true to his word, blazed a trail through the deep snow. It was still rough going, and by the time they reached the woods, Molly was winded. She could, however, see he was right about the snow not being as deep under the trees. The branches were bent with heavy snow, but they'd held it up like a canopy. "You can see the house from here," he said quietly. They'd stopped at an opening in the trees, and the house was about 400 yards away. It was a 2-level rustic A-frame with a large wraparound deck. "Can't you see yourself sitting on that deck in the nice weather, drinking a glass of wine, enjoying the view of the lake and mountains?" "I'm not seeing the lake." "Jared took photographs of it from the deck. You can clearly see Lake Champlain from it. You and Matt can visit whenever you like. What do you think?" "It's a lot bigger than I thought it would be," she said. "How many bedrooms?" 4, with 2 full baths, an open kitchen and living area, and a big stone fireplace. He smiled. "Don't go getting any ideas about outbidding me." "Matt and I aren't ready to buy a house, but if we were, we'd ask Sean if we could buy his." "Really? You wouldn't want to live around all this beauty?" "Burlington is beautiful too," she said. "Plus it's a quick drive to the hospital, and an easy walk to Church Street with all the shops and restaurants. Matt's going to be working a lot of hours for a lot of years while he does his surgical residency. He doesn't need a long commute, and I don't need to be living in the boonies." Lombardi shrugged and lifted the binoculars to his eyes, focusing on the house.
It has a lot of windows. He continued scanning. There don't appear to be any lights on. Jared said the electricity is working, so Eliza's probably not here. He passed her the binoculars. I'll go in first and take a look around. I'll let you know when you can join me, okay? No, not okay, she said. Just because the lights aren't on doesn't mean Eliza's not in there. Trust me, I have some experience with this. He smiled. I know you do, but trust me, I'll approach the house through the woods, quiet as a mouse. She'll never know I'm coming. Molly tried to hand him back the binoculars, but he wouldn't take them. Keep an eye on the place, he said. If you see any movement, let me know. How? Should I hoot like an owl? He smiled. Good idea. I'll hear you. Why don't I... Before she could finish her sentence, he took off running through the trees. Cursing under her breath, Molly followed his progress with the binoculars. He reached the edge of the woods and paused there to check the house again. Molly did too, training the lenses on the windows, sweeping them from one level to the next. There was no movement inside. She focused her attention on Lombardi as he darted out of the woods. He was running across the driveway toward the steps leading to the deck when she heard a loud crack in the air. Suddenly, a flock of birds erupted from the trees and Lombardi dropped to his knees. Molly stared, horrified. Had he been shot? She refocused the binoculars on him. He fell on his side, with his back to her. She couldn't see his face. This isn't happening, she thought. It isn't possible. He slipped on a patch of ice. He wasn't shot. Her mind couldn't accept anything else. She swept the lenses back toward the house, and there was Eliza, standing on the deck with a gun in her hand, a grim reaper dressed in black jeans and a black leather jacket, the same outfit she'd worn at the hospital. Molly wasn't sure what to do. Was Lombardi pretending to be dead? Or was he alive? Was Eliza going to finish him off? Without a weapon of her own, how was she going to stop her? All she had was her cell phone. Unzipping her jacket, she took her phone out, but when she turned it on, her heart sank. She didn't have a signal. She glared at her phone as if it had betrayed her, but she knew it wasn't the phone's fault. It was hers. Lombardi had been telling her for months to switch to a different cell carrier. The one she'd been using for years worked well in North Carolina, but its coverage in New England was spotty. Forcing herself not to cry, she took a deep breath and concentrated. She had to think of a way to help him. She could go back to his car and use the police radio, but it would take too long. Molly looked at the house. Eliza was going inside. This was worrisome. Was she leaving? Would she make sure he was dead before she left? Molly knew there was only one thing she could do. She had to hide Lombardi and use his phone to call for help. As she ran through the trees, branches slapped her face with their sharp, wet needles, and she prayed she wouldn't be too late. At the edge of the woods, she paused to get her breath and check her surroundings. If she was going to rescue Lombardi, she had to get him to safety, and her best bet seemed to be a mountainous pile of snow plowed into a corner of the driveway. Eliza wouldn't be able to see it from the windows or the deck, and if she could get him behind it, she could hide him. Using the binoculars, she checked the windows again, and the sliding glass door. She couldn't see Eliza, but this didn't comfort her. Lombardi hadn't seen her either. There was no guarantee she wasn't going to be seen if she stepped into the open, but what choice did she have? She had to try to save him. Leaving the binoculars behind, Molly burst out of the woods and sprinted across the driveway. Chapter 28. Molly was a big woman, and relatively strong, but Lombardi was a bigger and heavier man. She couldn't carry him to safety. She had to drag him. Her biggest concern was his deathly pale complexion and the trail of blood he was leaving behind on the driveway. If Eliza did come looking for him, all she had to do was follow the blood trail. As soon as she got him behind the mountain of snow, she rolled him on his side and looked him over. She'd seen a small tear in the back of his coat, and it matched one in the front. She wasn't a doctor, and didn't know much first aid, but she knew enough about bullets to reason this one had gone through him, front to back, in the vicinity of his gut. Opening his coat, she took his cell phone off his belt clip
and sitting back on her heels, almost cheered out loud when she saw the strong signal. In his frequent contacts list, she found the number for the police dispatcher and dialed. A man's calm voice answered, and she told him the situation. He immediately arranged for an ambulance and the police, then asked, "Is the wound bleeding?" "Yes. What should I do?" "Do you have anything you can use to apply pressure to it?" "Of course. Yes, I've got my scarf." She yanked it off. "I'll tie it around him." She wrapped the scarf around Lombardi's wound, and as she tightened it, he groaned. "He's in pain," she said. "Please hurry." "Help is on the way," he repeated. "Stay where you are, and let me know if anything changes." Molly pulled Lombardi's coat back around him to keep him warm. Then she leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Hang in there. You're going to be all right. Help is coming." On the other side of the snow pile, she heard the garage door begin to open. She quietly told the dispatcher, "Eliza's opening the garage door. If she comes out to check on Lombardi, she's going to see he's not there, and she'll find a trail of blood leading right to us." "Can you move him?" "Not without being seen." "Hold a moment," he said. Molly didn't have time to hold. She opened Lombardi's coat again, and this time took his gun out of its holster. She'd taken a gun safety course a few years ago, and hoped she could remember how to use a firearm. She racked the slide, and Lombardi's eyes fluttered open. "Molly," he croaked, "is that my gun?" "I have to stop Eliza. I'll be right back." "No, wait." He grabbed at her sleeve, but she shook him off. Crawling on her hands and knees, she made her way to the end of the snow pile and peeked around it carefully. She could see the garage door was open, and Eliza's car was parked inside. But where was Eliza? She heard a car door slam and hoped Eliza was going to drive off, but the engine didn't start, and a moment later she walked out of the shadowy garage, holding the gun. She walked to the area where Lombardi had fallen, and Molly could see the confusion and worry on her face. It wouldn't be long before she found the trail. Rising to her feet, Molly extended her arms in a shooter's stance and stepped around the snow, pointing the gun at Eliza. "Drop your weapon!" Eliza froze, and her eyes widened. Black mascara was smeared under her eyes, and her hair was a tangled mess. "I swear to God, Eliza, I'll blow your head off. Drop it now." In the distance, she could hear the sound of sirens. Eliza heard it too, and her face paled. "It's over," Molly said. "The police are on their way." Eliza's shoulders slumped, and she dropped the gun. "Step away from it." Eliza did as she was told, and Molly walked over to the gun and stood over it like a dog guarding its bone. "I'm so sorry," Eliza said, her voice shaking. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone." "You shot Lombardi," Molly said. "You better hope he doesn't die." "I was going to leave, and I saw someone running to the house. I panicked." "Did you come out here to finish the job?" "No, I swear, Molly, I was going to take him to the hospital and turn myself in. You have to believe me." Molly shook her head. "You know what's pathetic? I've been defending you to Lombardi. I told him I didn't think you killed Miranda, but it turns out I was wrong. You are a killer." "No, I'm not. I didn't kill anyone." "The police know you've been embezzling money from Miranda." Eliza's mouth opened and closed. "You killed her, and you tried to kill Lamar because you thought he knew." "I admit it, I stole the money," Eliza said in a rush. "But I didn't kill her, and I didn't try to kill Lamar." "Oh, yeah? I saw you with my own eyes. You were in his hospital room with a pillow getting ready to suffocate him the same way you suffocated Miranda." Eliza shook her head. The sirens were getting closer. "I was going to, but I couldn't. I'm not a killer. I was about to leave when you came in. I panicked." "Again with the panicking," Molly said. The sirens were so loud she was shouting. "Tell me why you took Lamar's note." "What? What note?" Eliza looked confused. "I don't know what you're talking about." "He left a note with Emma." "I don't know what you're talking about," Eliza repeated. Molly stared into her eyes. She had to know if she was lying. What she saw was fear and confusion. "Rita shot Lamar," Eliza said hurriedly. "It wasn't me. She told me she had nothing to do with Miranda's death, but now I'm not so sure." Her voice was lost as the emergency vehicles roared down the driveway. Molly put Lombardi's gun on the ground and clasped her hands on top of her head. "I'd suggest you do the same," she told Eliza. "Unless you want to get shot." Eliza raised her hands, and the police cars stopped at an angle from them. 2 uniformed police officers got out of their vehicles, guns drawn, and stood behind their open doors. "I'm Molly Appleby. I called the police," she shouted. "This woman shot Detective Lombardi, and I dragged him behind the pile of snow over there. Please hurry. He's in a bad way." The emergency techs from the ambulance heard her and quickly collected their gear from the ambulance. From that point on, everything happened fast. Eliza was handcuffed, Lombardi was whisked away, and Molly was put in the back seat of a police cruiser. Eventually, one of the cops came back to her. "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "I'm fine," she told him. "But I have to go to the hospital. I want to be with Lombardi." She realized she still had his phone, and she took it out of her pocket. "May I make a phone call?" "Sure. You're not under arrest," he said. "Who are you calling?" "Detective Sanchez," she said. Chapter 29. Over the next few hours, while Lombardi was in surgery, Molly paced the floor of the hospital waiting room like a caged animal. She had no idea if he was going to live or die, and waiting for news about him was making her feel sick to her stomach. "Molly?" She jumped at the sound of her name. Matt stood in the doorway. He had assisted in the surgery, which meant it had to be over, one way or the other. She searched his face for a clue as to the outcome, but his expression gave nothing away. "Tell me quick," she said. "Is he alive?" "Yes, he's alive. The surgery was successful. He's in the recovery room." Molly felt her legs give out and sank into the nearest chair. Thank God! Tears blurred her vision. For hours she'd been teetering on the edge, certain he was going to die, praying he wouldn't. When they put him in the ambulance, he was so weak, his skin so gray. Matt sat beside her and took her hand. "The bullet went through him, just like you thought. Fortunately, it didn't hit any vital organs. He's lost a lot of blood, but he's fit and strong. We have every reason to believe he'll make a full recovery." He gave her a small smile. "Be thankful Eliza's not a very good shot, and her gun was small caliber." Molly tried to laugh, but it came out as a bark, and she started to cry. Matt pulled her into his arms, and she wept on his shoulder. The floodgates had opened, and there was no stopping it. All of the stress and fear she'd been holding back over the past few hours poured out of her. He kissed her and held her close, and in a little while her tears subsided. "I'm sorry," she said, opening her purse for a tissue. "I'm such a crybaby." "Don't be sorry," he said. "You've been through quite an ordeal." She stared at the tissue in her hand. "I have to blow my nose, but I'm afraid to," she said. "Do it gently," he said. She blew as gently as she could. There was no blood or pain, and Lombardi was alive. She was batting 1,000. "If he'd died, it would have been my fault," she said quietly. "I should have switched to a new cell phone carrier when we moved, but I delayed because I'm lazy, and I didn't think it was that important." "You did everything you could under very difficult circumstances." He looked into her eyes. "I'm very proud of you." Molly sniffed. "Really?" "Yeah, really." He touched her cheek and wiped away a stray tear. "You saved his life, at the risk of your own. Everyone is talking about how brave you are." "I'm not brave," she said. "I put myself in danger again." "You had to act fast, and you didn't have a lot of options. You didn't put yourself into the situation. It just happened." "I'm afraid to tell Mom." He looked surprised. "You haven't called her?" "No." She took her phone out. "She hasn't called me either. She must not have heard the news." "She'll be proud of you, too." "I'm afraid one of these days I'm going to give her a heart attack," she said. "When can I see him?" "Not for a while. We talked for a minute when he came out of the anesthesia." He squeezed her hand. "The first word he spoke was your name. He was worried about you." "He saw me take his gun." "I told him you were in the waiting room, safe and sound, surrounded by cops." He looked around the empty waiting room.
At least, it looked like half the police force was here earlier. Where did everyone go?
Detective Sanchez got a call that Rita had been brought in for questioning, and after she left, everyone else took off. What about you? Can you come home?
No, sweetheart. I'll be here the rest of the day and probably into the night. You know how it is.
She did know. Training to be a surgeon, he practically lived at the hospital. Would you mind if I took your car home? I don't have mine. Her voice broke. Lombardi drove us this morning.
Matt stood up and held out his hand. I'll do better than that, he said. I'm due for a break. I'll drive you home.
30 minutes later, Molly was at home in bed, surrounded by her purring cats. The low winter sun slanted through the window and across the quilt that covered her, the light in her eyes still bright, but slowly beginning to ebb as sunset neared. She felt grateful and relieved that Lombardi was going to live, but she was also anxious to know if Eliza was going to be charged with Miranda's murder. She'd seen that look of innocence in her eyes when she'd accused her, but when she'd told Detective Sanchez, her response was to lecture her about knowing the limits of her consulting role and how important it was for her to allow the police to handle the investigation from this point on. Molly wished she could let it go that easily, but she was convinced Eliza was telling the truth. Her cell phone rang, and she was surprised to see Detective Sanchez's number flash on the screen. Hello, Detective. Molly, are you still at the hospital? No, Matt drove me home. Did you hear the good news? Lombardi's going to be all right. Chief Taylor briefed the squad a little while ago. He told everyone how you saved his life. I did what anyone would have done, Molly said. Have you questioned Rita? Rita and Eliza have both hired lawyers, and I won't be able to question either of them until tomorrow, Sanchez said. Look, I know I'm not a cop, but I don't think either of them killed Miranda. I'm sorry I came down on you hard, Sanchez said. It was unwarranted and undeserved. You've certainly earned the right to voice your opinion, and I know Lombardi would want me to consider it. So what is it? Thank you, Molly said, appreciating the apology. I think Gavin killed Miranda because she was blackmailing him and Carol. She went to Salem and— I know, Sanchez interrupted. You don't have to go on. Lombardi told me your theory. The problem is, there's no evidence placing Gavin at Miranda's, and the forensic accountant hasn't found anything out of the ordinary in her bank accounts, aside from what we already know about Eliza's embezzlement. If Miranda was blackmailing Gavin and Carol, there would have been unexplained deposits, but every deposit has been accounted for. At this point, I have to go with the most likely scenario that Eliza and Rita were in on the embezzlement scheme together, and they killed Miranda when they thought she'd discovered it. Then they tried to kill Lamar because they thought he knew. But Lamar was shot, and Miranda was suffocated with a pillow. Why wouldn't they use the gun? It would have been a lot easier. They could have suffocated her together, Sanchez said. One held her down, and the other held the pillow. Molly cringed. What a gruesome thought. Not any more gruesome than one of them doing it on their own, Sanchez said. The best I can do for now is try to force a confession out of them. Who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and find Lamar's note in Rita's house, proving one or both of them was at Miranda's that night. You won't question Gavin? If something changes, I'll bring him in, Sanchez said. They said goodbye, and Molly got out of bed. She was too restless to lie in bed. What she needed to do was take action. But what kind of action could she take that wouldn't put her in hot water with Detective Sanchez? The cats ran ahead of her down the stairs. She found them in the kitchen, waiting patiently in front of their food bowls. After she fed them, she poured a glass of milk for herself and opened a box of Oreos. She thought about calling her mother, but decided to wait. She couldn't talk to her about Lombardi being shot and almost dying, or tell her how her own life had been in grave danger over the telephone. She would wait until she saw her in person. Eating a cookie, she thought about the lack of evidence in Miranda's murder. How was it possible her killer didn't leave any trace of themselves behind? It was like a ghost had slipped into her house and suffocated her with the pillow. And what about her blackmail theory? If there was nothing in Miranda's bank accounts showing any unexplained deposits, she must be wrong. Or did Miranda have an unknown account somewhere? She liked that idea. But Miranda was going through a divorce, and divorce lawyers were bloodhounds when it came to looking for hidden bank accounts. That left cash. But where would she stash it? Her house and office had been searched top to bottom, and the police hadn't found anything. Molly put the box of cookies back in the pantry. As she shut the door, she suddenly remembered the day she'd interviewed Miranda, and how she'd proudly given her a tour of her doll room, showing off her new curio cabinet. She'd told her she'd bought it to showcase her favorite Barbie dolls, but what if it served a dual purpose? Molly recalled another case she'd solved concerning an 18th century desk with secret compartments, and that gave her an idea. She picked up her phone and started searching. Chapter 30. It was nearly 8:30 when Molly walked up the path to Gavin's house. There was a single light on in the front window, and she peeked inside and saw a large living room with a brick fireplace and comfortable furniture. She couldn't tell if Gavin was home, but rang the doorbell and waited. A moment later, she heard footsteps, and the porch light clicked on. When the door opened, Gavin looked surprised to see her. "Molly, what are you doing here?" "I wanted to talk to you if you have a minute," she said. He shrugged and stepped aside for her to enter. "I'm just finishing my dinner," he said. "I could come back," she said politely. No, it's all right. Come in out of the cold and let me have your coat." She stepped inside and unzipped her jacket. The house was a beautifully restored Victorian with gleaming hardwood floors and a grand staircase in the foyer. Gavin hung her coat in the closet and said, "I hope you don't mind talking in the kitchen." "Not at all," she said. She followed him down a dimly lit hallway to the back of the house. He opened a swinging door, and they walked into a bright kitchen with top-of-the-line appliances and granite countertops. A table for four had a single place setting in front of one of the chairs. Gavin motioned for her to sit across from him. "Your home is lovely," Molly said, sitting down. "Thank you," he said. "I renovated it after I retired from the business. It gave me something to do in my spare time." He picked up his knife and fork. "I'm eating late because I was at Piney Grove most of the day." There was only a small amount of food remaining on his plate. Molly had interrupted his dinner of meatloaf, green beans, and a baked potato. He didn't offer her anything to eat or drink, but she wasn't there to share a meal. "You couldn't eat dinner at Piney Grove with Carol?" she asked. "Oh, I did. But the portions are too small, and it was hours ago." He took a bite of meatloaf and chewed. "If you're here about the news, I've already heard it." "You know about Eliza?" "Yes, that she was arrested for embezzling money from Miranda and shooting Detective Lombardi." He shook his head. "She's lucky he didn't die. What an idiot, shooting a cop. Do you remember that day at Prestige, when he was grilling Luke? I told him to take a good look at her. I was surprised the news didn't say she was arrested for murdering Miranda, too." "Eliza says she didn't do it." "Well, she would, wouldn't she? She's trying to save herself." "She says Rita shot Lamar, and she's worried she might have killed Miranda." His eyebrows arched. "Rita shot Lamar and killed Miranda? Well, I didn't think the old gal had it in her." He sipped his wine. "So, is that what you wanted to tell me?" "I don't think Eliza or Rita killed Miranda," she said. He finished his meal and sat back in his chair. "Honestly, I don't give a rat's ass about either of them. All I care about is my son." "You also care about Carol and Sierra?" "Of course I do," he said. "I'd do anything for them." "I know," she said. "That's why I think you killed Miranda." Gavin sat very still, but his eyes slowly narrowed. "You have a vivid imagination," he said quietly. "But let me warn you to keep it in check. If you spread a rumor like that around town, I'll sue you for slander." Molly folded her hands on the table. "Luke was supposed to meet you after the doll club meeting that night," she said. "You told Detective Lombardi he called you on his way home from Miranda's, but you told him not to bother to come over. You knew Miranda was home alone, and sick in bed. It was the perfect opportunity to kill her while she was in a weakened state." "Why should I kill her? I barely knew the woman." "She was threatening you and your family, And by family, I don't mean only Luke. I mean Sierra and Carol, too. When Miranda met with Carol, she obviously told her something about her husband's accident that made her antenna go up. The very next day, she went to Salem to look into it, and she learned the truth. Gavin glared at her. Molly took a breath and went on. You both tell everyone Paxton died in a car accident, and your wife died of a brain aneurysm months earlier. But the truth is, Paxton walked into traffic and was struck and killed by a car driven by Rebecca. It's a secret you and Carol have been guarding for over 40 years, and once Miranda figured it out, she blackmailed you. Ridiculous, he said, waving his hand in the air dismissively. He pushed his chair back and carried his dishes to the sink. Ask the police, he said with his back to her. They'll tell you there's no evidence suggesting I've ever been to Miranda's house. You're the founder of Prestige Cleaners, she said. If anyone knows how to clean up after themselves, it's you. He reached over and opened a drawer, and when he turned around to face Molly, he was holding a carving knife with a very long blade. I'll take that as a compliment, he said. But all of this is speculation on your part, isn't it? If the police had something on me, they would have arrested me by now. Do you admit you killed her? I admit nothing, he said. I know you paid her in cash, she said. There's no use denying it. I went to Miranda's before I came to see you, and I found the money you gave her. Gavin seemed to smile to himself. You broke into her house? Technically, no. I mean, it's not like I busted a window to get in. I used the key under the planter. How did you get in? She held up a hand. Wait, let me guess. You borrowed her key from Prestige Cleaners. You still have access to the office and the safe. Of course I do, he said. But again, you have no evidence. If there was any money in Miranda's house that could be traced back to me, the police would have found it. They didn't know where to look, but I did, she said. Did you know they make curio cabinets with concealed gun racks? He stared at her. She knew he was trying to determine if what she'd said was true. What are you talking about? Molly felt a bead of sweat trickle down her back, but she pressed on. It's amazing what you can find on the internet. I thought I recognized the same curio cabinet Miranda bought recently to showcase her Barbie dolls, but I had to be sure. I went to her house, and I found the hidden compartment in the rear. It's amazing workmanship. I'm not surprised the police didn't notice it. But once you know how it works, the back swings open smooth as butter. She didn't keep any guns in it, but I found newspaper clippings about Paxton's accident, and $30,000 in a shoebox. It's not a lot of money by Eliza's embezzlement standards, I'll grant you, but Miranda must have thought she could get more out of you in the future, and it was a good start. He studied her for a second. Big deal, she hid some money in a cabinet, he said. Some people put it under mattresses. You can't prove it has any connection to me. But I can, because you slipped up, she said. You gave her the money in a shoebox. Size 10, black work shoes with a slip-resistant sole. If the police check your closet, will they find a size 10 pair of shoes that matches the box? Gavin walked toward her, but Molly stayed in her seat. You're a meddling bitch, as bad as Miranda, digging around in other people's lives, he said. You pretend to be some kind of investigative reporter, but really you're nothing more than a 2-bit writer for a magazine most people have never heard of. What do you want? Money? I want you to admit you killed Miranda, she said. He stopped and looked at her, his brow creasing. And what do I get in return? My silence, she said. I'll take the $30,000, and we won't speak of this ever again. He glanced at the knife in his hand. The blade reflected in the lights, and Molly felt her heart pounding in her chest. How do I know you won't tell the police? You're not the only one who cares about Carol and Luke and Sierra. I like them, and I know they'd be devastated if they knew what you'd done. I'll keep quiet for their sakes, not yours. She could see him mulling it over in his head and hoped he'd believe her. He was standing so close to her she could smell his sour sweat. She wasn't the only one who was scared. Do you admit you killed Miranda? Yes, I'll admit it, he said. I killed her. I'm not sorry. She wasn't going to stop making demands. I gave her the money,
and she said she wanted $5,000 a month going forward, and if I refused to pay, she'd have a chat with Luke and Sierra and tell them everything.
I have to ask, why didn't you tell them? Paxton and Rebecca died a long time ago, and they're certainly old enough to understand it was a tragic accident. His eyes were blank, and Molly felt uneasy. He was hiding something else.
Did you have something to do with it? She asked.
He smiled, but it wasn't friendly. It was malevolent.
Paxton was a monster, he said. He was beating Carol, and I didn't even know about it until that last time, when she ended up in the hospital half dead. You can't imagine how I felt. I've loved her since we were children, and I had no idea what was happening to her. I knew I had to do something to stop him. No one else would help her, not the police or her parents. Everyone wanted to sweep it under the rug.
So you took matters into your own hands, she said. He nodded.
I went to see Paxton at home, and I roughed him up. He was in bad shape when I left, and must have wandered out of the house in a daze, and right into traffic. No one knew what I'd done. They all thought his injuries were a result of the car hitting him.
Does Carol know?
No, I've never told her, he said. She doesn't know about Paxton, or about Miranda blackmailing us.
Miranda didn't see her again after she came back from Salem?
No, she came to see me, and demanded I pay her.
He breathed deeply through his nose.
When Luke called and told me he'd dropped her off at home because she was ill, I knew what I had to do.
The same way you knew you had to beat up Paxton? That didn't exactly work out the way you thought it would, did it? Your wife died as a result.
My only regret is that I didn't kill Paxton. If I had, Rebecca wouldn't have died.
He held the knife up, looking like a man getting ready to carve the Thanksgiving turkey.
It was the first time she'd gone out with her friends after having Luke. She wasn't supposed to be home until much later that night, but she missed the baby and left early. When I realized what had happened, I knew I had to protect Luke. I was afraid he'd blame me, or himself, or both of us.
Molly felt sorry for Luke. He'd grown up without his mother because of what his father had done, and maybe Gavin was right. Luke might have grown up blaming him, or himself, because his mother had come home early to be with him. What was Carol's reason for staying quiet?
She doesn't want Sierra to know the ugly truth about her father.
He gazed at the knife and took a step toward her.
I'm sorry, Molly, but I can't trust you to stay quiet. Carol needs me. My son and Sierra need me. I can't go to prison.
Molly yelled, "Now would be a good time." He stopped and looked confused.
What?
Suddenly, the back door burst open, the wood frame splintering, the glass shattering. Gavin spun around and dropped the knife, and as it clattered to the tile floor, Molly saw a half-dozen cops swarm into the room with their guns drawn. Detective Sanchez was right behind them, and nodded at Molly as Gavin was handcuffed and read his rights. It happened so fast he never looked at Molly, and after he was led outside, Detective Sanchez pulled out a chair and sat down next to her.
"You did real good," she said. "We got the whole confession recorded."
"I'm relieved it worked out," Molly said. "Can we get the wire off? It's itchy."
"The crime scene techs will be here in a minute. They'll take it off. How are you feeling?"
Molly blew out her breath. "I feel like I dodged another bullet, only this one had a sharp steel blade. Honestly, I wasn't sure he'd confess. He knew it was over as soon as you told him about the curio cabinet, which, by the way, was a brilliant find on your part. I was amazed as you were to discover the money," Molly said. "Do you really think the shoebox can be traced back to him?"
"If he touched it, we'll find his prints," Sanchez said.
Molly shivered. Cold air was flooding into the room through the broken door, but she didn't think she was shivering from the cold. It was probably an aftershock from having her life threatened twice in one day. "When will you tell Luke and Sierra?"
"I saw lights on at Sierra's house when I drove past," Sanchez said. "I'll go see her now, before she wonders about the commotion going on down the street or hears about it on the news. I'll let her tell her mother and Luke." She patted Molly's hand. "You should go home. You look exhausted." "It's been a long day. Do you need a ride?"
Thanks, but I only live a few blocks from here," Molly said. "Do you want me to come to the station to give my statement?" "Tomorrow morning will be fine," Sanchez said. For me, maybe, Molly thought, but not for Carol, Luke, and Sierra. Chapter 31. 2 days after Gavin was arraigned in court for the murder of Miranda Perry, Molly opened the door to Lombardi's hospital room. He was lying in bed with his eyes closed, but as soon as he heard her come in, his eyes sprang open. "Is it really you?" he asked. "Or am I dreaming?" "It's me," she said. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Disturbing me? All I do is sleep." He picked up a remote control and adjusted his bed to a seated position. "Of course, it could be a whole lot worse," he said. "I could be sleeping permanently 6 feet under. If it wasn't for you, I probably would be." Molly kissed his cheek. It was the first time she'd seen him since his surgery, and although he looked a little pale, the fact that he was sitting up in bed seemed like a miracle. "I'm glad you're alive," she said. "Yeah, me too," he said. "Are you in any pain?" "No. They've got me pumped up on something." He reached out his hand, and she took it. "I'm grateful for what you did, Molly. Chief Taylor told me you risked your life to save me. You shouldn't have done it. It was dangerous to confront Eliza alone. She could have killed you." "I couldn't leave you alone." He waited for her to say more, but she'd decided she wasn't going to tell him how much blood he'd lost, or how worried she was he was going to die. There were some things a person just didn't need to know. "How long will you be here?" "Depends. If I don't develop any complications, I can go home in another week. I'll have to be a couch potato for another month, and then it's another 2 or 3 months after that before I can return to work full time. I hope I don't go out of my mind. You know how I hate being idle." "Maybe you and Lamar can convalesce together. He could teach you how to play cribbage. He has a gorgeous antique cribbage board with rosewood inlays, and he told me it never gets any use because he doesn't have anyone to play with." "Well, no offense to Lamar, but I'd rather be at work. I don't want to lose my edge." "Don't worry. You're strong. I'm sure you'll heal fast. I wouldn't be surprised if you're back on the job a lot sooner than you think." "From your lips to God's ears." He pointed to her tote bag. "Did you bring me a present?" "I did," she said. "I got you the latest David Baldacci book, and I brought you something from Jazzy." "Please tell me it's something sweet." She handed him a Java Jitters box tied with a red ribbon. His face lit up when he opened it. "Cupcakes." "She's going to come by later to see you, but she wanted you to have these now. She baked them this morning." "All my favorites." He took out a vanilla cupcake with strawberry frosting. "You want one?" "No, thanks. I had a cheese Danish when I picked them up." He bit into the cupcake and moaned out loud. "This is so good. I'm already sick of eating Jell-O." "I wanted to talk to you about something," she said. "Uh-oh. This sounds serious." "It is, sort of," she said and smiled. "I think you should ask Jazzy out when you're feeling better." His eyebrows shot up. "Out? Like on a date?" "Yes." "Me and Jazzy?" "Sure, why not?" He thought about it a moment. "No, I can't." "Why not?" "What if we broke up? I'd have to go someplace else for coffee and cupcakes." "So don't break up. Make it work." He took another bite of cupcake. "I'll think about it." Molly wasn't put off by his answer. She'd tell Jazzy to be patient and give him a little time to realize she was the best thing that ever happened to him. In the end, she thought he'd come around. "Am I your first visitor?" she asked. He licked frosting off his fingers. "No, I've seen Chief Taylor." He took another bite of cupcake. "I have to admit, today's the first day I've felt well enough to have visitors, or watch TV, or eat a cupcake," he said. "I wasn't kidding when I said all I've been doing is sleeping. I'm not even sure where the TV remote is." "You haven't talked to Detective Sanchez?" "I've talked to her," he said. "She called me last night. She told me Gavin was arrested for Miranda's murder." Molly felt a little disappointed that he already knew. "You wanted to tell me yourself, didn't you?" "Well, yeah. It was kind of a big deal." "I know," he said. "Sanchez told me you found a hidden compartment in Miranda's curio cabinet, and you got Gavin to confess."
You keep putting your life on the line like this, Molly, and Matt and your mother are never going to speak to me again.
They weren't too thrilled when I told them, but they were glad I called Detective Sanchez this time. She was amazing. She wasted no time setting everything up. It was the sort of operation I knew you'd approve of.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed it.
He reached for a plastic cup on the bedside table. Molly got to it first and handed it to him.
Thanks,
he said, using the straw to take a sip of water.
Sanchez told me Carol didn't do anything wrong.
No. Her only role in all of it was getting upset when Miranda visited her at Piney Grove and tried to get her to sell Emma. Getting upset only added fuel to Gavin's fire.
You've got to admire Miranda's level of confidence. She couldn't have known Gavin would pay her off. He could have told the police and set her up to be arrested for blackmail. She took a big risk.
Did she? Gavin and Carol have been lying about Paxton's and Rebecca's deaths for over 40 years. That shows discipline and conviction, and a strong desire to keep it a secret.
I wonder if she would have gone through with it, if she'd known Gavin had beat up Paxton, he said. She might have reconsidered if she'd realized he was violent.
Did Detective Sanchez tell you why Rita shot Lamar?
You don't know?
Molly shook her head. I haven't heard from her, and I didn't want to be a pest.
Well, allow me to tell you, he said. It turns out Rita was protecting their investment.
She was in on the embezzlement scheme?
Right from the beginning, he said. They started out wanting enough to keep the pet shelter going, but when they saw how easy it was to pull off, they couldn't stop.
Wasn't Miranda's death enough? Why kill Lamar?
It's like you thought, Molly. Eliza was worried Miranda was onto her. When she saw Lamar's initials on her calendar for Friday night, she freaked out. When they got the call from Sierra saying she was dead, Eliza thought their troubles were over, but Rita was afraid Miranda might have told Lamar about her suspicions. She went to his house and shot him.
They must have been stunned when they heard he survived.
Rita thought the cops were going to show up any moment and arrest them both. Eliza told her she'd take care of Lamar once and for all, and went to the hospital intending to kill him. But when she got to his room, she couldn't do it. When you showed up, she panicked and ran.
How did she get the room number?
Vanessa told Rita.
Molly sighed. I was afraid you were going to say that.
She's in a lot of trouble. The hospital's come down hard on her. She's been suspended for 6 months, and they're making her retake all kinds of training and ethics courses.
Good. I have no sympathy for her, she said. What's the story about Rita's gun? Was Eliza going to shoot Lamar with it, or was the plan to suffocate him?
She was going to shoot him, but she realized it would be too loud and would draw attention.
Molly laughed. What a dimwit, she said.
Now, she's not as dumb as you think, he said. She figured if she suffocated him with a pillow, we'd think it was the same person who killed Miranda, and since it wasn't her or Rita who killed Miranda, they'd get away with it.
I take it back. She's only a half-wit.
He shook his head. Lamar's lucky Rita's a bad shot, and Eliza chickened out.
And you're lucky Eliza's a bad shot, too, she said. Otherwise you'd be dead.
Don't remind me. I know it was cold out when I got shot, but I swear I felt the Grim Reaper's chill stalking me.
Did Detective Sanchez happen to mention what's happening to Paws Crossed?
She did. Rita's employee Christopher took it over. It seems his parents have a lot of money, and were only too happy to back him. He also adopted Rita's dogs.
He finished the cupcake, and Molly held out the box to him, but he shook his head.
I'm probably not supposed to be eating cupcakes. I better not push my luck. Can you hide the box in the drawer?
Molly closed the box and put it in his bedside drawer. Did Detective Sanchez find Lamar's note at Gavin's?
No, he said. But he admitted he took it and destroyed it, along with the clothing he wore. He was so angry with Miranda, he wanted the police to think she was a thief. So, in a way, you were right on that theory, too.
Only I thought it was Sierra who'd left the doll to frame her, Molly said. I haven't talked to her or Luke since Gavin was arrested. I hope they don't hold it against me for setting him up the way I did.
Who cares if they do? He killed a woman, and we needed a confession. Besides, there are other cleaning services in Burlington, and the last thing you need is a haunted doll. You don't need them, and you don't owe them anything. He leaned back into the pillows. Speaking of haunted dolls, are you finally ready to admit Emma is just a doll? I'm not sure, she said. What about Carly and the evidence room? We still don't know how Emma ended up on her desk. Behind her, Molly heard someone clear their throat. She turned and saw Detective Sanchez in the doorway. Is it all right if I come in? She asked. Of course, Lombardi said. It's good to see you. I was just filling Molly in on our phone conversation. We're both up to date now. Sanchez smiled. Molly was instrumental in solving both cases. Next time there's a murder in Burlington, I think we should automatically sign her up to work on it. Molly felt herself blush. Thanks, but if you don't mind, I'd rather go back to writing about antiques. She picked up her tote bag. I'll get out of your way. Don't go, Sanchez said. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help overhearing you talking about Carly and the evidence room incident. I have an update if you're interested. Lombardi said, I'm absolutely interested. Please tell us a human being was behind it, and not a spooky haunted doll. It was Max Vanderkloot, Sanchez said. Does he qualify as human? Barely, he said, laughing. Molly asked, Who's Max Vanderkloot? A cop with a twisted sense of humor, he replied. Why did he do it? Because he's an a-hole, Sanchez said. When he heard about the doll, he thought it would be hilarious to make it look like it had broken out of the locker and climbed onto the desk overnight. He knew it would freak out Carly. Who broke the case? Chief Taylor did, Sanchez said. He put out the word he was going to come down hard on whoever did it, but he'd go easy on them if they stepped up and confessed. He stressed it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Vanderkloot caved the next day. Good for Taylor for not putting up with it, he said. You can't go around tampering with evidence or messing with security video. Max is lucky no harm was done to the case. Molly said, Can you imagine if he'd damaged Emma? I'd hate to be in his shoes when Sierra found out. Yeah, me too, he said. What was his punishment? Sanchez said, Taylor made him publicly apologize to Carly and saddled him with the night shift for the next 6 months. He laughed. Max hates working the night shift. It's the perfect punishment. Carly must be relieved. She's extremely relieved, Sanchez said. She was starting to develop a phobia about being in the evidence room by herself. Did you see Max apologize to her? Oh, yeah, Sanchez grinned. It was fun watching him grovel. Carly told him he should be ashamed of himself, and oh, by the way, he better find someone else to log in his evidence because she wasn't going to help him. How did he take it? He asked her, For how long? Sanchez said, and laughed. Carly told him until the dolls come home to roost. Lakehurst, New Jersey, May 7th, 1937. Is there any word? Have they found Frank? Willow shook her head. No, Evelyn. Most likely he's dead. Evelyn clutched her sister's hand. She was in a hospital bed in New Jersey. Her ribs were bruised, and her right arm was broken, but she was going to live. I can't believe I survived, she said. And Emma, too. She looked at the doll, which one of the nurses had tucked in next to her. Emma's little shoes were still on her feet, her bonnet was on her head, and all of her joints and limbs were intact. The doll had been protected and cushioned by her sweater, but it seemed like a miracle. There wasn't a scratch on her. The news is reporting there were 36 passengers on board and 61 crew members, Willow said. 23 passengers have been accounted for, and 40 crewmen. 1 ground crewman died. There are a lot of people injured. Do you know if Gerda and Carl Brandt survived? I don't know. Were they with you when it happened? No, which is why I'm afraid they didn't make it. If they weren't near a window... Tears sprang to her eyes. I can't imagine the horror you felt watching it from the ground. I thought you were dead, Willow said, her voice breaking. The Hindenburg burned in less than a minute's time. Do you remember jumping out the window? Evelyn nodded. I landed on my side and ran as fast as I could to get away from the flames. It was so hot.
And the sound was horrible. The screams. She put a hand to her cheek. My face still feels flushed from the heat.
You're safe now. That's all that matters, Willow said. I'll take you home as soon as the doctor releases you.
You're sure Frank is dead?
Yes, I'm sure he's gone. There's no sign of him.
Evelyn gripped the blanket. I know it sounds horrible, but I'm glad he's dead, she said quietly. I didn't love him. I hated him for what he did to me. He hurt me. She started to cry, and Willow squeezed her hand. He punished me constantly and called me names. He pulled my hair and punched me. I don't know why I made him so unhappy. I tried to be a good wife. Willow's grip on her hand tightened.
Now you listen to me, Evelyn. Don't you ever blame yourself for what he did to you. Normal people, normal men, don't treat women that way. You did nothing to deserve such abuse. Do you hear me?
Evelyn nodded. I hear you. She took a deep breath and let it out. You never liked him. You knew he was no good. I should have listened to you.
There was something in his eyes. He reminded me of that fox that used to slink around the yard when we were kids. Do you remember it?
Yes, I do, Evelyn said. As soon as it saw us, it would stop and stare at us. Dad told us it was sizing us up as prey, and we had to stay away from it. Her eyes filled with tears. I should have seen he was a phony. He pretended to be someone else and swept me off my feet, and I thought he was good and kind. You were in love, and he was attractive and charming on the outside. And a monster on the inside, Evelyn said, wiping her tears away. You know what they say about love being blind? Well, I'm a textbook example of it. But I want you to know, I was going to leave him.
I know you were, Willow said. Your telegram was clear, at least to me. I actually danced a little jig when I read it. I only wish you'd told me how bad it was. If I'd known, I would have gone to Berlin and dragged you home. I'm sorry you went through this. I hate Frank for what he did to you. We won't go to his funeral.
Oh, no. His mother. I forgot all about her. She knew we were flying home on the Hindenburg. She must be out of her mind.
She can mourn without your help, Willow said firmly. So what's with the doll?
Evelyn picked Emma up. She was a gift. She told Willow the story of how she came to own the doll, and as she told her, she could see her listening with increasing interest.
This dead woman, Annalise, did she mention you specifically by name to her sister?
I'm not sure, Evelyn said. I don't know if she said my name or Inga concluded it was me, because of what Frank had done. She sent the telegram for me, so it could have been on her mind, and that's why she dreamt it. But she was convinced the doll would protect you. And look at you now. You just survived a horrific accident. I think you should thank her.
Who? The doll? You're alive, and Frank is dead. Willow took Emma from her and looked the doll in the face. Annalisa, if you're in there somewhere, I appreciate what you did for my sister. Thank you.
Stop it.
Why?
Because you're suggesting a ghost brought down the Hindenburg to protect me from Frank.
You don't think it's possible?
No, because I didn't need a doll's help. I made the decision to leave Frank, and I made it alone. No one else did it for me. All along, I've had this power in me, to protect myself. I just didn't know how strong I could be, until I needed to.
Well, you're the one who told me the doll was meant to protect you, and here you are in one piece, and your monster husband's probably burned to a crisp. Sounds like mission accomplished.
Evelyn stared at her. Many people died, she said. I refuse to believe this was a supernatural act of any sort. It was an accident, and we'll soon know how it happened, and you'll see I'm right. Willow took her hand and kissed it. My dear sister, I don't care how it happened. I'm just grateful you got out of this alive, and we're going home. She held Emma out to her.
That said, if one day you meet someone in need of help,
I think you should pass the doll on to her, just in case she really works." "No, not me," Evelyn said. "You keep her."
"Are you sure?"
"Yes, I'm sure." Evelyn yawned. "I'm so very tired, but I'm afraid to fall asleep. What if I have a nightmare? Will you stay with me?"
"Of course," Willow said. "I won't leave you." She put Emma on the bed. "I'll stay here while you sleep." Evelyn closed her eyes, and a small smile touched her lips.
"You're always helping people, aren't you?"
Willow glanced at the doll. Emma was smiling at her. "Yes, dear," she said. "It's what I do." Chapter 32. Molly lit candles in the pewter candlesticks she'd bought in Williamsburg and set out her favorite 19th century blue and white Minton dishes on the dining room table. She folded embroidered cloth napkins her grandmother had given them as a wedding present and set out 2 champagne flutes. Lastly, she took a bottle of Prosecco out of the wine cooler and put it in a bucket of ice. At 6:15, she heard Matt's key in the front door, and a moment later he was hugging her and sniffing the air like a dog scenting game. "Do I smell lasagna?" "Yes," she said. "It's Aunt Tessa's recipe. I've also made Italian bread and a salad." "We're eating in the dining room, and you lit candles?" He looked at her. "What's going on?" "We're celebrating," she said. "I saw Lombardi this morning. We talked about how the case was solved, and now I feel like I can move on to other things." "Well, that's definitely worth celebrating," he said. "Where's your mom?" "Having dinner out with Sean. Can you open the sparkling wine? The lasagna should be ready to eat soon." Matt popped the cork and poured them each a glass. He lifted his glass in a toast. "Congratulations on solving another murder," he said. "When Lombardi's out of the hospital, we'll buy him a bottle of champagne and celebrate again." "To be honest, I feel like we got lucky. If I hadn't remembered the curio cabinet, and if Gavin hadn't confessed, we might still be looking for Miranda's killer. I hate thinking about how close the police were to arresting Eliza or Rita for her murder." "Rita almost killed Lamar, and Eliza almost killed Lombardi," he said. "Don't feel sorry for them." "Believe me, I'm not feeling sorry for them, but I also wouldn't have liked to see them go to prison for a crime they didn't commit." "Fair enough," he said, and clinked his glass to hers. "Congratulations on getting the right person locked up." She clinked his glass and took a tiny sip. "Honestly, I'm so tired of criminals. They destroy the lives of innocent people and don't even lose a wink of sleep." "When I was in high school, my English teacher made us memorize a poem by Robert Burns," he said. "It's called Man Was Made to Mourn, a Dirge. One of the stanzas always stuck with me, and I think it strikes a chord about what you said. It was all about man's inhumanity to man." "Man's inhumanity to man." Molly reached for his hand. "It's horribly sad, isn't it, what people do to each other?" "Especially because it doesn't have to be this way," he said. "All the hate and petty grievances, the selfishness you spoke of. It's a waste of time and energy." He kissed her hand. "It's so much better to love and be loved." "I'm pregnant," she said. Matt reeled back like she'd slapped him. "What?" "Say that again." "I'm pregnant," she said. "You look completely shocked." "I am shocked, because you blurted it out in the middle of a conversation that had nothing to do with babies," he said, and laughed. "Are you happy?" "Happy? I'm thrilled. This is wonderful. I didn't think it would happen so fast." "Is it too soon?" Matt put his glass on the table and pulled her into his arms. "If we'd thought it was too soon, we wouldn't have been trying. Did you see your doctor?" "I have an appointment next Thursday," she said. "I bought one of those over-the-counter tests at the pharmacy. It was positive." He grinned. "Those tests are extremely accurate." He glanced at her glass, which was on the table. "I should have realized something was up. You've barely touched your Prosecco, and I know how much you love it." "I don't want to hurt the baby." He handed her the glass and picked up his own. "A couple little sips won't hurt the baby." He clinked her glass. "Congratulations to us." She took a tiny sip. "This is my last sip of wine until the baby is born," she said. "I've never been happier, except maybe on the day we got married," he said. We're off on another adventure, Molly. I wonder if we'll have a boy or a girl.
Does it matter?
No. As long as the baby's healthy, I don't care what gender it is. But if it's a boy, I'm going to teach him how to play baseball and ski and ride a bike.
He grinned.
And if it's a girl, I'm going to teach her to play baseball and ski and ride a bike.
Molly laughed. You're going to be a wonderful father, she said. But will you do me one little itty-bitty favor?
Name it, he said.
If one of them ever asks us for a doll, will you let me buy it? I think I've learned a thing or two about them.
This concludes A Killer Keepsake by Ellery Adams and Parker Riggs. Narrated by Andy Arndt. Copyright 2017 by Jennifer Stanley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.